Chapter 3:15. In the Jiming Marquis manner, Lu Ruoshi walked over with a wooden box. She placed it on the table and opened it, revealing a green Marquis robe. Ning Chen took off his plain robe and changed into the Marquis robe. He then took the silent autumn waters and left. In the Confucian Dragon Garden, the three sovereigns were solemn. Everyone knew that the Jiming Marquis had returned and would definitely make a big fuss about Xiaozi. Thousands of people were deceived by the Minister of Imperial Affairs and waited outside the Dragon Garden in order to persuade the stubborn Marquis to return. The wind blew and the green Marquis roared. Step by step, he walked over with a murderous aura. A mutated rock appeared in the sky and its roar shook the heavens. The silent autumn waters was dark and filled with murderous aura. Ning Chen was furious and his murderous aura reached a terrifying level. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the sky. Marquis, you can't continue to be stubborn and kill people for the reincarnation of Hell King. An old man mustered up his courage and shouted. Generations of Marquis were loyal and righteous. They had spent their lives protecting the people of Xia. Therefore, although the people present were afraid, they were not too afraid. However, they were all wrong. Ning Chen did not stop. Wherever his sword passed, the people in front of him would explode. Blood and bones flew everywhere. The green Marquis robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he was cold and emotionless. Marquis were loyal and righteous, but there was one exception. The only reason why Ning Chen was willing to protect these people was because the people he cared about were the people. However, compared to the people he cared about, they were worthless. Xiaozi was forced into a demonic state. This completely ignited the anger in Ning Chen's heart. He no longer had a trace of kindness. Wherever he went, blood and flesh filled the sky. Run! This was the only thought in everyone's mind. The panicked crowd was terrified to the extreme. In the Dragon Garden, the Minister of Imperial Affairs and the others were also shocked by this bloody scene. They did not think that Jiming Marquis would dare to slaughter the common people. They wanted to use benevolence to stop him, but they did not expect Jiming Marquis to be so cold and ruthless. The green Marquis walked into the Dragon Garden. He glanced at the Minister of Imperial Affairs and the other Confucian officials. Without saying anything, the silent autumn waters flashed and disappeared. Shwa, a head flew into the air, and blood gushed into the horizon. Autumn waters began to kill, and a brilliant red sword tip appeared. Jiming Marquis, how dare you kill an important official of the imperial court? The Minister of Imperial Patronage roared with fear in his eyes. There was no reply, only the tip of the sword pressing forward. Autumn waters swept past, killing intent awe-inspiring. Jiming Marquis, this is the territory of the Confucian school. Don't be too presumptuous. A 3-foot-long green sword appeared, blocking in front of autumn water. A king's sound rang out as sparks flew in all directions. The Confucian sect's weapon sovereign appeared, followed by the sovereign of ceremony and sovereign of joy. The three of them appeared at the same time, and a powerful pressure descended. Together, they pressed their aura toward the young man in front of them. The silhouette of Quanglan raging waves was as immovable as a mountain. In the next moment, his silhouette vanished, and the sword intent howled as it slashed downwards. Sovereign Li was the first to be hit. The judge brush caught the tip of the sword but couldn't handle the surging sword intent. With a loud thud, it flew backward. 4 world-awakening notes, firmament annihilation. Sovereign Lu plucked the 4 strings of the pipa in his hands, and a mysterious sound spread out. The color of the Dragon Garden changed instantly. Ning Chen's feet moved, and the ground flipped. Pieces of earth rose up, turning into a yellow barrier that blocked the zither sound. The yellow sand covered the sky. Shi Qing's figure pierced through the sand and slashed out with his sword. Autumn light pierced the bones. Sovereign Lu used his zither to block, but he felt the thick true essence pass through. His chest sank and his mouth turned red. The strong newcomer overturned his impression of him. He was terrifying and solemn, and he didn't hold back at all in his moves. He was furious, and he was furious. The Confucian school experts in front of him were all smashed into pieces by the sword wind. Autumn water was dyed in blood, and it couldn't be stopped. Jiming Marquis, you're going too far. The weapon sovereign stepped forward. The 3-foot-long green sword shook the world, and the overlord's sword aura swept out, splitting mountains and splitting rocks. The other 2 sovereigns also stepped forward. The 3 of them surrounded him, and their palms and brushes moved, looking mighty. Autumn water crossed and blocked the green sword. Frost condensed on the sword fingers, and sword light shot out, shaking the palms and brushes. The moment the 3 of them were in a stalemate, a surging aura spread out. The world instantly turned cold, and waves of snow surged. When snow is near, 3,000 miles of sword snow. The sword intent that spread out was bone-chilling. The 3 of them trembled at the same time and retreated several steps. An illusion of water flashed and instantly appeared in front of Sovereign Lo. The sword fingers pierced through his chest like the sharpest sword. Bang! Blood poured out from his back. Sovereign Li's eyes froze, and blood dripped from his mouth. He looked unwillingly at Long Yuan. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Her body exploded, scattering all over the sky. From then on, the pride of the Confucian sect vanished into thin air. Sovereign Lo. The weapon sovereign and Li sovereign's expressions were pained. The unstoppable figure terrified everyone present. The Confucian school experts gathered, and the heaven-trapping formation was activated once more. The 4 sovereigns held the Confucian school's golden medallion and activated the righteous energy in the world. 4 heaven-piercing chains appeared, turning into streaks of golden light that shot toward the people in the formation. The sword tip shook the golden light. 2 heaven-piercing chains trapped the autumn water sword. The other 2 streaks of golden light followed, piercing the soul. The weapon sovereign charged down from the sky with his sword. He was furious and swore to take revenge for Sovereign Lo. Evil, evil, how dare you call yourself a sovereign? From today onwards, there is no more Confucian school in Great Xia. The frost on the blade of the black divine weapon shattered as a terrifying aura gushed out. With a single slash, the 4 heaven-piercing chains shattered with a bang. The autumn water sword rose up and blocked the sword. True essence clashed, and the ground around collapsed. The weapon sovereign's mouth turned red. In a clash of foundations, he was actually at a disadvantage. Just at that moment, the magistrate's brush stabbed out from behind. It silently shot out streaks of light, and its ability to seal acupoints appeared once more. Back off! The blade light overflowed, and a black aura appeared, swallowing all the light. The Li sovereign only felt his vision darken, and he lost consciousness. The black blade light sliced through his throat. The Confucian school's sovereign who once laughed and mocked the world had his head sent flying. In his last glance, all he saw was the blood and desolation of the Confucian school before it was destroyed. Li sovereign! The weapon sovereign's pupils constricted, but he couldn't stop it in time. His body fell, and his blood dyed the ground of the Dragon Garden red. Outside the Dragon Garden, the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Guard had all arrived, but no one dared to enter. They had all followed Ning Chen and experienced the Battle of Mijie Mountain and the coup in the Imperial City. They knew how terrifying the Marquis could be once he was enraged. Today, the Confucian school was destined to be wiped out. Kong Yu was anxious, but he didn't dare to take half a step into the Dragon Garden. The evidence of the Confucian school's crimes hadn't been collected, but the Marquis wasn't His Majesty. He wouldn't wait for him to collect all the evidence. Within the Confucian school, the battle was still going on. Nian Qing had appeared, and the battle was completely one-sided. Originally, it was a weapon that relied on the power of forgetting worries to seal the passage between the 2 realms. Now, it completely erupted, and the black longevity fate wrapped around the blade, making the weapon terrifying to the extreme. The Confucian school miscalculated, and stopped the return of the Bai Marquis and the Xiang Marquis. They didn't expect the Jiming Marquis to return at this time, and they didn't expect the legendary Jiming Marquis to be so powerful. Out of the 4 heads of the Confucian school, 3 were dead and 1 was injured. Many of the Confucian school's experts were either dead or injured. It was a naked massacre without mercy. Boundless blood and bones were scattered all over the sky. 2 heads were dead, and only 1 weapon sovereign was left. The 3 feet of green light couldn't block the killing intent of the blade, and his injuries worsened. When the blades collided with the black blade light, the weapon sovereign's eyes trembled. He tried to block with his sword, but there was a crisp sound. The 3 feet of green light shattered, and the blade light rushed into his body. Ugh! The weapon sovereign flew dozens of feet away. When he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blade wound on his chest was so deep that his bones could be seen. Black qi circulated, preventing the wound from healing. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the silence of autumn water flew out and sank into the weapon sovereign's chest. The powerful force carried his body out, and then he was nailed to the plaque in front of the Confucian school's sacred hall. His blood dyed the words, "Long live the noble spirit." From now on, the Confucian school no longer existed. Ning Chen turned and walked out of the dragon garden. Kong Yu walked up, and fear flashed through his eyes. He bowed and said, "Marquis, there's an urgent report from Hanya City. Over 100,000 commoners and thousands of Confucians have rebelled. Prince Hua has been heavily injured and is unconscious." "Got it. Go clean up this place," replied Ning Chen calmly. He then walked away. Kong Yu and the Grand Court entered. With just a glance, they were completely shocked by the scene inside. There was blood everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. It was like the most terrifying hell. There were practically no survivors. The only survivor was the current head of the weapon sovereign. His eyes were dull. He had clearly been scared silly. "Don't just stand there. Clean it up," Kong Yu ordered. He knew that this matter had blown up. If the Confucian school was wiped out, the Grand Xia would fall into complete chaos. Yes. The Grand Court's people reacted and immediately went to clean up. They were all terrified, and their fear of the Marquis grew even deeper. 3,000 Confucians and over 100,000 commoners had gathered in Hanya City. They had taken over the majority of the city, forcing the few remaining defenders to retreat. There were quite a few experts hidden amongst the Confucians. The people who had ambushed Prince Hua had been hidden amongst them. Several of the defending generals had also been assassinated, and their casualties were disastrous. "Prince, let's retreat." Within the city lord's manor, a general urged him. If he didn't retreat now, he really might not be able to hold on. Cough, cough. Prince Hua clutched his chest, constantly coughing. But he still firmly shook his head. Defend to the death. Once he left, Hanya City would be completely lost. In the past 1,000 years of the Grand Xia, there had never been a member of the imperial family who had bowed their heads in the face of a rebellion. He wouldn't be the first. "Prince," the general impatiently tried to persuade him. "There's no need to retreat." Just at this moment, a stone-green figure appeared in the room. Wu Marquis. Seeing the stone-green robes, the general's expression shook, and he immediately bowed. "This general greets the Martial Marquis. You can rise. You've already done well. Leave the rest to me," said Ning Chen. "Yes," respectfully replied the general. Ning Chen nodded slightly at Prince Hua. Then, with a slight movement of his feet, he disappeared. Chapter 316. In Hanya City, Jiming Marquis arrived with killing intent. The Marquis who had lost his benevolence was no longer the same as before. He was even more terrifying than an Azura. The 3,000 Confucians retreated again and again. Blood flowed in Hanya City, completely washing away this ancient city that had been passed down for a long time. Sword light flashed, blood spurted out like a tide. The Marquis of Great Xia that could not be stopped turned this rebellion into a one-sided massacre. Jiming Marquis, you killed the innocent. How can you face the souls of the Marquis of Great Xia? The furious Confucians questioned. They were the righteous ones, carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. They cleared the evil, swept away the evil, and returned Great Xia to its former glory. However, the only reply he got was a cold sword light. The silence of autumn water was left in the dragon garden of the Confucian sect. Now, the sword was just an ordinary iron sword. However, in the hands of the green figure, it was comparable to any divine weapon. The blood that spilled out turned into blood and dripped onto the faces of the Confucians. The pungent smell of blood caused even more fear. More than 100,000 rebels, 3,000 Confucians, facing one person, they had completely lost their will to fight. Other than fear, there was only fear in their eyes. There was no reason, no emotion. From the moment he arrived, there was only killing, bloody and cruel suppression. The Great Xia soldiers behind him did not even dare to step forward. They stared blankly at the corpses that fell one after another. Their faces were extremely pale. Among the Marquis of Great Xia, Jiming Marquis was the one who had been bestowed the title of Marquis for the shortest time. However, he was also the one with the most controversy. In a short 4 years, Jiming Marquis had experienced too many things. From being spurned by the world to having his grievances cleared, the Great Xia had the most complicated feelings towards him. There was respect, and even more guilt. However, they had all forgotten that compared to the other Marquis, Jiming Marquis was indeed the one who had killed the most. At this moment, even the Great Xia soldiers who had experienced the battlefield deeply felt the terror of Jiming Marquis. Their faces could not help but become paler. Wherever the sword passed, broken limbs flew everywhere. Begging for mercy was useless. Crying was useless. Cursing was also useless. There was only killing and killing until the sky was filled with cries. With the city gates closed, there was no way out. The path of the Confucians was completely cut off. The path of the common people was also cut off because of their own choices. They no longer had a chance to regret their choice. In the city lord's pavilion, Prince Hua watched this terrifying massacre and turned his head away. He knew that the scene in front of the heavenly mandate palace had completely enraged the young man in front of him. There was no longer any room for negotiation. At the end of the world, Mount Mijie, the eternal night cult, Mu Bai, the Buddhas in the mortal world, and Zong Qianqiu could all see the bloody mist that covered the sky above the Grand Xia. Even from thousands of kilometers away, they could sense the terrifying power of karma. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of silhouettes fell, but the iron sword was still as sharp as ever. The stone-green Marquis uniform was stained with blood, dyed red again and again. On the battlefield, Victorious Return, Clear River, Jiyu, Taiping, and Zhongyong were all silent. Knowing Mandate Marquis had returned, so the other 5 Marquis remained on the battlefield. The Great Xia Martial Marquis had already tied his life and death to the battlefield. He really did not wish for anything to happen behind his back. Bai and Zi Yang did not die on the battlefield, but because of the chaos of the Confucian sect, they fell, which made the Martial Marquis's hearts turn cold. Lord Martial Marquis, spare! Before the voice of begging could leave his mouth, it disappeared forever under the blade of the sword. The scenes of the past came one after another, making the sword in Ning Chen's hand even colder. That day, in the heavenly mandate palace, the parting words were heartbreaking. Ze, be careful that the matter of Hanya City will be used by others, and your appearance, although it has not changed much. But, good friend, rest assured, if my people cannot trust me, then what is the use of me being the Emperor of Xia? The words that interrupted him, he could not say that day. He did not expect that it would become the reality that he was most afraid of. Ning Chen was filled with hatred, and regret. He could not have imagined that when he returned, things had already become like this. He could not save Xnu, nor could he get Ze back, and even the corpses of the two marquises could not be found. The cold light of the murderous aura, along with the flames of anger, cut through the bloody light of death, sending those who begged for mercy, those who quibbled, and those who cursed were all sent to the underworld. There was no reason, no mercy, and no justice, there was only slaughter. In the past, the emperor was merciful, thinking that if he put himself in other people's shoes, he would always be sincere, but he did not expect that in the end, he would be forced into the demonic path by his own people. In the past, the emperor was righteous, waiting for evidence, and ruling the dynasty with the law, but he was forced to abdicate by those who did not want to speak of the law with the name of the king of hell. Today, these so-called people wanted to beg for mercy, beg for their hearts, beg for reason, but unfortunately, the people who were willing to listen to reason were no longer here. Ning Chen was not his good friend Zi. The mercy in his heart was never more than a little bit. With a slash of the sword, blood spurted out like a fountain, rising more than 3 meters high. Unwillingness, resentment, regret, all the phenomena of the world, in the last moment of life, were so clear. Shi Qing's figure moved among the crowd. Every slash of the sword would cause a large number of people to fall. The sight was filled with blood, flowing in the city like a small river, extremely dazzling to the eye. Lord Marquis, please spare us. Under extreme fear, the figures kneeled down one after another, crying, kowtowing, shouting themselves hoarse. It was too late for regrets. Not long after, tens of thousands of people all knelt down in fear, begging. They were completely scared out of their wits by the person in front of them. Broken limbs were everywhere. The entire Great Wisdom City was like an Azura hell, causing people to be unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Ning Chen did not have any expression on his face. Just as the sword in his hand was about to move again, a slender hand appeared and lightly pressed down on the sword. "Stop, it's enough." Qing Ning appeared, looking at Ning Chen, who was covered in blood. A trace of tears appeared in her eyes. Prince Hua dragged his heavily injured body over with the help of the general. He looked at the young man holding the blood sword and said, "Jiming Marquis, leave the rest to me. Even if you kill them all, what's done can't be undone." Ning Chen glanced at the two of them, waving his hand. His sword flew out, stabbing into the city wall with a bang. "Let's go back to the palace." After speaking, Ning Chen turned and left without looking back, leaving behind countless terrified gazes, not daring to get up for a long time. In Weiyang Palace, Ning Chen returned to the palace for the first time since the change in the palace the day before yesterday. Looking at Zhang Sun in front of the bed, he knelt down deeply. "Lady, Ning Chen came back late." His guilty words echoed in the room. Even someone as smart as Ning Chen did not expect such a big change to happen this time. Before leaving, he had warned her repeatedly, but now it was all gone. Zhang Sun reached out and touched the face of the person in front of her. The real touch made her feel a little warm in her heart. "Lady, please don't worry, I will definitely bring Sinew and Zi back." Looking at Zhang Suan's haggard face, Ning Chen's heart ached and he promised. After an hour, Ning Chen left Weiyang Palace and went straight to the Lord Protector's manor. The collapsed Heavenly Mandate Palace was so dazzling that the figure in the distance had a murderous aura that penetrated deep into his bones. In the first hall of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, many generals stood. On the high throne, a white-haired figure sat quietly. The demonic mark between his eyebrows was as red as blood, and his deep and dark eyes always gave people a kind of heavy feeling that could not be dissolved. Below, Zhong Qianxiu bowed politely and said, "Welcome, Demon Lord." "Welcome, Demon Lord." Below, all the generals knelt down and said respectfully. Opposite Zhong Qianxiu, Luo Fei quietly looked at the figure on the throne. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as water, without any sadness or joy. "You may leave." The figure on the throne said. "Yes." The generals immediately got up and left. Zhong Qianxiu and Luo Fei also left. The door of the temple closed, and the light in the temple dimmed. The young face on the throne was still looking into the distance, and even sadness could not overflow from his deep eyes. Outside the first temple, Luo Fei stopped and said lightly, "Zong Qianqiu, where is Xia Xinyu? She should know the importance of the 7 extinction body to the divine sect. Naturally, she is dead." Zong Qianqiu smiled lightly. "Zong Qianqiu, don't think I don't know what you have done. There will be no next time," Luo Fei said flatly, and then stepped away. Zong Qianqiu's mouth curved up. He looked back at the temple behind him, and then walked towards the abyss of darkness. Under the demon god's statue, a dark atmosphere rose. A row of stone coffins was faintly discernible in the dark qi. "Zong Qianqiu, you have brought him," a supreme and noble voice said calmly from the dark qi. "Master, I have brought him back. But he was once the emperor of the Grand Xia. Can we trust him?" Zong Qianqiu knelt and respectfully asked. "It's fine. His mind has been completely devoured. It is impossible for him to wake up," the dark qi said. In the Marquis mansion, Ning Chen returned. Lu Ruashi stepped forward and took off his blood-stained robes, changing into his usual plain clothes. "Lord Marquis, department head Tai Li requests an audience," the old steward said respectfully. "Let him in," Ning Chen said. The old steward obeyed. Not long after, he brought Kong Yu in and then withdrew. "Lord Marquis," Kong Yu respectfully bowed. "What is it?" Ning Chen asked. "The evidence of the Confucian sect embezzling the treasury, forming factions, and attempting to rebel has been gathered. However, the superior serious flower and dark serious flower that poisoned the kings have not been found," Kong Yu respectfully said. "Didn't I leave you a soldier commander token?" Ning Chen coldly asked. Kong Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This person seems to have gone mad. We interrogated him for a long time, but all he said was some crazy word." "Have you ever seen a half-step Xiantian scared out of his wits?" Ning Chen coldly snorted. "You don't need me to teach you how to make him confess. You are the department head Tai Li now. This subordinate knows his mistake." Kong Yu lowered his head. "I don't have time to care about these things. No matter what method you use, I just want to see the result. Also, send someone to Marquis Zhongyong and ask him to pay attention to a woman called Daylily. I will have someone send the portrait to you as soon as possible," Ning Chen coldly said. "Yes," Kong Yu respectfully replied. "You may leave. This subordinate will take his leave." Kong Yu bowed and immediately left. The moment he left the Marquis mansion, his heart slowly calmed down. In less than a quarter of an hour, his clothes were almost completely soaked. Chapter 317. On the western battlefield, the battle between Marquis Triumphant Return and the number 1 Divine General of Evernight, Baichi, was growing increasingly intense. With the death of a martial monarch, the two armies were almost evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine a victor. In the midst of the battle, the cry of a green sparrow sword suddenly resounded through the 9 heavens. The tip of the sword flashed past like a flash of light, instantly arriving on the battlefield. Divine General Baichi's mind turned cold. He pulled back his spear to block, and the purple lightning divine spear swept out to resist the sword edge. With a loud explosion, heaven and earth shook. The tip of the sword suddenly turned, and the light of the water swayed continuously. It was an extremely fast move, and afterimages filled the sky. Ding ding ding, the divine weapons clashed. The sword was fast, and so was the spear. The green sparrow against the purple lightning, each displaying their sharpness. Marquis Triumphant Return came back to his senses. Without asking any questions, he raised his glorious arrow saber and slashed down. Su Ying quickly retreated, and the valiant saber might instantly arrive. Bai Qi spun his spear to block the saber might, but with a pring sound, blood splattered 3 steps away, and he vomited blood from his mouth. Retreat! Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Bai Qi immediately ordered his troops to retreat. The army retreated in a majestic manner. Bai Qi held purple lightning as he held up the rear, blocking the pass with his spear alone, not moving like a mountain. Senior victorious return, take the troops and chase after them. Leave this person to me, Ningchen said. Be careful. The victorious return Marquis solemnly instructed and immediately led his troops forward. Opportunities were precious and would never come again. However, the number 1 divine general of Evernight was also a mortal. He was abnormally powerful and at the 5th Tribulation realm, but his combat strength was close to the 3 Calamities realm. Baichi wanted to return in triumph but was stopped by the Green Sparrow, unable to take half a step forward. A martial Marquis against a divine general. Both of their chi surged, a violent gust of wind surged, their might was shocking. The divine weapons clashed once again. The Green Sparrow and the Purple Lightning crisscrossed at high speed. The sonorous sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. The murderous aura threatened to seize one's soul. A powerful divine general, a brave martial Marquis, sword light, spear tip, one move fast, the other even faster. The brilliance of the 2 intersecting blades illuminated the peerless demeanor. The battle at the peak caused the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble along with it. Earth scroll, earth destruction and mountains destruction. The scroll of earth appeared once again. Tens of thousands of sword intents surged out from the ground, boundless and endless as they soared into the sky. Baichi waved his spear and spun it around. Purple lightning filled the spear and transformed into a sea of angry thunder. It surged out and collided with the sword intent. The 2 attacks collided, causing a sandstorm to erupt. Ning Chen dashed out, and his sword instantly closed the distance between them. With a clang, a heavy fist collided with the sword edge. A trace of blood drifted down, but the divine general did not seem to notice. Purple lightning swirled around, threatening to kill. Heaven's Scroll. In close combat, black light appeared, and the saber light was dazzling. The ice seal had not been broken, but it was still unshakable. With a bang, they collided. The remembrance of love and the purple lightning collided. Both of them retreated 3 steps, their blood and chi shaking. Do you want to break the seal? I'll give you a chance, said Baichi calmly as he looked at the saber in the youth's hand. No need. Ningchen replied coldly. He wasn't moved by the former's words. His longevity chi wasn't inexhaustible. After the battle with the Confucian sect, he'd used up almost half of it and couldn't use it again. What a pity. I originally thought that I would be able to have a more enjoyable battle. Baichi's figure flashed, and he took a step forward. Purple lightning flashed, creating a dazzling light that seemed like it could split a mountain. It's enough to deal with you. Ning Chen's saber and sword danced as he blocked the attack. Pieces of the ground flew up, but they were immediately turned into sand by the aftershock, filling the air. The black saber turned around and descended. Baichi leaned to the side, avoiding the saber. The tip of his spear shook, knocking away the sword. Then, the saber spun horizontally, accompanied by the crackling of purple lightning. Ning Chen retreated half a step and slashed out with his saber, shaking the tip of the spear. Then, he took half a step forward, and his saber and sword clashed. Saber, spear, and sword clashed beautifully. It was an extremely dazzling battle of martial arts, but it was also dangerous. Life and death were only a matter of time. Baichi's expression gradually turned serious. He originally thought that with the death of the principal, Great Xia's top fighting force would only have one victorious return expert. He didn't expect that there would be another knowing destiny expert. The completely different war soul in front of him caused Baichi's underestimation of him to disappear. He was very clear that this youth already had the strength to stand on equal footing with him. Forgiving heart style, lightning breaks 10,000 caddies. Baichi circulated his cultivation to the extreme. Purple lightning lingered on the tip of his spear, turning the area around him into an abyss of purple lightning. Ning Chen focused. His feet moved, and a surge of cold air quickly spread out. In an instant, heaven and earth turned into a world of ice and snow. Purple lightning against ice and snow, it was the most extreme collision. Heaven and earth seemed to have suffered a calamity. The earth collapsed, and huge ravines split open. Gods cried and ghosts howled. Saber and spear clashed, sword followed, and heavy fists landed. Both of them suffered a blow, and their faces turned red as they retreated. Seeing that the youth in front of him couldn't win in a short period of time, Bai Qi was worried about the army in front of him. He took advantage of the momentum and quickly retreated. Ning Chen frowned. His figure flashed as he chased after him. In the next few days, under the joint attack of Marquis Triumphant Return and Ning Chen, the Blackwater army advanced westward. They were like a hot knife through butter, forcibly creating a huge gap in the encirclement of the Church's army. With the death of the martial monarch, it was difficult for Divine General Bai Qi to resist the might of two Marquis. The Church's army was beginning to show signs of defeat. Ning Chen and Marquis Triumphant Return's goal was clear. They wanted to lead the army to the Evernight Church and rescue Xia Zi. In the second hall of Evernight, Zhong Qianxiu was standing in the middle of the hall. Looking at the five-colored figure floating in the air, he said, "Realm Lord, shouldn't your realm show some sincerity and share the anger of the martial Marquis of Grand Xia?" The Realm Lord of the Four Extreme Realms replied calmly, "Hall Lord, you might not know, but the Yinyang formation has been broken. Currently, it's difficult for my realm to cross realms. I'm temporarily powerless." "Then you can't send troops?" Zhong Qianxiu said coldly. "Apologies." The Realm Lord of the Four Extreme Realms replied indifferently. Soon after, the multicolored light dispersed and disappeared. At the same time, on the western front, Marquis Clearriver, Marquis Jiyu, and Marquis Taiping also increased their offensive. They worked together with Marquis Triumphant Return and Marquis Jiming to exert the greatest pressure on the Evernight army. The five martial Marquis led the army eastward with all their might. The Evernight army immediately felt the heavy pressure and kept retreating. The 10,000 soldiers of the Second Divine Hall once again appeared on the battlefield. They wanted to stop the Grand Xia's terrifying offensive, but they were stopped by a single sword. The great battle between the top experts and the army of thousands attracted the world's attention. For the entire day, the invincible divine martial army suffered a great defeat for the first time. They lost nearly half of their forces, and their formations were broken one after another, unable to block the Azure Sparrow's edge. This battle shocked the world. The name of the Grand Xia Jiming Marquis shocked the world. In most people's impression, this martial Marquis of the Grand Xia, who had once competed with the world's #1 sage, Fan Lingwei, was known for his intelligence. Although his cultivation was also extraordinary, he was still somewhat lacking compared to the top expert. No one had imagined that the Grand Xia Jiming Marquis, who no longer hid his strength after the incident at the Imperial Palace, would be so terrifying when he went all out. Marquis Triumphant Return and Ning Chen continued to lead the army eastward. Under the cover of the other three martial Marquis, their advance became faster and faster. They were already close to the Eternal Night Cult. Ning Chen stood in front of the Blackwater Army's main camp, looking at the Eternal Night Cult in the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. Very soon. "Jiming Marquis, you must prepare for the worst," Marquis Triumphant Return said, as he walked out of the commander's tent. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded. The night was slightly cold. The bright moon shone down on the ground like a waterfall. Ning Chen stood in front of the tent for the entire night. When the sun rose, Qin Ke returned to the wooden box and placed it on his back. "Senior Triumphant Return, let's go." "Yes." Marquis Triumphant Return brought Glorious Arrow with him and headed east. The army set out, majestically heading east. Today, the two strongest martial Marquis of the Grand Xia were finally going to confront the Eternal Night Cult. In front of the Eternal Night Cult, one general after another walked out. Together with thousands of deacons and elders, they joined forces to protect the front of the cult. Facing the fury of the martial Marquis of the Grand Xia, their expressions became grave. The death of a martial Marquis greatly affected the cult. The two martial Marquis of the Grand Xia were unable to withstand the three disasters, causing the entire cult to feel heavy pressure. In the distance, two figures were walking side by side. One was overbearing and imposing, while the other was as calm as water. Their auras were different, but they were both undefeatable. The Grand Xia War God's cultivation was infinitely close to that of the three disasters, and he also had triumphant returns treasure, glorious era. His strength was extraordinary, and even ordinary three disasters experts would find it difficult to deal with him. On the side, the young martial Marquis, no longer hiding and scheming. After recovering from his injuries, he finally displayed a terrifying battle strength that shocked the world. Zhong Qianqiu and Baiqi stood in front of the other generals. Looking at the two approaching figures, they didn't dare to be careless. One-on-one, the storm that arose would ultimately decide the result of this long and drawn-out war. Divine General against War God, Martial Marquis against the Temple Master. The great green sparrow sword flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhong Qianqiu. Develop yin and yang, form the four divisions, there is no sun in the 8 directions, borrow the power of the universe. Zhong Qianqiu once again used divergent, and the formation opened. A huge 5-star light appeared under the two people's feet, constantly revolving, turning into rays of green light that blocked in front of them. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. The green sparrow frost sword increased its speed by 30%, and a sword pierced through the air, blocking the formation's power. Rays of green light blocked the sword, but they couldn't withstand the terrifying sword intent on the sword and showed signs of collapsing. Cracks appeared on the ground, and in the next moment, the light screen shattered. The sword was 3 feet in. Zhong Qianqiu retreated 10 steps. With a flip of his right hand, a green talisman appeared, summoning the power of heaven and earth to form 4 evil gods that trapped the person in front of him. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. His watery shadow stepped out, and in a flash, he dodged the evil gods and appeared in front of Zhong Qianqiu. The sword was cold, and as it slashed through the air, it was like a snowstorm, slashing across the killing light of death. Zhong Qianqiu's expression turned cold, and he retreated another 3 steps. This time, he was slower by half a beat. A sword wound appeared on his chest, and blood flowed out. When facing the same person again, their strength was completely different. Without the burden of injuries, Ning Chen was able to use his full strength. The green sparrow dance, killing light filled the sky. On the other side, Baiqi was facing the great Xia War God, and the situation wasn't looking good. The glorious era military knife suppressed the purple lightning. Although the victor had yet to be decided, defeat was only a matter of time. Zhong Qianqiu, you've lost this bet. It was at this time that the doors to the No. 1 shrine of Evernight opened, and a beautiful figure appeared outside. She had said that there was no way she and Baiqi could stop the 2 furious marquises of Grand Xia. Zhong Qianqiu's expression sank as he withdrew from the battle. He glanced back at the shrine behind him and said, "Lady Zhong, you've won. Demon Lord, please take action." With that, the No. 1 shrine of Evernight began to tremble. A white-haired figure walked out, his black robes fluttering in the wind, shocking everyone present. Chapter 3:18. The white-haired figure that descended from the divine palace had a pair of deep eyes that were as dark as an abyss. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. His black robes fluttered as he walked over step by step. A heavy aura reverberated through the battlefield. The Grand Xia's Blackwater army generals were shocked. Was the person in front of them still the benevolent and upright crown prince of the past? There was no need to answer this question. A black demon sword flew out of the shrine and landed in the black-robed figure's hand. In an instant, the Grand Xia's generals were all forced back several steps. The demon sword of reincarnation was even more powerful in the hands of the Devil Emperor. Its terrifying pressure made it difficult for people to breathe. "Welcome, Devil Emperor." The shrine's generals bowed. Divine General Baichi also bowed respectfully. The divine sect respected strength, and this bow was enough to explain everything. Ning Chen's heart ached, but before he could speak, he saw a black figure appear in front of him. The demon sword slashed down, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. In that moment of crisis, Ning Chen subconsciously raised his sword to block. But with a boom, Z was sent flying and forced back several steps. Blood dripped from his injured right hand along the blade of his sword. With just one move, he had displayed a strength that made people tremble. "Friend, you've become weak." The cold words didn't contain the slightest trace of emotion. Only the sharpness of the demon's sword pierced his heart. Marquis' triumphant return was shocked. He wanted to step forward to help, but he was blocked by a purple figure. "Marquis' triumphant return, you should be careful of yourself." Zhong Qianqiu coldly snorted and used his special technique to help Divine General Baichi block the Grand Xia's war god. Purple lightning filled the sky, and with the support of the Sea of Lightning, it was even stronger. Marquis' triumphant return found it difficult to take even half a step forward. With the Devil Emperor joining the battle, the situation instantly changed. The Devil Emperor was no longer benevolent. His attacks were ruthless and unstoppable. The darkness energy that had been sealed in the Forbidden Land for hundreds of years had completely assimilated the righteous energy of the Confucian sect. This allowed the Devil Emperor's cultivation to break through the limits of the 5 tribulations and reach the peak of the 3 calamities realm. The demonic sword danced, and black demonic energy curled around it. Each move was stronger than the last, and the murderous light was like a falling mountain, causing the universe to tremble. Ning Chen used his sword to block the attack. The green sparrow cried, unable to withstand the mighty demonic might. His former best friend had now drawn their swords against each other. Ning Chen felt a throbbing pain in his heart. His sword potential unconsciously weakened once more. The evil sword slashed across mercilessly. Ning Chen took half a step back, blood gushing out of his left shoulder. Not too far away, Luofei was quietly watching the battle. It was rumored that the great Xia Jiming Marquis was cold and heartless. But now, it seemed that no matter how cold a person's temperament was, there would still be times when they couldn't do anything. "Jiming Marquis, since we are acquaintances, I'll give you a word of advice. If you don't want to die here, it's not too late to turn back now," Madame Luo calmly said. Not far away, Zhong Qianqiu couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Just what was this sect girl thinking? The killing light of samsara was dazzling. The extreme demonic might force Ning Chen to retreat again and again. He was surrounded by danger. With a clang, the 2 swords clashed once more. Ning Chen's lips turned red, dyeing his clothes red. Seeing that his best friend had entered the demonic state, Ning Chen's heart was filled with pain. He finally made up his mind. He clenched his left hand, and remembrance entered his hand. A surging sword intent swept through the heavens and earth. Saber potential appeared behind it. Frost descended from the heavens, creating a solemn scene. "I'm sorry." Ning Chen knew that if he didn't win this battle, he wouldn't be able to bring his best friend back. He suppressed the unbearable feeling in his heart. 3 scrolls appeared at the same time, and he fully activated his cultivation. In an instant, his shocking foundation erupted. A strange light flashed in Madame Luo's eyes. What extraordinary decisiveness! Even now, this battle still wasn't over. Facing the opponent's strength, the demonic emperor wasn't afraid at all. The samsara demon sword was raised to the heavens. Demonic chi spread out and its might shook the heavens. Autumn water flows through the yin and yang, light appears in the sea of clouds. This was a Confucian technique, but it was filled with a heaven-shaking demonic chi. The demonic cultivator urged his cultivation, and demonic chi soared into the sky, splitting apart the sea of clouds. Light descended, and this technique stirred up the winds and clouds, forming a giant vortex. Black light blocked out the sun, and a powerful demonic chi spread out, giving people the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. The demonic technique of the past was now displaying its most terrifying might in the hands of the demonic cultivator. Wherever the demonic chi spread, the flowers didn't smell, the birds didn't cry, and the world seemed dead. Heaven and earth cry, life and death defying fate. Saber and sword appeared in a rainbow light, bursting forth with the most elegant style. Sabers fell from the sky, and the earth's swords rose. In the dead world, only the sharp light of sabers and swords could be seen, blooming in the demonic chi. The two extreme techniques collided, and a terrifying shock wave spread out. The two of them bore the brunt of the impact. They both swallowed their injuries and were forced back several steps. The demonic cultivator and the life-knowing cultivator didn't stop. Their sabers and swords clashed once more, drawing out beams of light that were faster, heavier, and more ruthless. This was a dazzling battle. The two's incomparable battle souls caused all the other heavenly geniuses to pale in comparison. Sect girl, are you still not going to attack? On the other side of the battlefield, Zhong Qianqiu angrily shouted. My matters aren't for you to meddle in, Luofei indifferently replied. Then are you going to meddle in Xia Sinyu's life? Zhong Qianqiu icily asked. The battlefield instantly changed. Ning Chen's body trembled, and he was immediately infuriated. The phoenix feather had appeared in the chaos of the imperial palace, but he hadn't been able to find Xia Sinyu's whereabouts. So it really had been the Eternal Night God sect that had secretly done this. When the demonic cultivator heard Xia Sinyu's name, his eyes twitched. But in the next moment, demonic chi curled up once more, restoring the darkness. Outside the battlefield, Luofei's calm expression finally turned cold. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. Zhong Qianqiu, don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise, not even your status as a palace master will be able to save your life. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot out, instantly entering the battlefield. Moonlight flowed around her hands, shaking the blades of swords and sabers. Luofei's sudden appearance caused the balance of the battle to shift once more. The scroll of moon displayed a strange ability. Sabers and swords rapidly slowed as they approached. A battle between three peak powerhouses was rarely seen in the world. Ning Chen was fighting one against two. His saber and sword danced, his expression unprecedentedly focused. Sword against sword, saber against palm, his battle spirit soaring. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out in the distance. Each step was steady, neither fast nor slow. It was clearly imprinted in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. In the next moment, azure robes appeared, dancing in the wind. His handsome face was calm and indifferent as he slowly walked over. Behind him was a little girl with a sword stand on her back. She was as charming as ever, and her pure sword heart caused everyone to stare at her. The sudden appearance of the two caused the intense battle to come to a standstill. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Wild. The Yen Grand Prince calmly said. Wild responded and gently put down the sword stand on her back. She stretched out her hand and pulled out a light blue sword. She turned into a stream of light and instantly entered the battlefield. The cultivation of the first tribulation of the Khanate realm was not conspicuous in the current battle. Everyone present was the peak powerhouses of the Xia dynasty and the Eternal Night sect. Ordinary Khanate realm cultivators were not even qualified to participate in the battle. The initial heart displayed its sharpness. Her sword swept out, causing the peak powerhouses present to be shocked. The sword arrived in front of her in an instant. Luofei focused her mind, not daring to be careless at this moment. She activated the scroll of moon, intending to use her absolute cultivation to fight against the sword. However, the initial heart's sword seemed to have sensed it. Before the strong move could be made, the sword edge had arrived in advance. Luofei frowned and changed her palm stance again. Unexpectedly, the initial heart's sword edge changed accordingly, still anticipating the enemy's advance. It was extremely strange. With a bang, the sword and palm collided. The sword's momentum was endless, and the palm's momentum had yet to rise. It was actually a draw. The people present were not ordinary people. They could see the exquisiteness of the sword at a glance. At this moment they were even more shocked. It was the first time they had seen a sword like this that predicted the enemy's advance and forcibly sealed the opponent's move. Ning Chen activated his remembrance and knocked away the demonic sword in front of his eyes. He took the opportunity to glance at the battle beside him and was also shocked by Ah Man's sword move. Although it was only a short 1 or 2 moves, he could see that Ah Man's cultivation was extraordinary. His opponent was Luofei. Even he had to focus on her, but Ah Man was able to exchange blows with her for a short time. It was really incredible. Prince Yen stood outside the battle and looked at the battle in front of him. He nodded gently. Although diligence could make up for stupidity, talent was never something that could be ignored. Ning Chen, this brat, had been unable to comprehend the sword breath. However, Ah Man's heart was clear and pure. "I don't want to hurt you. Back down." Luofei's aura fluctuated. She flipped her palm to knock away the initial heart's sword and said calmly, "Ah Man, back down." The aftermath of the collision of the sword and saber surged. Ning Chen forcibly blocked the demonic reincarnation sword's edge and retreated half a step. Ah Man had truly become stronger, but his opponent was the eternal night god Sek's disciple. He couldn't last for too long. At this moment, Prince Yen flipped his right hand and condensed his sword fingers. Azure and red swords flew out, transforming into 2 streaks of light that landed on the battlefield. With a boom, everyone was pushed back. "All right, stop fighting." The 2 swords separated the 2 battles. The Grand Xia's current legend had taken action, instantly ending this battle. "Senior." Ning Chen's expression became anxious. "There's no need to say anything." Prince Yen waved his hand to interrupt him. Looking into the depths of the Eternal Night God sect, a light flashed in his eyes. "Eternal Night God sect's leader, are you still not coming out?" Heaven and earth changed colors as a powerful aura slowly awakened. A moment later, a dignified voice resounded throughout the world. "Grand Xia's Prince Yen, you really didn't disappoint me." Behind the second hall of Evernight, a third divine hall rose from the ground amidst loud rumbles. The majestic and magnificent divine hall resonated with the first and second divine halls from afar, creating a spectacular sight. The third shrine of the Eternal Night God sect had finally appeared in the mortal world. "It's him." Ning Chen immediately reacted. He recognized this aura. Back then, he had felt the same when he had used that palm. It was shockingly powerful. "Zong Qianqiu by Qi Luofei, this battle is over. Devil Lord, the battle has only just begun. There's no need to rush." A calm voice rang out from the third shrine. "Yes, Father." Luofei respectfully bowed. Since Sect Master said to stop, Qianqiu naturally wouldn't dare disobey. Zong Qianqiu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Xia Zi didn't reply. He took out his demonic reincarnation sword and returned to the first shrine. Chapter 319. Ning Chen's fists turned pale as he watched his friend disappear into the first shrine. His heart was heavy. "Let's go back." Imperial Prince Yen waved his hand, retrieving his swords. Ning Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to bring Zi back today. He sighed and left. The army retreated into Grand Xia territory. The appearance of the third hall of Evernight would definitely change the war. Marquis Victorious Return's expression was solemn as he hurried back to arrange a countermeasure. Imperial Prince Yen brought the 2 back to the Grand Xia Imperial City. He hadn't returned for many years, so he had to go back. The road ahead was long and Ning Chen's brows were tightly knitted. Wild reached out and smoothed his furrowed brows. "Not good." Ning Chen suppressed his thoughts and forced a smile. The only person who hadn't changed after all these years was Wild. The road ahead was difficult, and Imperial Prince Yen wasn't in a hurry. Wild wasn't in a hurry, and it was useless for Ning Chen to be anxious. He walked at a steady pace through the wilderness, his simple yet noble robes fluttering in the wind. He was a living legend, stunning both the past and the present. "Senior," Ning Chen said anxiously. "Quiet." Prince Yen did not turn his head. He only replied calmly. Ning Chen sighed. He had no choice but to continue forward. 10 days and 10 nights later, the three had walked out of the western frontier and into the central plains of Grand Xia. However, they were still quite far from the imperial city. Because of Xia Zi's demonization, Ning Chen's anger rushed to his heart, and he used extremely bloody methods to forcefully suppress the rebellion of the Confucian school and Sanskrit city. However, the greatest taboo on the path of cultivation was to be tainted by karma and not be able to guard one's original heart. Imperial Prince Yen could see that Ning Chen wasn't far from the fourth tribulation. If the latter were to attempt it in his current state, failure would be the only outcome. On the 11th day, a ghostly aura appeared in front of them as a beautiful red figure appeared. It was a Rakshasa, her eyes cold. "Follow me once you're done," Yen Qin Prince said. He didn't stop and continued forward with Man Ning Chen looked at the ghostly woman who had suddenly appeared with a hint of shock in his eyes. Her red wedding dress was still bloody red, and her charming face was no longer covered by the red silk. Her beauty was enough to make one lose their soul. This was the first time the two of them had met since they parted that day. The ghostly chi around the ghostly woman, who had returned to her Rakshasa form, became even colder. Those who were unsettled would instantly lose themselves in it. Rakshasa had always been a symbol of viciousness and ruthlessness in hell. They were merciless and bloodthirsty. If they were to develop feelings, they would have to suffer for themselves. "If I turn into a demon in the future, will you attack the Eternal Night Church like you did to save Xia Zi?" the ghost girl asked. Her calm words carried a tinge of coldness. Rakshasa had feelings, but fate was merciless. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in the world did not go according to one's wishes. Once a Rakshasa lady in the netherworld returned to her original heart, her humanity would gradually disappear until she ascended to the throne of the netherworld. Luo Cha was evil by nature, and her kindness was nothing more than an illusion. Although Luo Cha was reluctant to part with her, she could no longer stay. Ning Chen didn't know what Ghost Lady was implying, but he still nodded seriously and replied, "We are friends. Ning Chen will not shirk from the matters of friends." A glint flashed across Ghost Lady's cold eyes. She said softly, "Your words are enough. If I turn into a demon in the future, you don't have to be merciful. Ghost Lady is willing. We will meet again." With that, the ghostly mist rose again. The red figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ghost Lady." Ning Chen went forward, but he only touched a trace of red. He could no longer see the figure in the ghostly mist. On the road ahead, Prince Yen walked forward step by step. He didn't care about the junior behind him. Whether it was a tribulation or fate, he had to experience it himself. "Ah man, he followed you for 10 days. Did he feel the sword breath once?" Prince Yen asked. Ah Man shook his head and said, "No." Heh. Prince Yen didn't ask any more questions and continued walking. A fool and a fool. Most of the time, the distinction between them was not clear. If it was only in terms of intelligence, wisdom, and scheming, then even 10 mans added together wouldn't be able to compare to a single Ning Chen. Besides that military advisor of the Northern Meng imperial court, perhaps no one else in the world could surpass this junior. Unfortunately, intelligence did not mean talent. Ning Chen was smart enough, but he had too many obsessions in his heart. His sword heart could not be clear. If he couldn't let go, he might not be able to feel the sword breath for the rest of his life. Behind her, Ning Chen followed. Because of Ghost Lady, the worry between his brows deepened. Ah Man reached out again to smooth his frown and said softly, "It doesn't look good." Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled. However, his smile became more and more forced. "Give me your sword," said a man as she pulled his hand. Ning Chen was startled. Before he could speak, a man had already placed her other hand on his chest. I want the one inside. The knowing destiny sword was the sword of the bloodline. Its importance was self-evident. However, a man had already asked for it. Ning Chen had only rejected a man once in his life. Since then, no matter what happened, he never said no again. This time was the same. Yes. Ning Chen didn't hesitate at all. He flipped his right hand and circulated his true essence. A bloody mist filled the sky and the knowing destiny sword slowly rose into the air. Blood-red lines crisscrossed the azure sword. Dazzling bloody light revolved around it as if it was alive. It was extremely extraordinary. A man took the sword. In the next moment, the knowing destiny sword entered her body and chose a new master. Their bloodlines were connected, so there was no problem of bloodline rejection. A moment later, the bloody light dissipated and vanished. Ning Chen's face was slightly pale. Having lost his knowing destiny sword, his aura had weakened quite a bit. In the next few days, the three of them slowed down even more. The Yen Imperial Prince had given Ning Chen time to recover. No matter who it was impossible for them to recover in a day or two after losing their sword. Fortunately, Ning Chen's foundation was extraordinary and he also had the protection of the phoenix blood. After 5 days of recovery, he was mostly fine. Rumble, just as the three of them were continuing on their way, the eastern horizon suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled, shaking the 9 heavens. Ning Chen was shocked. He immediately recognized the location of the thunder. It was in the direction of the Ascension Valley. In the Ascension Valley, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. The Realm Master had arrived in the Divine Prefecture. The Realm Master of the 4 extreme realms had reappeared. His aura was even stronger than before, and he looked much younger than before. At this moment, all the innate experts in the Divine Prefecture felt this unshakable aura. They were all shocked. Oh! In the 3rd palace of the Eternal Night sect, a soft exclamation was heard. Apparently, he was also surprised by this sudden change. Divine Prefecture, haha. The casual smile grew bigger and bigger. No one could doubt the arrogance of a supreme expert. The Divine Prefecture's sad cry seemed to indicate the arrival of an even greater disaster. How can this be? Ning Chen clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. He looked at the figure in the distant horizon and felt powerless. In the west was the 3rd palace master of the Eternal Night sect. In the east was the realm master of the 4 extreme realms. This time, what else could he do? At the same time, the 5 marquises of the Great Xia all felt something. Their eyes were unprecedentedly serious and determined. The 1,000-year Great Xia must not be harmed in their generation. A strange and heavy pressure spread out in the eastern sky. All of a sudden, a white memory flashed in Ning Chen's mind. It became clearer and clearer. Although the weak aura was not too obvious, it was not completely undetectable. The white cocoon he found in the Lingchuan Valley had a similar pressure. Ning Chen's expression darkened. If this was really the case, it could not be worse. He had not found a way to deal with the white fog insect swarm. Last time, he did not have time to eliminate the problem. He did not expect to leave such a huge disaster behind. Let's go. Let's continue, Prince Yen said calmly and continued forward. Senior, Ning Chen said anxiously. How could he be at ease? Calm down, Prince Yen said calmly, unmoved. Ning Chen was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He followed behind patiently step by step. After more than 10 days, the three finally reached the imperial city. After the chaos of the Confucian sect, all the imperial guards in the imperial city were mobilized. When an imperial guard commander saw the azure-robed figure, he was shocked and immediately knelt down. Greetings, Prince Yen. When the soldiers behind saw their commander salute, they were shocked. Then, they also knelt down and saluted respectfully. Greetings, Prince Yen. The 7 kings were in trouble, the Xia Emperor had become a demon, and the imperial bloodline of the Great Xia had almost withered. Now, the most legendary prince of the Great Xia had finally returned. Rise! Prince Yen walked forward without stopping, all the way to the royal palace. Ning Chen and a man walked at the back. Prince Yen had returned. In the imperial palace, all the soldiers knelt down to welcome him. The legend of the Great Xia had finally returned. In the center of the imperial palace, the heavenly mandate palace that had once represented the glory of the Great Xia had already disappeared. Prince Yen glanced at it, then walked toward the Weiyang Palace. After Xia Zi had become a demon, the only bloodline left in the imperial family was Qi who was not even 4 years old. The matters of the imperial court could only be sent to the Weiyang Palace and asked the bedridden eldest grandson to make decisions. The warnings of the Confucian sect and Prajna city were still vivid in their minds. After seeing the bloody methods of the Jiming Marquis, the officials of the court calmed down. No one dared to provoke him at this time. The crimes of the Confucian sect had been investigated by the Taisei and announced to the world. Even the matter of them poisoning the kings had been proven. There was no room for quibbling. The Taisei's methods of interrogation were the best in the world. The secret interrogation room had become a forbidden area for the entire Taisei. The Taisei had found out everything he wanted to know from the military commander and confirmed the crime of the Confucian sect's betrayal. Most importantly, in this special period, anyone who wanted to cause trouble had to weigh the pros and cons of the Jiming Marquis. The destruction of the Confucian sect and Prajna city was almost massacred. This was not a dream but something that had happened in reality. This was the bloodiest rebellion in the Great Xia in the past 1,000 years. In the Weiyang Palace, Prince Yen walked over with 2 juniors. Qing Ning went up to welcome them. She then led Man to the side and left some space for the 3 of them to talk. Ning Chen looked at the bedridden eldest grandson. Sadness flashed across his eyes. The Empress who had once tried her best to protect him had really grown old. There was more haggard and tiredness on her beautiful face. The successive blows made Zhang Xuan's body, which was not very good to begin with, finally unable to hold on. She grew weaker day by day. Chapter 320. Great Xia did not have an emperor, and Zhang Sun was the only person in charge. She had to personally decide all matters in the court. Zhang Sun had already received the news that Yan King had returned. Seeing the 2 of them enter, she waved her hand and called Ning Chen forward. Empress! Ning Chen sat in front of the bed and looked at the haggard Zhang Sun. He squeezed out a smile. The Jiming Marquis, who was strong and cold in front of everyone, also had things that he was afraid of. Especially when Zhang Xuan's body was getting worse and worse, this fear was increasing by the day. Zhang Sun saw the fear in the young man's eyes, and she reached out to touch his face. She smiled. It's okay, you are not married yet. No matter what, I will hold on. Ning Chen nodded his head and forced a smile. Empress, your words are the imperial edict. You have to keep your word. Zhang Sun nodded and handed over the document in her hand. This is an country marquis proposal to add a new marquis. Take a look. Ning Chen took it and took a look. He understood the gist of it. Since 4 years ago, close to half of Great Xia's marquises had died in battle. This was not the first time someone had brought it up. An country marquis had a son who had been a marquis for many years. He had many military achievements and was one of the top candidates. An country marquis was an old official, and his loyalty was unquestionable. This document might have some selfish motives, but it was normal. There is also the head of the Tyli department. He has contributed a lot to this rebellion. Who do you think is more suitable, him or Marquis Anling? Zhang Sun asked again. Ning Chen kept silent. In truth, be it Kong Yu or Anling Marquis, they had not reached the level of a marquis. Every martial marquis that was conferred the title of martial marquis in Great Xia had to be able to hold their own. In terms of strength and strategy, the 2 of them were much weaker than the martial marquises on the battlefield. Seeing Ning Chen keep silent, Zhang Sun naturally understood what was going on. There were many marquises in Great Xia, but there were only a few marquises. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become a marquis. It was not that they did not want to become a marquis, but that no one could. The imperial family owed the in-country marquis family. Zi had left during an Rongrua's empress coronation ceremony, and the coronation was not completed. The Marquis of Anling was the only son of the Marquis of An Kingdom, and he was also an Rongrua's father. His status was illustrious, and coupled with the military merits he'd accumulated over the years, he was indeed considered to be outstanding amongst the current candidate. Nyang Nyang, allow me to consider this matter for a few days before giving you an answer, Ningchen said softly. Yes. Zhang Sun nodded and said, All right, you can leave first. I still have some matters to discuss with Prince Yen. Ning Chen stood up, bowed respectfully, and then left. Outside the room, Qing Ning was whispering something to Ah Man. When she saw Ah Man walk in, she stopped whispering. Chased out? Qing Ning asked bluntly. Ah Man just laughed along and didn't say anything. Ning Chen walked up and looked at Ah Man in confusion. He then looked at Qing Ning. It should be the first time the two of them had met, but why did it feel like they were more familiar with each other than him? Wild, what are you talking about? Asked Ning Chen curiously. Sister Qing Ning said that I can't tell you, Ah Man answered honestly. It's okay. Women always say the opposite. What she means is that you can tell me, Ning Chen said seriously. Pow! Qing Ning slapped him. Feeling the pain in his head, Ning Chen immediately became much more obedient. Ah Man also slapped him. Then she looked at her own hand and smiled prettier than a flower. Ning Chen was helpless. This girl had learned bad things from him. At this moment, a five-colored ray of light descended from the sky. A terrifying pressure descended, shaking the entire imperial city. Ning Chen's expression changed and he stepped forward, protecting Qing Ning and Ah Man behind him. He flipped his hand to receive the five-colored light. Qi waves surged around him, and his white robes danced wildly. The Holy Land's kill order. Ning Chen glanced at the name that Danju had crossed out. He raised his head and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky. His expression became grave. Jiming Marquis, this sovereign has come to take your life. In the sky where five colors circulated, a supreme figure stood tall. The sky and earth trembled unceasingly, as if they were unable to withstand the pressure. Waves of mournful wails rang out. The master of the four extremes was even stronger than before. His strength had reached a terrifying level. Today, he had come for the King of Disaster's order and the Yin-Yang two elements formation. He was determined to kill the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis, who had disobeyed the Holy Land. Master of the four extremes, you've overstepped your boundaries. Amidst the calm voice, the door opened, and a green figure walked out, speaking indifferently. Prince Yen, I've only come today for the Jiming Marquis. Don't make me change my mind and start a massacre, said the master of the four extremes coldly. Is it that serious? Asked Prince Yen. The master of the four extremes coldly snorted. His body flickered, and he used the momentum of falling from the sky to slap down with his palm. Then die. A wild and tyrannical aura descended. His palm split heaven and earth. Prince Yen narrowed his eyes and sent out a palm to meet the master of the four extremes. The ground shook violently and rocks flew everywhere. Prince Yan's feet sank 3 inches into the ground, and the ground around him cracked and spread in all directions. Not far away, on the sword rack, 4 swords flew out at the same time and stabbed into the ground. Instantly, the collapsed ground quickly stabilized. Prince Yen pointed out with his left hand. Sword intent surged and soared into the sky. Seeing this, the master of the four extremes retreated 100 meters, dodging the magnificent sword Qi. Ning Chen, protect them, Prince Yen instructed. Then, he stomped his foot and the 4 swords flew up into the sky. In the sky, 2 figures were facing each other. One was covered in 5-colored light, while the other was wearing azure robe. The master of the four extremes was fighting against a legend of the Grand Xia. The peak experts of the current generation were facing off. The three palace masters of the Eternal Night God sect looked over at the same time, calmly watching this crucial battle. If a legend of the Grand Xia was defeated, then the final sky of the Grand Xia would crumble. Down below, Ning Chen's expression was extremely grave. Although he had absolute confidence in his senior's strength, the current master of the four extremes was different from before. He had reached a higher level of enlightenment, and no one knew just how far he had advanced. Flame Calamity! The master of the four extremes clenched his fist. In the midst of thunder and lightning, a peerless weapon appeared and landed in his hand. The Flame Calamity had once again descended upon the world. Facing a reborn opponent, Prince Yen waved his hand and summoned Abyss Condensation. The black sword swallowed all the light around it, making it difficult to distinguish. The Flame Calamity was a battle of sealing swords. When the two swords clashed, fierce flames surged. The light of the sword and the saber attracted the attention of all the Xiantian experts in the world. The Battle of the Peak had just begun, and it had already displayed its magnificence. Strong, a completely different kind of strength. It was so strong that it was difficult for people to touch it. The master of the four extremes used his weapon as support. His true essence surged out endlessly. A strange power shook the wind and clouds. One sword forbidden martial arts, no Tao under the heavens. Prince Yan's sword aura changed. Abyss Condensation sword intent circulated in his hand. Black light spread out, devouring the heavens and devouring the earth. In the most extreme collision, the sword and the saber vibrated together. Ripples spread out, spreading to thousands of miles away. In the extreme east, at the end of the world, Mu Bai, who was sitting in the sky, was also attracted by this peerless battle. Countless sword lights circled around, buzzing softly. In the sky above Dexia's imperial city, the master of the four extremes became stronger as the battle went on. With his weapon in hand and his cultivation that far exceeded his past, he gradually suppressed Abyss Condensation sword light. Zhiga! Seeing this, Prince Yen clenched his left hand. Among the three floating swords, Zhiga flew past, and the heavy sword's sharpness reappeared. With a clang, the sword and saber clashed again. It was a completely different move. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, breaking the sky. The two swords moved side by side, and the death light shone in the sky. The situation of the battle changed again. The master of the four extremes' expression sank. He turned his palm to block the sword. Vast vital energy shook, and his cultivation broke through the limit. In the shocking change, streaks of white light appeared and spread endlessly. A strong pressure surged out. Below the battle, Ning Chen leaped up and stood 10 feet in the air. He activated his martial arts and activated the life scroll to its peak. Snow fell from the sky and spread endlessly, protecting everyone's safety. At this moment, the entire imperial city was covered in snowflakes. They fell to the ground and melted, removing the divine might from the sky. Snow in July was a marvelous sight. Countless eyes looked at the figure above the imperial palace, feeling ashamed. At this moment, the one who was truly willing to protect them was still the Marquis they had once abandoned. Ning Chen didn't care. He didn't care anymore. He looked at the sky seriously. With a wave of his right hand, 2 streaks of light flew from the Marquis residence and arrived instantly. In the sky, the master of the four extremes merged with the power of the white cocoon in his body. The light around him turned white, and he reached the peak of his strength. Just as the battle started again, the snow below suddenly rolled wildly. An extreme brilliance rose. In the dazzling silver light, the death break bow was fully drawn, and the heaven pardon arrow was drawn. The Zhao family's bow. The master of the four extremes frowned. He moved and retreated 10 feet away. On the fully drawn death break bow, the heaven pardon arrow kept gathering spiritual chi. Its aura rose rapidly, approaching the limit of the three disasters, and still rising. In the third hall of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the figure on the throne had a strange expression. The Zhao family's bow. The Divine Continent actually still had an item from the Zhao family. In front of him was the great Xia dynasty's Prince Yan, whose combat power was not yet exhausted. Below him was the Zhao family's bow, whose power was unknown. The Master of the Four Extremes didn't want to take the risk. He retracted the white light around him and returned to his original state. He stepped forward and left the battlefield. Jiming Marquis, cherish your last days. We'll meet again. The five-colored light dissipated, leaving behind a final warning. The terrifying pressure above the imperial palace also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Looking at the departing figure, Prince Yan's eyes flashed. He moved his hands, and the two swords in his hands turned into streaks of light and flew down, along with the two floating swords not far away. They entered the sword rack and their sharpness disappeared. Ning Chen landed. Because he had used all his strength to activate the Death Break bow and the Heaven Pardon arrow, he had used up a lot of energy. His face was slightly pale. This Master of the Four Extremes was getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the senior restraining him, he might not even have the chance to draw the bow, let alone spend time gathering power. Be careful. Qing Ning looked worried. With such a powerful expert of the three disasters watching, it was no small matter. Don't worry, I will be careful. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and comforted her. The Master of the Four Extremes couldn't wait to attack. He definitely wanted to take back the Yinyang Jade. This time it was really troublesome. Chapter 321. In the northern wastelands, the calamity of hell descended. Underworld flames burned the world. Amidst the heartless laughter, an extremely evil figure appeared. Flames burned everything within 100 li, turning everything into scorched earth. He was an anomaly of the underworld. He had neither heart nor virtue, but he had the greatest aptitude in the past 10,000 years. After breaking through the Xiantian restraints, his cultivation continued to rise, and he was already on the verge of the fifth Xiantian tribulation. A ghost girl in a red wedding dress chased after him. She relied on the connection between the underworld spring and the ghost origin to chase after him. She knew that there was not much left of her humanity. She was about to regain her original Rakshasa nature. Although the ghost girl was reluctant to part with it, she could not hold it any longer. At the very least, at the very last moment, he had to get rid of this greatest threat for him. Fellow cultivators killing each other, it truly makes my heart ache. Underworld Child stretched out a finger and swiped it across his lip. A nonchalant smile flashed through his devilish eyes. The ghost girl didn't say a word. Her first move was the ghost desolation. Today, she didn't want to win, but she wanted to enter the Yellow Springs together with him. 100 ghosts trapped the sky. The ghost desolation art was activated once again. Ghostly shadows swirled in the air, not to attack the enemy, but to surround the two of them within 1,000 feet radius, completely cutting off their path of retreat. Dear fellow practitioner, may I say something stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, Netherchild's feet moved, and he instantly arrived in front of Yi Chen. His palm carried the dark blue flames as it violently surged out. Ghost desolation art, soul severing. The ghost girl's hands were surrounded by cold ghost energy. Her divine power was innate. She took the attack head-on. Her long hair, which had turned from black to red, danced in the wind, adding to the atmosphere of a battle to the death. When the two palms collided, the ground was instantly split apart. The underworld spring trembled with ghost energy, and within 1,000 feet, the sun did not shine. For thousands of years, the strongest underworld child fought a life and death battle with the ghost woman. With a flip of his palm and a kick, the power of evil ghosts spread out. The mortal world was like hell, and the vitality of grass, trees, birds, and beasts were rapidly sucked away. There was no turning back. The ghost girl's final wish before entering Rakshasa was to give up her life, and give up everything. In the battle of punishing evil, there was no room for mercy. If he was going to do evil and harm the people he treasured, then before that, he would join hands with Siawang. The gloomy and cold ghost Chi produced black ice flowers in the surrounding heaven and earth, sealing the underworld flames. The ghost desolate killing aura shook the heavens. The earth that was riddled with holes once again suffered a calamity. It collapsed completely, sinking down several zhang. There was no longer any trace of gentleness on her beautiful face. It was cold, still cold, so cold that it made one's heart tremble. The underworld child responded. The corners of his mouth had already turned scarlet red. The ghost woman's killing intent was on full display. Her strength had surpassed the limits of the underworld spring. Even the protection of the underworld spring couldn't compare. Ha ha! The injured divergent from the underworld didn't show any fear. Instead, the laughter from his mouth became even more ear-piercing. Those who had lost their minds didn't seem to feel pain. They didn't even care if their bodies were destroyed. At this moment, the madman who had chased after every minute or even every second felt a sense of excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. Facing the ghost girl's fierce killing move, he didn't retreat but instead advanced, trading injury for injury. Similarly, the ghost girl did not dodge or evade. She only attacked and did not defend. She used all of her ghost origin, not to heal, but to strengthen the power of the ghost desolate. Ghost chi and evil chi intertwined, and the injuries on their bodies became more and more serious. However, the fierceness of their moves did not weaken at all, and each move was stronger than the last. Underworld flame against desolate ghost. The battle between the two of them was originally evil, but because one of them had a human nature, a change occurred in this generation. This battle was no longer a simple slaughter. The underworld child raised his hand and evil flames surged. He punched out and ghost chi burned, causing ghosts to howl. With a bang, the ghost girl forcibly resisted. She turned her palm and condensed a myriad of black frost. A world-shaking palm imprinted itself on the underworld child's body. The splashing blood could not stop the increase in killing intent. After being repeatedly injured, the ghost origin's underworld origin became weaker and weaker. The heavens and earth mourned, and ear-piercing tremors sounded as if they were crying for this world-shaking battle. The smile on the underworld child's face became even crazier. The stimulation of death had finally allowed the divergent to feel his true existence for the first time. Calamity flame invades the heavens. The underworld child took a step forward, and calamity flames gushed out. A sea of flames rose up in a 300-meter radius. He used his most evil move again, and dark blue flames violently surged out with the power to destroy the heavens. The ghost girl's figure flickered. Ghost chi surged around her and rushed into the underworld flame. Patches of black frost dissipated, and at the final moment, her delicate hand broke through the obstruction and imprinted itself on the underworld child's chest. With a bang, 2 waterfalls of blood scattered. Ghost chi poured into the underworld child's body. However, the underworld flame also invaded the ghost girl's body. Both sides were injured and blood splashed out. The bitter battle did not stop at all. It would only stop when one side fell. The blood that splashed out during the battle slowly fell to the ground. The beauty of life was that there was only one chance. The ghost girl had her own perseverance. She did not want a Rakshasa to appear in the world. She had to finish what she had to do while she was still a human. As her injuries became more serious, it became harder to suppress her Rakshasa nature. The ghost girl knew that the final moment had arrived, and she did not delay any longer. She took the attack head-on and rushed forward. With a flip of her palm, she grabbed the underworld child's body. Ghost Desolation Art, Infernal Annihilation. The Ghost Desolation Art finally appeared in the world. In an instant, Infernal Annihilation Art was destroyed. 10,000 meters of land collapsed. The two figures that fell together continued to fall. The ghost girl was determined to perish together with the underworld child. She did not want to let go. Since they were cultivators, they could not be of one mind, then they would die together. The huge rocks and dirt that fell were about to bury the two figures. From today onwards, the legends of the underworld would be buried. However, at this moment, a change occurred. Under the collapsed ground, a terrifying red earth flame appeared, bringing with it a monstrous heat wave. The scorching earth flame spread between heaven and earth. The black snowflakes formed by ghost chi quickly melted, and most of their power dissipated. Dear fellow cultivator, you have failed. In the midst of the earth flame's heat wave, a smile flashed across the underworld child's face. The underworld flame around his body rose again. With the help of the terrain, he dispersed the ghost origin in the ghost girl's dantian sea of chi. The ghost girl fell to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking at the lava that was scattered all over the sky, she sighed in her heart. She did not expect that she would let him escape death in the end. With the ghost origin destroyed, ghost chi scattered. As her body flickered, the ghost girl looked in the direction of Grand Xia's imperial city. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. She had done her best and hoped that he would have a happy life. The Rakshasa returned to her heart. Before she disappeared, the ghost girl returned to her original appearance. Her eyes were red, and her blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Rakshasa, you've lost. The underworld child's rare smile vanished as he spoke coldly. The underworld's laws dictate that the victor rules. The loser has no complaints. The Rakshasa no longer had the slightest trace of emotion. The underworld child walked forward, his body also becoming incorporeal. After countless years, his two bodies finally merged once more. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared, causing the world to change color. The terrifying fluctuations shook the world. A power that surpassed 5 tribulations and reached the level of 3 tribulations caused all the martial artists in the divine continent to clearly feel this heavy pressure. Within the underworld palace's netherworld hall, the red demon saber and purple gold divine sword trembled once more as they sensed the underworld master appear. In the next moment, they turned into 2 rays of light that shot towards the distant battlefield. Within the Knowing Destiny Marquis residence, Ning Chen suddenly felt a heavy feeling in his heart. In the past, the Rakshasa had only briefly established his life, but today he had a special feeling. An intense unease rose from the depths of his heart. Ghost girl. Ning Chen was shocked. He took a step forward and disappeared. The underworld child has won. The underworld king has appeared. Interesting. Within the eternal night divine sect's 3rd divine palace, a valiant figure stood up from the throne. Heaven and earth trembled, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. In the northern wastelands, the underworld child's appearance changed after fusing with the Rakshsa's body. His handsome face gained a noble and dignified aura. His dark blue battle armor turned a flawless white amidst the red and blue colors. The king of hell had appeared. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An unusually powerful pressure filled the world. It hadn't completely appeared, but it was undoubtedly one of the 3 tribulations. It was shocking. Within Peerless City, the Lord of the 4 extreme realms was alarmed by this powerful aura. He looked towards the north of the Grand Xia and frowned slightly. At the same time, in the northern wastelands, 3 streaks of light shot through the sky, 1 in front and 2 behind. Their speed was shocking. Ghost girl. Not long after, Sui arrived. What entered her eyes was a scene of devastation. It was clear that the previous battle was tragic. The blood had not dried yet. A familiar aura overflowed, shaking the hearts of those who came. The last words were still vivid in her ears, but the person in front of her had completely changed. Half familiar and half disgusted, clearly indicating the outcome of this tragic battle. Ning Chen was furious. He didn't say a word. His sword moved and arrived in an instant. With a clang, the sword broke through the void and pierced the Underworld King's chest. However, a surging wave of air surged out and blocked the tip of the green sparrow sword. Is it hatred? Is it anger? Foolish human emotions? Back off. At this moment, the purple and red streams of light flew from afar. The Calamity Demon blade and the forbidden sword were in his hands. The Underworld King's body showed its power. His true yuan spread out. Instantly, a terrifying wave of air rushed out and knocked Su-yi away. Ning Chen landed on the ground and took a few steps back. A trace of blood quietly slid down the corner of his mouth. The Underworld King's strength was shocking. With just one move, he defeated the great Xiaojiming Marquis, whose strength was close to the Three Disasters realm. With his friends in trouble one after another, Ning Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He finally lost his mind and no longer cared about the matter of sealing the passage between the two realms. He clenched his left hand and the Remembrance sword was in his hand. The frost collapsed and the black fate exploded. With the addition of fate, his entire body turned black. Ning Chen stood in the endless darkness. His figure flashed and he took a step forward. His black blade severing soul. With a loud bang, heaven and earth exploded. The blackened divine weapons were a pair of world-destroying demonic blades. Violent shockwaves surged out, and the destroyed earth was stirred up by 100 feet of sand, shaking heaven and earth. The furious Ning Chen no longer had his usual calmness. He released all of his cultivation. With the blade and sword in his hand, black chi surrounded him. He used the power of the 3 scrolls to fight the Underworld King. Yama's forbidden sword, annihilation. The Underworld King waved the forbidden sword in his hand. Purple light shone brightly. With one slash, he killed Ning Chen. Ning Chen did not retreat at all. The Dayan Green Sparrow condensed frost and met the attack head-on. The frost surged and the pair of divine swords shone. The clash between the blade and the sword reached its peak at this moment. Ning Chen in his strongest state fought the Underworld King. One blade and one sword, killing light was rampant. On the east and west, the Eternal Night Hierarch and the Masters of the 4 Extreme Realms were watching this battle in the north of the Great Xia dynasty. What a Underworld King, what a great Xiaojiming Marquis. Chapter 322. The disappearance of the Ghost Lady made Ning Chen completely lose his mind. The light of the 3 heavenly tomes flashed continuously around him, surging and chaotic. The black aura swallowed fiercely. The Remembrance of Love and the Green Sparrow cried at the same time, as if they could feel the pain in their master's heart. The King of Hell wore a noble and clean white armor. With a divine sword and a demon blade in his hand, his power became more and more terrifying, and it was still increasing. Ghost Desolation Technique, Soul Break. The Ghost Desolation Technique reappeared, and its power was far beyond expectations. The Calamity Demon Blade condensed the power of Ghost Desolation. Ghost Chi lingered around it, and when the blade slashed down, bloody light shone, and 1,000 feet of wasteland collapsed. The demon blade slashed life, and the Remembrance of Love met it. The black fate added to the might of the heavenly scroll. The dark blue light was extremely bright, and the bloody light dimmed. The King of Hell used the Ghost Lady move, which made Ning Chen even angrier. As their moves clashed, the left and right blades swapped. The left side represented the Green Sparrow against the Calamity World, and the right side represented the Remembrance of Love. One was fast, one was heavy, and the other was fast. Heavenly Scroll, Pardon Heaven. The ultimate move activated the vital essence. The dark blue light flowed in the black fate. The black Remembrance blade reflected the blue light, and its power was as heavy as a mountain. The forbidden sword met the blade. With a bang, the King of Hell took half a step back, and the corner of his mouth was dyed red. The Dayan Green Sparrow followed, as fast as lightning. Its sword swept out, and it went straight for the Dantian Sea of Qi. Naive. The King of Hell laughed coldly. The demon blade in his hand turned, and it blocked the sword. At the same time, the divine sword swung and purple light shone. Ning Chen did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Frost surged around him, and the remembrance of love appeared again. His sword was condensed, and the sword cut through the wind and snow for 3,000 miles. The fierce ultimate moves collided, and the aftermath surged. Both of them were injured. However, before the blood fell to the ground, Su-yi approached again. The rapid shadow of the water carried the beauty of the blade. With a bang, the two blades met again. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, the sword was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rapid attacks and defenses had been launched. This was a battle between the most dazzling experts who had surpassed the 5 tribulations. At this moment there was no justice or standpoint. There was only hatred, a hatred that would not end until one of them died. The light of the 3 scrolls of the Heavenly Sutra circulated within the Black Destiny. Ning Chen, who had lost his cool, was now filled with a terrifying killing intent. The mutated rocks that gathered in the sky let out cries that shook the heavens. Endless killing intent condensed, and a rising killing intent caused the mutated rocks in the sky to show signs of solidifying. Wind and clouds swirled in the distant horizon. Space trembled as 2 figures appeared, one in the east and one in the west. They stood facing each other in silence. Both sides coldly observed the great battle in front of them. Their auras surged in the dark, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. At this moment, a figure in luxurious green clothes slowly walked over. He didn't say a single word. Just by standing there, he made the 2 people floating in the sky withdraw their auras, feeling apprehensive. The world-shaking battle attracted the attention of everyone. The 2 people in the battle had already condensed their fighting spirit to the peak. They no longer had any energy to be distracted. The killing light of the sword and saber was dazzling. It was unknown when it would reflect the ultimate life and blossom of blood. Jiming Marquis, how does it feel to lose someone you cherish? Your efforts are useless. How ironic. The Yama King spoke, his ear-piercing words reverberating through the battlefield. His saber and sword were filled with killing intent. There was no mercy for the weak. In this world where the strong ruled, only absolute strength was true justice. Ning Chen's white clothes were stained with blood. His eyes were filled with black qi. His killing intent was so dense that it was close to solidifying. A moment later, the mutated rocks roared towards the sky and dived straight down into Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen's purple hair burst open and his black hair danced in the wind. Waves of violent qi spread out. Ning Chen's cultivation instantly broke through the limit and entered the 4th tribulation. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from the 9 heavens, dispersing the darkness. The heavenly light tribulation reappeared. When the heavenly light appeared, Yama's power was immediately suppressed. His aura became unstable. Ning Chen endured the pain of the heavenly tribulation and held his sword and saber together, fighting again. Blood blossomed. Yama was restrained by the heavenly light and was at a disadvantage. His blood fell to the ground and dyed his white armor red. Go to hell. Ning Chen's sword and saber suppressed Yama's power. His aura was raised to the extreme. The heavenly light enveloped the 2 of them. In an instant, the heavenly light became even brighter, cleansing the world of filth. I am the Lord of Hell. What is there to be afraid of? Yama's aura exploded and shook off the sword and saber. The divine sword Forbidden Break shone with purple light and slashed at the heavenly light that was about to fall. The heavenly light trembled violently, and its brilliance immediately dimmed significantly. Yama's Forbidden Break, Hell on Earth. Yama displayed his power. The world turned into hell. Ghost qi spread out. Wherever it passed, there was no life. It was as if the world was dead. The ghost qi entered his body. Ning Chen's mouth was red. He was injured again. However, the blood did not stop flowing. His sword did not stop either. Even if his opponent was unshakable, he had to avenge the ghost girl. Heaven rises, earth falls, no life. The ultimate move that had never appeared in the world finally appeared in this battle of life and death. Ning Chen's sword and saber pierced through the sky. The next moment, his plain clothes disappeared. He turned into a black ray of light and appeared in front of Yama. A sword formed from ice and snow slashed out. In an instant, the world disappeared. The ground under their feet disappeared. The sword paved a path. The sky lost its color. The saber light covered the sun. The snowy sword condensed the power of the three heavens. It broke through the defense of the demon saber and divine sword and pierced into Yama's dantian. Yama was injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He took 3 steps back and staggered a few times. However, at this moment, Yama waved the divine sword in his hand. His aura surged and sent the person in front of him flying. What a pity! Yama condensed his true origin. An evil aura lingered, making the blood-stained white armor look even more demonic. I am Yama, the undying and indestructible Yama. Your struggle only shows how useless you are. The arrogant and sarcastic words were extremely ear-piercing. Yama's body had condensed the ghost body and the dark body. His chi-si was no longer a weakness. As the evil aura lingered, the wound caused by the snowy sword healed at a visible speed. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fists and returned his sword and saber. Outside of hell on earth, the purifying heavenly light sprinkled down specks of golden light. However, it couldn't enter hell at all. It meant that even the heavens couldn't do anything about it. In the distance, the battle was about to end. Among the 3 people facing each other, the master of the 4 extreme realms was the first to move. His figure flashed, and he was about to step forward. In this stalemate, a slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. The sword rack beside Imperial Prince Yen trembled. The 5 swords hummed and their sharpness appeared. On the other side, the Eternal Knight Hierarch also moved. His figure appeared with a domineering aura. When he stepped out, the world shook violently. Eternal Knight Hierarch, why don't we work together? The master of the 4 extreme realms looked gloomy. He glanced at the man not far away and said, "Ha, sure." The Eternal Knight Hierarch smiled faintly and replied. The 2 powerhouses came to an agreement. They wanted to work together to deal with the Great Xia's legend first. Imperial Prince Yan's expression didn't change. He condensed his essence sword and blocked the 2 strongest people in the world. The turbulent air currents collided rapidly between the 3 sides. At this moment, no one dared to be careless. They focused all of their attention. In the distance, the undying king of hell suppressed the great Xia's martial Marquis. As the longevity chi was quickly consumed, the balance of the battle gradually shifted. The sword and saber clashed. Although Ning Chen was at a disadvantage, he still had no intention of retreating. His sword and saber were incomparably sharp. People always don't know how to overestimate themselves. King of Hell waved his demon saber to block the attack. His divine sword condensed nether energy and slashed down. Blood splattered and dyed his black hair. Ning Chen didn't dodge. He condensed a sword with his finger. Frost surged and pierced through his heart. King of Hell's mouth turned red. His true yuan exploded and forced the former back. Evil chi flowed and the wound healed. The undying King of Hell was still injured but didn't die. There was no sign of him losing. Jiming Marquis, be angry and struggle. Let me see how far your hatred can reach. King of Hell laughed wildly. His true yuan surged and kept on increasing. The 2 sides fought fiercely. The great Xia's Emperor and Marquis were both in danger. If they couldn't break through, they would fall together. Seeing that King of Hell's body was different from ordinary people, Ning Chen's figure flickered and turned into afterimages. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Insignificant skill. King of Hell snorted coldly. He moved at the same time and quickly chased after Ning Chen. He slashed through the afterimages in front of him. When he turned back, his divine sword blocked the attack. The sword disappeared and the afterimages left behind by the water. King of Hell suddenly felt the killing intent in front of him. He wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. When it's almost snowing, the snow of July floats. The snow of July floated down in Hell. Endless snowflakes surrounded King of Hell. Thousands of sword intents were hidden in the snow. In an instant, they broke through the restraints of the evil energy and entered King of Hell's body. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed across the sky. Ning Chen felt it at the same time. He stared at King of Hell's Zigong acupoint, where evil energy was overflowing, and leaped into the sky. The cleansing heavenly light suddenly descended and covered Bai Yi's figure. Blood spurted out and turned into a bloody mist that lingered around her body. The great green sparrow gathered heavenly light. Bai Yi then turned into a dazzling meteor and fell rapidly. The heavenly light increased and the green sparrow broke through evil. Hell instantly collapsed. A sword fell, slashing King of Hell. The most terrifying sword shocked the world. It carried the power of the heavens and fell with a loud bang. King of Hell endured the intense pain in his body. His sword and saber condensed evil energy to meet the falling sword. The most extreme exchange caused blood to spurt out. With a rumble, dark clouds rolled in the sky and thunder roared. Below, the sword and saber pierced through Bai Yi's body. Blood flowed, dyeing the ground red. Ning Chen, it's good to see you again in the end. King of Hell's expression changed. His beautiful face had a final gratification. He had still come. At his Zigong acupoint, the green sparrow penetrated his body. The heavenly light burned the demonic barrier. King of Hell's body gradually turned illusory and was about to disappear. Ghost woman. Ning Chen's heart was in intense pain. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. A teardrop fell, bringing with it a dazzling blood-red color. Who said that life was heartless and hid it so deeply? Perhaps even they didn't know. Ghost woman raised her hand and wiped away Ning Chen's tears. Her lips curled into a smile. This time, she truly had no more regret. The heavens couldn't bear it. Heavy rain poured down, covering everything in front of them. Chapter 323. The heavens were merciful, and a sorrowful rain fell. The figure in the rain was beautiful and beautiful. Her pure white armor made her look even more noble. When they first met, they didn't know each other. When they met again, they were on the brink of death. Later, they became fated because of the Earth Scroll. When the heavenly flames were burning her, she came to save her life. During the most painful days, she couldn't see the sun. The only person that could accompany her cold heart was the red wedding dress. Ning Chen's heart ached, and tears fell like rain. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. The heavy rain washed away the blood on their bodies, but it couldn't wash away the redness in their tears. Ghost Maiden has no regrets in this life. The Ghost Maiden caressed the former's face as a gentle smile flashed across her eyes. Ghost Maiden didn't have time to ask if they would meet again in the next life. Her hands fell and she fell into Su Yi's embrace. Ning Chen's torn heart felt like it was being cut by 1,000 knives. He wrapped his arms around her and gently hugged her. His heart sank. Ghost Maiden. However, there was no reply. The pouring rain, accompanied by the sound of thunder, seemed to be crying for the sad scene in the world. The ghost origin and underworld origin turned into specks of starlight and flew out. Perhaps in the future, they would reincarnate and another flower would bloom in the human world. Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. A purple figure appeared in the sky. She used a curse to draw in the ghost and underworld origin. She suddenly raised her head and killing intent filled the sky. Furious thunder descended, illuminating her blood-red eyes. Luosha's body was instantly frozen. In the next moment, Su Yi disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky. The saber slashed down, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It was so breathtaking that even the sky was slashed apart by a pitch-black ravine. Even though Qianxia was shocked, he flipped his palm to block it. However, a loud boom rang out as he was directly smashed into the ground. Su Yi moved and landed in the blink of an eye. The saber light fell again with unshakable might. Jiming Marquis, the people of my divine sect are not people you can touch. A hand appeared and blocked the saber light. Black and red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her divine appearance was extraordinary and peerless. The green sparrow followed closely behind, her sword intent surging, sharp and piercing to the bone. The Eternal Night Hierarch didn't want to get tangled up in a fight. He retreated with Zhong Qianxiu and vanished in a few flickers. In the distance, the Master of the Four Extremes did not want to face the combined attack of Marquis Jiming and Prince Yan, who were both blessed with fate. He moved his feet and retreated from the battle. The two enemies retreated. Prince Yan retracted his aura and looked at the figure in the rain in the distance. He sighed softly and turned to leave. The heartless hurt others, while the affectionate hurt themselves. The tribulation of love was the most difficult tribulation in the world. The kneeling figure did not move at all, allowing the blood to flow on his body. It was as if he did not know. Dark red tears flowed out of his blood-red eyes, falling one drop after another in the pouring rain. Hee. His voice was filled with grief, and only his heart-piercing laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. It grew louder and louder, crazier and crazier. At this moment, the rumbling thunder also stopped, no longer daring to descend. Eternal Night Hierarch, abyss of darkness. In the dark aura, a purple figure floated up and down, surrounded by a demonic aura. He also had an unreachable divinity. After a long time, Zhong Qianxiu landed. Most of his injuries had healed. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master." "Zhong Qianxiu, this time you've disappointed me again," said the aura in the darkness. Zhong Qianxiu lowered his head and apologized. "Master, please forgive me. Marquis Jiming tried to stop me. I only had time to get the nether spring. I'll find a way to get the remaining half as soon as possible." "No need. That Marquis Jiming is not that easy to deal with. Getting the Tao source is more important. This time, let Xia Zi go." "Yes," said Zhong Qianxiu respectfully. The dark aura receded. Zhong Qianxiu got up and left, walking directly to the First Divine Palace in the distance. In the empty First Divine Palace, a black-robed figure sat quietly. There was no human emotion in his cold, deep eyes. The powerful demonic aura emitted a terrifying pressure that made people shiver. "Demon King," said Zhong Qianxiu politely. "What is it?" A cold voice echoed in the palace. "Kill the Tao body and get the Tao source," said Zhong Qianxiu. In Wushuang City, a secret letter was delivered. When the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms received it, his eyes flashed. "Xianji." "Yes, Master," said Xianji respectfully. "Go to the Eternal Night sect and get the fortune jade of heaven and earth," said the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms coldly. "Yes, Master." Xianji turned and left. In front of the Eternal Night sect, two figures passed by each other. One left and the other came. Xianji respectfully stepped aside, avoiding the white-haired Demon King. On Linglang Mountain, Worryless was walking forward, following orders to support the battle. Suddenly, the demonic aura in front of her grew stronger. A black-robed figure slowly walked over, his white hair dancing in the wind. Worryless narrowed her eyes and calmed down. What a powerful demonic aura! Reincarnation! The demonic sword flew out and landed in the Demon King's hand. A terrifying demonic might shook the entire mountain, causing it to darken. Worryless quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. There was only one person in the world with such cultivation and demonic aura, the new lord of the number 1 divine palace, the Demon King. The truth was clear, she had been betrayed by the Realm Lord. Otherwise, the Eternal Night Demon King wouldn't have appeared here so coincidentally. Before she had time to think, the black-robed figure in front of her moved. The reincarnation demon's sword swept past, black demonic aura swirling around it as heavy as a mountain. Worryless raised her hand, gathering the world's spiritual energy to form a barrier in front of her. With a flip of her hand, the spiritual energy vibrated and repelled the sword. The Demon King stepped forward, shifted his position, and pulled back his sword. A cold, killing intent rose from his body as the sword descended once more. With a bang, the spiritual energy barrier shattered and a wisp of red flew into the air. Blood flowed down the demonic sword's blade. "Monarch, you shouldn't have sunk into the demonic path." Worryless' expression was solemn. She gathered the surrounding wind and clouds with her other hand and trapped the Demon King. However, Xiaozi could no longer hear her. With a spin of the reincarnation demon sword, she broke free from the bindings and condensed her origin energy. Black sword energy soared into the sky as demonic aura rose. The sword energy slashed down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to cave in. The mountain rocks crumbled, and the entire Linglang mountain shook violently as large rocks fell and smashed down. Demonic aura surged, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Worryless' mouth. She flipped her palm and countered with a surge of vast origin energy. The Demon King took the blow head-on, and the momentum of his sword grew even heavier. The demonic sword trembled and the world lost its color. A peak fifth tribulation Demon King's strength wasn't inferior to the three calamities. His moves were full of killing intent and left no chance for survival. The shaking Linglang mountain had reached its limit. The crumbling rocks fell continuously, making the battle even more perilous. Seeing that the demonic might was unstoppable, Worryless gathered the spiritual energy around her. She took a few light steps and absorbed all the spiritual energy within a 3-kilometer radius with a wave of her hand, restraining herself. With the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the demonic sword's power was immediately restrained. Its might was greatly reduced and it couldn't exert its full strength. In front of her delicate hand, the demonic sword couldn't move. It was blocked by the spiritual energy barrier and couldn't move an inch. At this moment, the strength of her Taoist physique began to show its edge. "Back off!" With a cold shout, the demonic aura in the Demon King's body erupted. Endless black gas overflowed, and the weakened sword momentum instantly recovered its original sharpness and even became 30% stronger. The sudden change was unexpected. A trace of demonic aura entered Worryless' body, causing her to groan and retreat 3 steps. The demonic aura that had sealed the forbidden land of Great Xia for hundreds of years was shockingly massive. Although Worryless could restrain others by sealing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it had no effect on Xiaozi. The Taoist physique was strong, but the Demon King was even stronger. The clash of absolute strength resounded in Linglang Mountain, causing the space to tremble. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the demonic sword's edge red. Both of them took 2 steps back. Their martial arts were sublimated to the extreme, connecting heaven and earth. The next moment, the 2 extreme moves collided, and Wanxiang exploded. The entire Linglang mountain collapsed, as if it had suffered a heavenly tribulation, and was completely destroyed. In the wild sand and broken rocks, a blood-stained figure flew out. Soon after, she dragged her injured body and rushed toward the west. "Do you think you can escape?" The demonic aura spread out and the wild sand dispersed. The white-haired Demon King in black clothes walked out. His figure flashed as he chased after her. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, drew 2 streaks of light across the sky. Before they could blink, they had already disappeared. The injured Taoist physique had blood dripping from the corner of her mouth and dyed her clothes red. She was innately restrained, causing the originally unpredictable battle to completely lose its balance. She was in a foreign land and had been betrayed by the Realm Master. She had nowhere to go and could only rush toward the imperial city of Great Xia. In this unfamiliar realm, she could only trust him. Just as she was approaching the imperial city of Great Xia, a vigorous palm energy suddenly slapped her. She couldn't dodge in time and vomited with a bang. The figure in front of her held the purple lightning divine spear and looked valiant. It was the first divine general of the Eternal Night cult by Qi. There was a divine general in front of her and a demonic monarch behind her. In this situation, it was difficult for the Taoist physique to advance. She barely stabilized herself and sighed in her heart. Today, she might really have reached her end. Taoist physique, you won't be able to escape today. Bai Qi moved. Purple lightning and thunder roared, and his spear was powerful enough to split open the sky. She dodged the spear and retaliated in an instant. The demonic sword finally arrived, and the vigorous demonic aura shook. A waterfall of blood dyed the sky red and rained down. Blood flowed from the left shoulder of the heavily injured Taoist physique, drenching most of her skirt. Now that the demonic monarch had arrived, she had no chance of escaping. She could only accept the arrival of death. She didn't expect the Realm Master to betray her. She also didn't know that this betrayal was only for that piece of worldly creation jade. How sad was it that she was inferior to an object? The imperial city of Great Xia was close, but it was still thousands of miles away. Even a Xiantian expert wouldn't be able to save her in time. Today, the Taoist physique's death was a foregone conclusion. The imperial city of Great Xia, Marquis Jiming's residence. Snow and ice fell in the backyard. A plain-clothed figure stood there silently. She hadn't moved for 2 days and 2 nights. In the wind and snow, an ice coffin made of frost forcibly stopped the passage of time, forcibly leaving behind a delicate and beautiful figure. Lu Ruoxi and Ning Shi looked at the Marquis in front of the coffin with worry, but they didn't dare to disturb her. Death Breaker. At this moment, the figure who had been silent for 2 days finally spoke. The moment she spoke, Death Breaker and Shutian trembled violently from the nearby study. They immediately turned into 2 streams of light and flew out. Chapter 324. Death Breaker flew out, accompanied by Heaven's Pardon. 1 arrow and 1 bow landed in the hands of the white-clothed figure. A violent aura spread out as the snowstorm turned into a giant whirlpool. The world changed colors as Death Breaker drew his bow. Silver snowflakes drifted down from the sky above the imperial city and converged on the Marquis Manor. The next moment, the Heaven's Pardon arrow shot toward the eastern sky. The shocking arrow lit up the 9 heavens, and only the tip of the arrow existed between them. In the distant horizon, the 3 combatants suddenly felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. When they looked back, they saw a dazzling arrow shooting toward them. The arrow was so fast that it broke through the limits of space. Divine General Baichi didn't even have time to evade before blood gushed out like a waterfall as the arrow pierced through his heart and body. Demonic Sword Reincarnation. The demon swung the demonic sword in his hand. Demonic energy surged as he blocked the incoming Heaven's Pardon arrow. Heaven and earth collapsed as the sword met Heaven's Pardon arrow. Amidst the terrifying collision, the demon was pushed back dozens of meters, the corners of his mouth stained red. At the same time, the Heaven's Pardon arrow finally reached its limit. It snapped with a crack and fell from the sky. Daylily quickly came to. With a wave of her hand, she drew upon the power of the world to collect the broken arrow and shot toward the imperial city. The demon cultivator steadied himself, suppressed the injuries in his body, and chased after him. Demon Lord! Divine General Baichi wanted to stop her, but there was nothing he could do. Blood gushed out of his chest and dyed the 9 heavens red. The falling figure crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The number 1 Divine General of Evernight was gone. Demon Monarch, these final titles were still unable to make the Demon Monarch stop. The once kind Emperor would never return. Daylily rushed over from the skies above the imperial city. Her tense mind finally relaxed after seeing the familiar white-clothed figure. Her injured body could no longer hold on as she staggered and fell straight to the ground. The demon arrived soon after and activated the demonic sword, slashing the heavens. The sword radiance rumbled through the imperial city. Ning Chen helped Daylily up and, with a clench of his right hand, summoned a blue sparrow. He also slashed out with his sword. The two extreme sword lights collided, and the 9 heavens rumbled. In the imperial city, countless people raised their heads and looked at this terrifying light. They were so shocked that they trembled. Demon sword, bury the heavens! The demonic sword in the demonic cultivator's hand moved again. Thousands of beams of sword will shot out. The sky-burying sword surged and roared. In an instant, the space collapsed. It was a scene of destruction. Ning Chen loosened his grip and the green sparrow spun rapidly. With a flick of his sword finger, the green sparrow flew out, causing snowflakes to surge and frost to fill the sky. The swords clashed again, and a violent shock wave exploded. Everything was destroyed and ghosts were frightened. A battle between swordsmen that surpassed common sense made countless cultivators in the dynasty tremble. Two close friends had once again dueled. Fate made fools of people, causing this battle to be filled with sorrow and bitterness from the very beginning. 3,000 li of sword snow. The fluttering snowflakes were pure white and flawless. One sword could topple the world, and snow drifted for 3,000 miles. Extreme cold chi and extreme sword intent rippled out at the same time. The vast world fell silent. The demonic cultivator wasn't afraid. His sword spun, and the demonic sword shone with a black light. A 3,000-meter sword chi soared into the sky and crashed down. The demonic sword split the wind and snow, and the two swords shook the world. The shockwave caused the two of them to retreat half a step. Don't fight. Retreat. Just at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. Her slender hand slashed out, and with a palm, she quickly retreated with Xia Zi. Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the palm energy, but he didn't chase. He just supported the heavily injured Daylily and descended. Brother! Ning, she went up worriedly. Take good care of her. Ning Chen brought Daylily back to the room and settled her down. Leaving the manor in plain clothes had hurt her heart and soul. After licking her wounds, she hid her bitterness. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Xuan's body was slightly better. Qing Ning supported him in the back garden to relax. Wild accompanied them to the side. She didn't say much, but there was always a smile on her face. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were both very fond of Wild, and they talked about Ning Chen's first time in the palace. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed. Time had passed so quickly, and the once strong-headed youth had now become the support of Grand Xia. Ning Chen arrived. Looking at the three of them in the back garden, he smiled. Empress, I've come to send Wild back. Ever since she had reached the 4 extremes, Wild hadn't returned home. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. She finally had to go back. Qing Ning, Zhang Sun softly said. Qing Ning took out a jade bracelet and gently put it on Wild's arm. Take care of it. Ning Chen looked at the bracelet and didn't say anything. This was something Zhang Sun had always worn. Now that he had given it to Wild, his meaning was clear. The two of them left and a cold wind blew over. Zhang Sun coughed and said tiredly, Let's go back. And Qing Ning nodded. She supported this relative of hers who had accompanied her for half her life and walked out of the garden. After bidding farewell to Yan Qin Wang, the two of them set foot on the road to the south. Compared to when they first snuck out, Ah Man only had a sword by her side. Her light blue heart was like a pure heart that had never changed. Ning Chen had spent the majority of his life rushing about. He rarely had time to rest. Only when accompanying Wild did he have the patience to slow down his pace. The Grand Xia's mountains and rivers were majestic and magnificent, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the past, he had promised to bring Wild out to see the outside world, but he had repeatedly missed the opportunity. Today, he had fulfilled that promise. The sun rose and set, the moon was full, and the tide came and went. The world was impermanent, but it was the most beautiful scenery. The people in the mountains and rivers were like a painting, beautiful, tranquil, and precious. Half a month later, the two of them arrived at the southern border. They weren't far from the barbarian dynasty. The southern border was the border between the Grand Xia and the barbarian dynasty. In the past, they had fought fiercely. But after the current barbarian king had succeeded the throne, things had become much more stable. There were very few battles between the two dynasties. Last time, when the barbarian king had borrowed troops, he had helped the Grand Xia quite a bit. Because of that, the relationship between the two dynasties had improved greatly. The current barbarian king was good at fighting, but he wasn't fond of fighting. At this time, he was undoubtedly the best news for the Grand Xia. "Are you homesick?" asked Ningchen gently when he saw Wild's expression. "Yes." Wild nodded. "We'll be there soon," said Ningchen softly. The two of them quickened their pace, quickly leaving the Grand Xia and arriving at the barbarian dynasty. Within the imperial palace, the barbarian king was sitting in meditation. His majestic and domineering figure was surging with his aura. He was even stronger than before. The barbarian king, who had once been known as one of the twin geniuses of the Grand Xia and Prince Yen, after breaking through the Xiantian limit, his strength had soared. No one knew what realm he had reached. "King, the princess has returned." The imperial guards quickly entered the palace and respectfully greeted him. The barbarian king stood up, excitement flashing in his eyes. That girl had finally returned. Two figures walked over. When the barbarian king saw the person beside his precious daughter, his expression immediately became ugly. Why had that brat also come? "Greetings, barbarian king." Ningchen entered the palace and respectfully bowed. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt his vision blur as a heavy fist smashed down on him. The barbarian king's divine power was something everyone knew about. Ningchen had personally witnessed it before, so he naturally knew better than anyone else. But could he dodge? The answer was obviously no. Ningchen's aura condensed, and his palm met the barbarian king's divine power head-on. With a boom, the two attacks collided. Ningchen was forced back half a step, his blood tumbling. Just at this moment, Wild walked up and forcibly separated the two of them. "Don't fight." The two of them separated. Ningchen respectfully bowed. "Senior's divine power is something this junior cannot compare to. Many thanks for showing mercy." "Humph." The barbarian king coldly snorted, but his expression improved quite a bit. "Brat, at least you're tactful." "Men, prepare a banquet to welcome the princess," ordered the barbarian king. "Yes." A young eunuch stepped forward to receive the order. Then, he left with a happy expression on his face. Now that the princess had returned, their lives would be a bit better. In these 2 years, the barbarian king's temper had become worse and worse. Although he hadn't gone so far as to kill servants, as long as they made a mistake, they would be beaten. The princes also weren't good-tempered people. Fortunately, the princess had returned. In the barbarian palace, the princess was the most important person. Even the barbarian king and the other princes had to be obedient. Not long after, news of the princess's return spread throughout the palace. Even the crown prince who had left the palace to handle some matters had rushed back. "Humph." When the crown prince saw Ningchen, his attitude was no different from the barbarian king's. The only thing missing was the word, "Not welcome," written on his face. Wild walked up and brushed away the crown prince's furrowed brows. "Ugly." The crown prince immediately smiled obediently. The speed at which his attitude changed was stupefying. The banquet's atmosphere was very good. Of course, if Ningchen wasn't an eyesore, perhaps it would be even better. Fortunately, Ningchen's face was not something ordinary people could compare to. His smile was unshakable. After the banquet, the princes all left. Wild was accompanied by her maids and returned to her residence. Ningchen stayed behind. His smile disappeared and he became calm again. The barbarian king glanced at His Majesty's plain-clothed figure and also calmed down. There was no disgust or joy. Putting aside his personal feelings, he was the barbarian king, and he was the Grand Xia's knowledge Marquis. Speak, what do you want? Asked the barbarian king. I want to see your dynasty's nation armament, said Ning Chen earnestly. The barbarian king's eyes narrowed. This request was not low. The nation armament was the foundation of a dynasty, and how could it be so easily approached by outsiders? The price, said the barbarian king indifferently. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the remembrance saber flew out. The black saber had almost returned to its original appearance, and there was only a small amount of black fate circulating around it. You severed another dynasty's fate? Asked the barbarian king. Fate armaments were the most difficult to forge in the world. Without a great foundation and hundreds of years of preparation, it was basically impossible to forge one. For this saber to be able to condense fate was truly unbelievable. The remembrance saber flew out and landed in front of the barbarian king. Ning Chen displayed his sincerity and gave the saber to him first. The barbarian king picked up the divine weapon in front of him, and his eyes flashed. He knew that such an opportunity was rare. In this world, the number of factions that possessed fate armaments could be counted on one hand, let alone allowing others to see them. Chapter 325. Two figures walked out from the depths of the barbarian dynasty's imperial palace. One was majestic and domineering, while the other was as calm as water. Scarlet karmic luck filled the air. It was a shocking sight. Ning Chen looked at the floating scarlet karmic luck, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. The karmic luck of each dynasty was truly different. Compared to the longevity hall, the barbarian dynasty's karmic luck was much more domineering and less gloomy. The barbarian dynasty was warlike. From the ruler to the commoners, they were all rather unyielding. It wasn't strange for the dynasty's karmic luck to have such a situation. At the center of the scarlet karmic luck, a blood-red halberd floated in the air. It was domineering and ferocious, and its aura was shocking. It made it hard for people to breathe. Ning Chen pointed. Strands of ice and snow appeared. The flying insects sealed in the snow were lifelike, as if they were still alive. In the next moment, the ice and snow shattered, bringing the flying insects toward the halberd. However, something unexpected happened. The berserk karmic luck instantly swallowed the flying insects. In the blink of an eye, the insect swarm that had been difficult to destroy was completely crushed. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He had finally found it. If it still didn't work here, then he would have to try it in Beimeng. Although the Grand Xia had gathered over half of the divine continent's karmic luck, it had been ruled by Confucianism for 1,000 years. Its karmic luck was peaceful, and it was far from being as domineering as the barbarian dynasty. Senior Barbarian King, can Junior make a request? Ning Chen turned around and asked respectfully. What request? The barbarian king was on guard. I want to borrow 100 years of your dynasty's karmic luck, said Ning Chen seriously. The barbarian king's expression immediately sank. Without even thinking about it, he directly refused. Impossible. The strength of the karmic luck in the imperial palace was related to the rise and fall of a dynasty. The barbarian dynasty was located in a remote area, and there were many natural disasters. If they lost 100 years of karmic luck, the situation would be even worse. Senior, we can discuss any condition, said Ning Chen urgently. None of your conditions are possible. The barbarian king flatly refused. This wasn't a matter of whether or not they could negotiate. No matter the price, it was impossible to make up for the loss of 100 years of karmic luck. Senior. Ning Chen wanted to say something more, but the barbarian king directly interrupted him. There's no need to say anything more. There's no room. Don't make me lose my last bit of patience. Hearing this, Ning Chen sighed in his heart and didn't continue speaking. The barbarian king. Of the barbarian king. You've seen enough, let's go. The barbarian king turned around with a cold face and walked away. Ning Chen didn't want to be unhappy with the barbarian king at this time, so he could only leave with him. In the princess side courtyard, Hong Zhu was helping Ah Man with her makeup. The princess had left the palace for 4 years, and Hong Zhu had also waited in the side courtyard for 4 years. The other palace maids had all left the palace to marry, but Hong Zhu had chosen to stay. "Princess, does he treat you well?" Red Candle asked softly. The face in the mirror was similarly beautiful, blooming in the most beautiful years of a woman's life. If it was not cherished, it would fade away. "All right." Wild nodded. "Princess's bracelet, did he give it to you?" Red Candle asked. She knew every single piece of jewelry that the princess wore, but this jade bracelet wasn't there when the princess left. It wasn't from him. It was from the great Xia's Empress Dowager, Ah Man said honestly. Hongzhu frowned. The Empress Dowager of the great Xia should be Empress Zhongsun. Everyone in the world knew that Jiming Marquis of the great Xia was brought up by Empress Zhongsun. Her words were more useful than any imperial edict for Jiming Marquis. Just at this moment, a eunuch quickly walked in. Outside the room, he respectfully said, "Princess, the Jiming Marquis requests an audience." "Let him in," said Wild. "Princess, I'll be leaving first." Hong Zhu bowed and left, leaving the two of them alone. Ning Qin walked in. Seeing Wild change back into the Barbarian Dynasty's princess clothes, he smiled warmly. The way the Barbarian Dynasty's women dressed was very different from the Great Xia's. It was hard to say which one was better, but each had their own style. "Do I not look good?" Wild looked at herself in the mirror and then at the person in front of her curiously. "Yes, Wild looks good in anything." Ning Qin smiled. Wild smiled sweetly. As long as he liked it, that was good. On the dressing table was an ancient bronze mirror that was emitting a faint light. It was the bronze mirror that had been brought out of the ancient sage's tomb. However, divine items had spirits, and those who did not acknowledge them were unable to use them. Ning Qin was clearly one of those people who had not been acknowledged. Back then, he had studied it for a long time without being able to figure it out. Since ancient times, bronze mirrors had been used by women to dress themselves. Giving it to Wild was naturally perfect. "Are you tired?" asked Ning Qin. "I'm not tired." Wild shook her head. "Then let's go out for a walk," smiled Ning Qin. "All right," replied Wild. The two of them left the courtyard and quietly walked through the Barbarian Palace. The Barbarian Dynasty's climate was different from the Great Xia's, and the palace's scenery was also different. The blooming hibiscus flowers swayed in the wind, and the light red flowers made the entire palace seem bright and beautiful. When the palace maids passing by saw the two of them, most of them chose to stealthily avoid them. But when they couldn't avoid them, they respectfully bowed and didn't disturb them. In their eyes, this martial marquis and princess from the Great Xia were a match made in heaven. In the end, they would walk together. The majority of the palace's women were in their prime. That was the age when they believed in beautiful fairy tales. The princess was a kind person, and she would definitely have a good home. The setting sun sprinkled down a beautiful golden light. A gentle breeze caused the hibiscus flowers to scatter in the air. Under the light of the setting sun, they emitted a dazzling golden light. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Wild silver ornaments jingled like silver bells. This woman was even more beautiful than flowers. She was the Barbarian Dynasty's most precious pearl. "Wild, I'll be leaving after sunset," said Ning Qin softly as he glanced at the setting sun. The current master of the Four Extremities wanted to kill Ning Qin more than at any other time. He couldn't stay in the Barbarian Palace for too long, or he would bring disaster with him. Wild thought about it for a moment before nodding. "All right." Ning Qin smiled. "Next time, if you want to leave the palace, don't sneak out by yourself. Send a letter to the Great Xia's imperial city. I'll come pick you up." "All right." Wild nodded. "Properly practice your sword. Don't be lazy." "All right." "Eat a bit more. You don't look good if you're too skinny." "All right." The Barbarian King is a miser. "No." A man reacted in time and shook his little head as he spoke. Ning Qin softly laughed. He didn't stay any longer. I'm leaving." With that, his white clothes scattered and he disappeared from the garden of hibiscus flowers. Although this reunion had been short, it was already a precious and beautiful memory. Wild looked in the direction he had left, and her bright eyes gradually dimmed. Night rose and the moon hung high in the sky. In the endless wastelands of the southern wilderness, multicolored light converged, blocking the path that led to hell. Ning Chen looked at the master of the four extremities, and his eyes flashed. As expected, he had come. "Jiming Marquis, should I say you're bold or stupid? Do you think you'll be able to return alive after leaving the great Xia's imperial city?" asked the master of the four extremities coldly. "Since I dared to leave, I naturally have the confidence to return," said Ning Chen indifferently. "Arrogant!" The master of the four extremities stomped his foot and slapped out with a palm. His vigorous energy caused the world to change colors. Before his attack even arrived, the wind and clouds were already chaotic. Ning Chen didn't want to fight. His figure flashed, and a watery figure appeared. Waves of water rippled, and the light was extinguished. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The watery figure dissipated, and on the other side, the white clothes gathered and quickly left. "You want to leave?" Wishful thinking. The master of the four extremities quickly followed, heading west. Within the Buddhist kingdom, bells rang out on Mount Mijie. The tallest mountain in the divine prefecture, Buddha Mountain, shone with Buddhist light. After 4 years of reconstruction, the Buddhist holy land that had been destroyed in the past had gradually recovered a trace of its vitality. In the distant horizon, 2 beams of light sped over. Ning Chen landed in front of the giant Buddha that had been rebuilt. He looked at the Du-Yi temple that was 300 meters away and bowed respectfully. "Senior Abbot, this junior greets you." The master of the four extremities arrived behind him, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the huge temple in front of him and frowned slightly. "Senior Abbot, this junior has come as promised. It's time for you to attack," said Ning Chen with an almost imperceptible coldness. "Ba." Amidst the hoarse Buddhist chants, an old and tall figure walked out. The earth trembled as if a mountain was moving, shocking everyone. "Jiming Marquis, master of the four extremes, this is a peaceful place for Buddhists. If you have any grievances, please go somewhere else," the abbot of Du-Yi Temple said calmly and coldly. "Jiming Marquis, your schemes are meaningless to me," snorted the master of the four extremities coldly. Everyone in the divine prefecture knew that when the Buddhist kingdom had invaded, Jiming Marquis had led people to slaughter the entire Mount Mijie and tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples. With that enmity, how could the two of them work together? "Master, do you believe me if I do this?" Ning Chen waved his hand and the aura of the chaos scripture covered his body. His true chi fluctuations were immediately suppressed. Not the slightest bit was exposed. The master of the four extremities' expression immediately sank. "You purposely let me block you. Buddha is merciful. Master, you underestimate the tolerance of the Buddhas in the mortal world." Ning Chen took out his sword and slashed down. "What a cunning person. How dare you call yourself a Buddhist?" The master of the four extremities was infuriated. He blocked the blade with one fist while condensing yuan in his other hand. He didn't wait for the abbot to attack. He attacked first to gain the initiative. The Buddha in the mortal world's expression darkened. He knew that he had been tricked by Jiming Marquis once again, but it was too late to explain now. He could only raise his hand. Golden light illuminated the sky. With a bang, the Buddha in the mortal world took several steps back. His chi and blood surged. Facing the power of the master of the four extremities, his invincible Vajra body had almost reached its limit. "Senior, be careful." Ning Chen's figure flickered and retreated 3 feet behind the abbot of the Du-Yi Temple. The Buddha in the mortal world didn't say anything. Seeing the master of the four extremities attack again, he put his palms together and golden light shone brightly. Buddha's holy art, Tathagata illuminates the heavens. The Buddha's body shone as brightly as a saint. The entire Mount Mijie was illuminated by the Buddha's light. Specks of golden light flew down from the giant Buddha and merged with the Buddha's body, increasing his Buddhist power by 30%. Chapter 326. With the support of the Buddha's light, the Buddha in the mortal world's moves were even stronger than before. Golden light illuminated the world, turning the night sky into a world of Buddha's light. The master of the four extreme realms was furious. He did not show any mercy as he pressed down with his powerful cultivation. Blood splattered everywhere as the Buddha in the mortal world took 3 steps back. The corners of his mouth were dyed red. One was retreating while the other was advancing. The moment the master of the four extreme realms released his chi, his saber and sword were close to his body. Today, all of you will die. The master of the four extreme realms blocked the sword with his palm. He was furious. Instead of retreating, he attacked again. Ning Chen's figure turned illusory as the water light shattered. After the afterimage, the saber arrived. Too slow. The master of the four extreme realms punched out, and the saber shook as the shadow retreated. Senior Abbot, if you don't show us your true abilities, we will all die here. Ning Chen suppressed the surging blood qi in his body and said. Although the abbot of Du Yi Temple had a gloomy expression, he could only swallow this loss. There was no turning back. If he could not retreat, the foundation of the Buddhist kingdom would be completely destroyed today. With a raise of his hand, the large Buddha statue shone brightly. The Buddhist kingdom's faith that had been gradually recovering over the years gathered and returned to the Buddha in the mortal world. In the next moment, the Buddha's body broke through the limit and reached its peak state. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Fortunately, he had destroyed the Buddha statue that gathered the faith in the previous battle. Otherwise, even with the suppression of the resentment of tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples, he and Qing Ning would not have been able to win. Seeing that the opponent was using a strange force, the master of the four extreme realms' expression turned serious. He clenched his hand and the flame calamity descended. Ning Chen also released the remaining black fate energy in the remembrance saber. It condensed on the saber and did not dissipate. The battle restarted. Wind and snow rose on the sword. The Buddha Marquis fought the master of the realm. The wind and clouds were bleak, and the mountains cracked. Violent winds and raging waves surged violently. The Buddha's light illuminated the world, and a miracle appeared again. The saber and sword intent cleansed the light of killing, and the martial ability of the Buddhist kingdom stunned everyone. The peak battle on Mijie Mountain shook with brilliance and surged waves of energy. Even those thousands of miles away could feel it clearly. Many Buddhist disciples of the Buddhist kingdom were trembling as they kowtowed and prayed. After the Battle of Buddha Annihilation 4 years ago, Buddha Mountain was facing the danger of the end of the world today. In the face of the master of the four extremes who had a strong murderous aura, the abbot of Du Yi Temple no longer dared to hold back. He used all the power of faith he had accumulated to block the divine power of the flame calamity. The Buddhist Vajra indestructible physique, in front of a peerless ominous weapon, lost its former power. Waterfall after waterfall of blood flowed down powerlessly. Blasphemers are not tolerated by the heavens. Amitabha. The Buddha in the mortal world formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddha's aura around him soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of golden rays gathered, and amidst the Sanskrit chants, a statue of the revered Buddha appeared in the sky. The ultimate holy technique reappeared in the mortal world. At the same time, the revered one of the world's chanting seemed to have opened his mouth. The golden light was pushed further and the 6-syllable mantra appeared. Ho, ma and I ba mi, ho. The revered one of the world's chanting, the mantra of overcoming adversity. The 6 huge golden words condensed the Buddhist supreme holy power and pressed down. Facing the Buddhist holy technique, the eyes of the master of the four extremes flashed with a serious look. The 5-colored brilliance around him receded, and a dazzling white light appeared. His appearance changed, returning to a youthful state. A terrifying aura spread out, rising above the Buddha mountain. The master of the four extremes, who had absorbed the energy of the white cocoon in his body, felt the pressure on his body reach a new height. Raging waves roared, suppressing the entire Buddha mountain. Ning Chen spun the sword in his hand and his mind sank. It was truly a disgusting aura. Snowflakes drifted down and frost surged. An extremely cold air spread out. Following that, the heavens and the earth opened at the same time, and his cultivation was raised to its peak state. The Buddhist six-syllable mantra combined with the might of the three scrolls to split open the sky. Layers of external support were added, and supreme holy power surged out. The three extremes collided. On Mijia Mountain, there was an earth-shattering sound. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a huge crack appeared on the mountain. The 1,000-year-old Buddha mountain was in danger of collapsing. Amidst the sandstorm, the Buddhist Marquis retreated dozens of feet, his mouth dyed red. On the other side, the master of the four extremes retreated half a step, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The clear difference in strength was on full display. "Senior Abbot, don't you think it's a bit dishonorable for me to run away now?" Ning Chen looked at the unshakable opponent in front of him and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Ba, everyone knows that the Knowledge Marquis is benevolent and righteous. How could he do something so dishonorable?" The abbot circulated his Buddhist energy to suppress his injuries. Senior's words are reasonable," Ning Chen casually replied. His sword and saber shined once more, one black and one white, reflecting the moon. The life scroll was pushed to its limit, and waves of snow surged. It was like winter had arrived once more. He couldn't leave, not because he was dishonorable, but because he still hadn't seen through the master of the four extremes' weakness. No one could become so strong for no reason. The aura of the cocoon on the master of the four extremes had become even more obvious after his appearance had changed. More and more people were alarmed by the changes in Buddha Mountain. Two peerless experts on the level of the three calamities, as well as a martial marquis whose combat strength was not inferior to anyone else's, and their resplendent battle souls attracted the attention of countless people. The lofty Mijia Mountain seemed like the brightest tower in the world at this moment. The light of martial artists stunned the entire Buddhist kingdom. Millions of Buddhist disciples bowed again and again. There was reverence, fear, and even superstition. As the Buddhist disciples bowed, faith energy continuously gathered on Buddha Mountain, making the shining Buddha appear even more dignified. The master of the Do-E temple used a secret Buddhist technique to gather the faith energy into his body and reforge an indestructible golden body. The master of the four extremes saw that the key was the Buddha on the mountain. He waved his flame calamity, cutting down the Buddha. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the Buddha. His remembrance saber's black karmic luck was released, and a blue sparrow condensed into frost. With a loud bang, Bai flew out and smashed into the Buddha, sinking half a foot deep. The Buddha in the mortal world also reacted. He moved his feet and blocked in front of the Buddha. Ning Chen landed and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had a bitter expression. He had lost big this time. Although this old monk had an indestructible golden body and had thick skin, he was too slow. He was not a good person to cooperate with. The black karmic luck on the remembrance saber dissipated, and it regained its pure white color. The situation was even more dangerous. "Senior Abbot, let me borrow your Buddhist faith energy." After saying that, Ning Chen's left hand flew out, turning into a stream of light that cut through the darkness. Then, with a clang, it stabbed into the heart of the Buddha. The dried-up weapon of karmic luck immediately showed its power. Endless faith energy flowed out of the Buddha and gathered in the saber. Jiming Marquis, seeing a portion of his faith energy being snatched away, the face of the Do-E temple's abbot sank, and anger rose in his heart. "Senior, it's better not to be distracted." Compared to these external forces, our lives are the most important now. Ning Chen reminded him. His figure moved again, turning into a watery light, and he charged forward again. The Dui Temple's abbot snorted angrily and said no more. He focused on dealing with the increasingly terrifying opponent in front of him. The saber and sword clashed, and their sharpness scattered. Ning Chen knew the difference in cultivation, so he did not want to meet them head-on. The battle between the saber and the sword was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. The watery light shattered one after another. Life and death were only in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms used his powerful cultivation to take a sword head-on. "I've caught you!" With a cold shout, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms slashed down with flame calamity. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Ning Chen did not hesitate at all. He let go of the green sparrow sword and dodged the attack. With a rip, his white clothes were cut by the aura energy from the saber and were immediately torn apart. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms waved his hand and threw the green sparrow sword behind him. He said coldly, "Jiming Marquis, you can't use your saber and you've lost your sword. How much power do you have?" "I have plenty of sabers and swords." Ning Chen clenched his fists, and two streams of light, one red and one purple, flew out from the red wooden box behind him. Demonic light immediately soared. With the Yama divine weapon in hand and the World Calamity demonic saber in hand, Ning Chen charged forward. A mocking expression appeared on the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms' face as he slashed down with his saber. The Flame Calamity's power was even stronger, and the Yama divine weapon was immediately suppressed. "How is it? It's not your weapon. Do you feel uncomfortable using it?" The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms sneered as he waved the Flame Calamity. "There's no need to worry." Ning Chen used his sword to disperse the flames in front of his eyes and used the momentum to retreat 10 meters. He glanced at the Dui Temple's abbot and said indifferently, "Senior, after so many years, has Buddha Mountain not learned its lesson and prepared some trump cards? Do you really think that just the two of us can deal with this old monster?" "Amitba." A hint of hesitation flashed through the Dui Temple's abbot's eyes. A moment later, he disappeared. He took a step forward and a Buddhist seal appeared. Lotuses bloomed in the air, and the 100 Lotus World appeared once more. The 100 Lotus World's power was completely different. 13 Buddhist relics appeared and scattered Buddhist light, turning Buddha Mountain into a golden Buddha world. Ning Chen glanced at the relics floating in the air and narrowed his eyes. So these relics really did have a use. What a pity! When the Buddha world appeared, the sky was filled with golden Buddha images. 13 of them were especially eye-catching, as if they were the reincarnation of venerables. They gave off a heavy pressure. The relics left behind by the previous Dui Temple's abbot all appeared at this moment. Together with the Buddhas of the current era, the 14 Buddhas displayed the power of gods and Buddhas. Boundless Buddhist Dharma, extradite Tathagata. The Buddhist sect's most holy devil technique was unleashed. The Buddhist light around the Dui Temple's abbot soared into the 9 heavens, connecting heaven and earth. Boundless Buddhist might spread out in circles, illuminating the world. When the holy technique appeared, evil did not exist. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms felt a heavy pressure pressing down on him, and he could not help but frown. He loosened his grip, and the Flame Calamity flew up. Flames spread out, and the power of the Calamity spread out, forming a sea of fire in the golden Buddha world. The white light rose, becoming more and more intense. The terrifying pressure increased rapidly. Not far away, Ning Chen's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He stared at the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms, carefully observing the source of the abnormal pressure. At the peak of the dual extreme realms, Buddhist light descended. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms grabbed the Flame Calamity, and his ferocious aura went berserk. Since he entered the world, he had used the forbidden technique of the Four Extreme Realms for the first time. Flame calamity hell! The holy light clashed with the ferocious flames. With a loud boom, heaven and earth exploded. Amidst the violent sand waves, the Buddha world broke apart, and half of the relics shattered, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Ning Chen, who had been watching attentively, finally moved. Chapter 327. Two figures retreated from the collapsing Buddha world. Du Yi Temple's abbot's golden body was broken and blood gushed out of his body. He was heavily injured. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms was slightly better, but he was also heavily injured. The white light flickered several times as if it was about to return to its original form. Ha! The Lord of the Four Extremes growled. He was just about to activate the power of the white cocoon to stabilize his peak state when a cold sword light shot out from the shockwave. In the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from his heart. The sword entered his body and blood spurted out. Ning Chen spun the sword in his hand and used all his strength to push the sword another inch in. Ugh! The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms grunted and was forced back several steps by the sword's power. Blood flowed out of his mouth. How dare you! The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms was furious. He endured the pain in his heart and forcefully counterattacked. His palm struck out with a ferocious might, aiming straight for Ning Chen's chest. It was so shocking that it made one tremble. Ning Chen blocked with his demon blade, but he was still sent flying by the powerful palm force. His body was dyed red. The bright light armor on the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms' chest cracked, and a dazzling white light appeared. Below the beating heart was a terrifying phenomenon of a white cocoon. The sword had only managed to cut through less than 2 inches, making it difficult to see what was inside. What a monster! Ning Chen barely managed to stabilize himself. He looked at the scene in front of him and narrowed his eyes. This white cocoon's power was truly troublesome to deal with. Jiming Marquis, you're courting death. The Lord of the Four Extreme Realms couldn't suppress his anger. He flipped his palm and a waterfall of white mist flew out from the wound on his chest. It quickly spread out endlessly and in just a few breaths, half of Mijia Mountain was covered. After the white mist insect tide flew out, the bright light armor flashed and the wound automatically healed. With the insect tide appearing, the 100 Lotus Buddha world, which was already riddled with holes, suffered another heavy blow. The white mist constantly devoured the Buddha world's power, causing the remaining 7 relics' golden light to quickly dim. The Buddha light was suppressed and a bloody wound appeared on the abbot's face. It was a wound caused by the insect tide. Ning Chen's expression darkened as he looked at the tide of white mist insects that filled the sky. He said, "Senior Abbot, be careful. These things can devour true essence and flesh, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. They are very difficult to kill. It's too late to regret now." Before he even finished speaking, the Lord of the Four Extremes had already moved. His palm slammed out, instantly arriving in front of the two of them. As the killing intent approached, Ning Chen and the Buddha in the mortal world joined hands to block it. However, the difference in their cultivation levels made it difficult for them to fight against it. With a loud explosion, both of them retreated several steps. The white mist insect swarm spread out endlessly, and the devouring power became more and more terrifying. The broken 100 Lotus Buddha world soon reached its limit, and it flickered unsteadily, as if it would collapse at any moment. The abbot of Du Yi Temple suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately understood that he would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. With a flip of his hand, he gathered the 10,000 Buddhas into one and gathered the Buddha light on his body. With the Buddha's blood as a guide, he condensed the power of the 7 relics and activated the last of his Buddha vitality. 10,000 Buddhas merged into one, and the Venerable of the world reappeared. Amidst the boundless golden light, a supreme solemn Tathagata Buddha appeared. Terrifying pressure swept across the area, as if the Buddha had personally descended to the mortal world. Buddhism proved the great Tao, and Bodhi transcended the mortal world. At this moment, the entire Buddha mountain was bathed in the Buddha light. Seeing that the battle had reached its final moment, Ning Qin also leaped up and rose to the Buddha's heart. He pulled out the dazzling golden remembrance blade and turned into a stream of light that rushed down. The combination of the blade and the sword destroyed all evil. 100 Lotus illuminates the world, 10,000 Buddhas shine. The Buddha world's most powerful demon-slaying technique reappeared in the world. In an instant, thousands of Buddha light sublimated and turned into the power of demon-slaying. Since the start of the battle, the Lord of the Four Extremes, who had always been invincible, was finally forced to take several steps back. The Lord of the Four Extremes was furious. He stomped his foot on the ground and stopped his retreat. His palms condensed the peak of his cultivation level and clashed with the Buddha light that was pressing down. In the instant of a stalemate, the blade of the sword arrived again, and the Yama's divine weapon came pressing down. "I've been waiting for you." At this moment, the Lord of the Four Extremes changed the direction of the flame calamity in his hand and slashed toward the attacker. Suddenly, the moment the blade and the sword clashed, the Yama's divine weapon flew out, and the water light collapsed. When the Lord of the Four Extremes turned around, the attack, the blade of the Yama's body and golden light. Ugh! The golden blade that appeared behind him pierced through his heart meridian. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground of Buddha Mountain red. The Lord of the Four Extremes looked at the divine weapon that pierced through his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, his divine aura erupted and forced the person behind him to retreat. His heart meridian was severely injured and his life force scattered. He was about to succeed, but there were changes in his life. On Buddha Mountain, the wind and clouds changed and thunder roared. White light shone brightly in the 9 heavens. Below the Lord of the Four Extremes' heart, white silk came out of his body. In the surging blood mist, a huge white moth slowly appeared. Its terrifying aura shook the divine prefecture and shocked the world. In an instant, countless eyes looked toward the direction of Mount Mijia. Their faces were filled with shock. Amidst the raging waves, Ning Qin and the Du-Yi Temple's abbot were forced back several steps by the terrifying aura. After barely stabilizing themselves, they looked ahead in shock. In the next moment, the dazzling white light receded and the moth entered his body. The Lord of the Four Extremes was covered in a white battle suit. Strange patterns spread out, mysterious and powerful. The huge moth's wings appeared. After a short while, it turned into white light and receded, disappearing. The insect swarm in the sky retreated. The Lord of the Four Extremes' body slowly rose and then disappeared in front of the two. Marquis Jiming, Du-Yi Temple's abbot, I will remember this battle for now. When I return, I will let you experience the terror of hell. The last words were filled with thick murderous intent, echoing on Buddha Mountain. The two who should have rejoiced that the enemy had left with serious injuries could not be happy at this moment. The Lord of the Four Extremes had just shown his power and was already so terrifying. When he recovered and returned, he would be a powerful opponent. Marquis Jiming, how do you explain this? The Du-Yi Temple's abbot's face was extremely ugly. He was burning with anger. Buddha Mountain had suffered such a disaster for no reason and had provoked such a terrifying enemy. This situation was all caused by the person in front of him. Senior Abbot, the Jiming Marquis residence welcomes you at any time. Let's discuss how to deal with the Lord of the Four Extremes together. Ning Qin replied. He waved his hand and put away the sword. The mahogany box closed and covered the sword. Then, he took 2 steps forward and disappeared into the night sky. The Du-Yi Temple's abbot's right hand was clenched so tightly that it made cracking sounds. He could not take it, but he had no choice. This made his Buddhist heart produce endless killing intent. Behind him, on the desolate Buddha Mountain, terrifying cracks intersected and rocks collapsed everywhere. After this battle, one could not help but return to the unforgettable nightmare from 4 years ago. At dawn, in the great Xia imperial city, Jiming Marquis Manor, Ning Chen walked back. When Lu Ruashi saw Ho covered in blood, her beautiful face immediately tensed up. She quickly walked forward. Didn't Ho send Ah Man home? Why did he come back covered in blood? I'm fine. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and comforted her. Compared to the injuries of the Du Yi Temple's abbot and the Lord of the Four Extremes, his injuries were nothing. This battle was worth it. At the very least, he knew where the Lord of the Four Extremes' power came from. In addition, after this battle, even if the Du Yi Temple's abbot wanted to protect himself, it would be impossible. Whether he was willing or not, he would have to stand on the same front as the great Xia to deal with the threat of the Lord of the Four Extremes. Lu Ruashi did not say a word. With tears in her eyes, she helped the abbot take off his blood-stained clothes and put on a new one. Then, she carried the blood-stained clothes and silently went out to wash them. In the room, Worryless was sitting on the sickbed. She coughed a few times and looked at the figure walking over. She raised her head and smiled. I haven't had the time to thank the Marquis for saving my life. It's what I should do. Ning Chen sighed softly. Zi was in trouble, but as her friend, he was powerless to help. He could not escape the responsibility for today's outcome. Helping her was a matter of course. Marquis, let me remind you that those who have fallen into the demonic path cannot turn back. I hope you are mentally prepared, Worryless said softly. She knew that the person in front of her and the Eternal Night Cult's demon monarch were close friends, but once one fell into the demonic path, there was no turning back. Not in the past, not in the future. I know what to do. Miss Worryless, you don't have to worry. Ning Chen didn't want to talk about this matter anymore, so he changed the topic. Miss, why are you being targeted by the Eternal Night Cult? Did something happen? Worryless shook her head. I'm not sure, but the Realm Master and the Eternal Night Cult should have reached some kind of agreement or exchanged something. Ning Chen frowned. What were the Eternal Night Cult and the Realm Master of the Four Extreme Realms planning? There was no enmity between Worryless and the Eternal Night Cult, so why would they go through so much trouble to set up a trap to kill her? Moreover, the Realm Master of the Four Extreme Realms knew that Worryless had a Tao body, yet he still gave it up without hesitation. Ning Chen thought for a moment, but he couldn't think of a reason. He could only suppress these questions for now. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said, Miss Worryless, you should recuperate well for the time being. If there are other matters, we can talk about them after you've recovered. Worryless nodded. At the same time, in the easternmost land, at the end of the world, above the endless chaotic fog, the scene suddenly changed. Black clouds gathered rapidly, and a terrifying thunder and lightning descended, turning the vast fog into a sea of thunder and lightning. Under the sea of thunder, a dark-colored chaos sword essence slowly rose. It had the shape and body of a sword, and it had no edge. At the end of the land, the white-robed figure who had been sitting quietly finally stood up. In an instant, intense soared into the sky, as if the sharpest divine sword had been born, causing all things to tremble. A legend among swords, the undefeatable sword of Barren City. After countless days and nights of waiting, he finally got the sword he wanted. He took a step forward, and the sea of thunder parted. The Chaos Sword essence floated in it silently, without any special characteristics, just like the most ordinary stone sword. Mu Bai stepped forward and held the sword essence. The roaring sea of thunder around him suddenly quieted down. After a moment, the sea of thunder surged and pressed down with great force. Noisy! Mu Bai frowned slightly. He waved his sword, and sword intent spread out. The entire sea of thunder was instantly annihilated and disappeared. The boundless chaotic fog instantly returned to its former tranquility. There was no longer any sound. Above the sea of fog, a man and a sword slowly walked out. His snow-white clothes were not stained by a speck of dust. The sword of Barren City had once again descended upon the world. Chapter 328. A white-robed figure walked out of Desolate City. His appearance was ordinary, but he had an indescribable elegance. The undefeatable sword of Desolate City had finally returned to the mortal world. Master! Jian and Jian Luing bowed and greeted him respectfully. Where's Mu Chengxue? Asked Mu Bai. He's at the Grand Xia's Heavenly Academy. Mu Bai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He glanced at Jian Luing and said, You're too slow. Jian Luing lowered his head in shame and didn't say anything else. Master, disciple wants to enter the mortal world. Jian, who rarely spoke up. Up to you. Mu Bai didn't stop him. Thank you, Master, said Jianwen. In the Grand Xia's imperial city, it was a beautiful day. It was supposed to be a good time for scholars and beauties to recite poems. Suddenly, sword intent spread across the horizon. A supreme sword pressure shocked the entire imperial city. Mu Bai. In the Jiming Marquis residence, Ning Chen felt a familiar aura and immediately walked out of his study. In the distance, thousands of sword intents paved a path. A white-robed figure walked over and stood in the sky, looking down at the Grand Xia's imperial city. Prince Yan, Mu Bai has come to prove his sword. In the Prince Yan's residence, the Grand Xia's legend opened his eyes and walked out. A sword rack containing 5 ancient swords flew out and landed in the courtyard. The world's 2 peak swordsmen were about to face off. Who was the strongest swordsman? Today the result would be decided. However, just as the fighting spirit of both sides rose and the battle of proving swordsmanship was about to begin, an untimely voice that dampened the mood came and interrupted this once-in-a-century battle between swordsmen. Seniors, you can't fight. Sui rushed out and stood in the air. She stood between the two and said anxiously. Mu Bai frowned. Why did this brat have to interfere in everything? Ning Chen, move. Prince Yan glanced at the figure in the sky and calmly said, Sister Qing Ning, hurry up and bring the Empress here. Ning Chen looked in the direction of the imperial palace and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Senior and Mu Bai were both peak swordsmen. Once they fought, no one knew who would win or lose. How could he just sit by and watch? Get out of the way. In the sky and on the ground the void shook. 2 streaks of sword intent shot out at the same time. Although they did not use their full strength, they still brought with them a terrifying pressure. They attacked from both sides. Ning Chen knew that he could not avoid this moment. He clenched his fists, and Yan Qing and the demon blade appeared in his hands. He turned his blade around and resisted the 2 swords. In front of the 2 strongest sword seniors in the world, Ning Chen knew very well that if he attacked with his sword, he would be absolutely suppressed by their sword wills. Therefore, he temporarily abandoned his sword and used his saber to resist. The 2 sabers blocked the 2 swords. With a prng sound, blood splattered. Blood flowed down from the wounds on his hands. Yan Qinhuang, are you trying to kill him? At this moment, Qing Ning finally arrived with Zhang Sun. When Zhang Sun saw the injured Ning Chen in the air, her dignified and beautiful face immediately darkened as she shouted angrily. When Prince Yan saw Zhang Sun, he narrowed his eyes and the sword intent on his body dissipated. The battle was interrupted again, and the atmosphere of proving one's sword had already been lost. Mu Bai withdrew his sword intent and coldly glanced at the youngster who was blocking his way. This kid is really troublesome. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a senior and couldn't fight with a junior, he really wanted to teach this kid a lesson. When Ning Chen saw Zhang Sun, he let out a sigh of relief. His figure flickered and he appeared in the sky. He respectfully bowed and said, Senior Mu Bai, Junior has overstepped his boundaries. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and forgive me. Mu Bai coldly snorted. Without saying anything, he waved his sleeves and left on his sword. Yan Qinhuang, let's call off this battle for now. We'll fight another day. Anytime. Inside the manor, Yan Qinhuang calmly replied. He waved his hand and the sword rack flew into his room. He then turned and left, closing the door behind him. In the endless palace, Qing Ning and Zhang Sun returned. Ning Chen followed beside them with a worried expression. There were only a handful of people in the world who could make Mu Bai prove his sword. This battle would come sooner or later, and he couldn't stop it. Moreover, with Senior's personality, he definitely wouldn't refuse a battle with a supreme sword expert like Mu Bai. This time, Zhang Sun came out to stop it in time. But next time, he might not be so lucky. Ning Chen, if Yan Qinhuang and Mu Bai fight, what are the chances of winning? Zhang Sun sat on the main seat and asked seriously. She didn't practice martial arts, but she knew that the desolate city's Xin dynasty's branch was terrifyingly powerful. In the world, only desolate city existed because of one person's martial art. Even the great Xia didn't dare to provoke it. Empress, I can't see it either. Ning Chen shook his head and continued, since Mu Bai left the easternmost land, he must have obtained a sword embryo condensed from the chaotic Qi Sea. His strength is hard to estimate. Senior once fought with him briefly 4 years ago, and there was no clear victor. If they fight again now, I'm afraid that before the victor is decided, it will be a life-and-death battle. Zhang Sun frowned. Was it that serious? She had originally thought it was just a spar between martial artists. She had wondered why this brat would try so hard to stop it. Do you have any ideas? Asked Qing Ning softly. Ning Chen thought for a moment and then said, Empress, I'm going to Desolate City. I'll have to trouble you to hold Senior here. Be careful, warned Zhang Sun. Don't worry, Empress. Ning Chen responded and quickly walked out of the Weiyang Palace. Under the moonlight, Bai Yi appeared in Desolate City. After landing, he quickly flew past. Jiming Marquis, Desolate City doesn't welcome you, said Sword 2 indifferently. I'm here to see Senior Mu Bai. Ning Chen stopped and cupped his fists in respect. Go back. Master won't see you, said Sword 2. I'll leave after saying a few words to Senior. Mr. Sword 2, please make an exception, said Ning Chen sincerely. There's no point in saying anything. Go back, said Sword 2 unmoved. A trace of helplessness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He stepped forward and Bai Yi flashed past. He wanted to avoid Sword 2's obstruction and force his way through. Sword 2's expression darkened. With a move of his hand, a cold blade wrapped around his arm flew out like a poisonous snake swallowing its tongue, blocking the figure that wanted to force his way through. Jiming Marquis, you're taking a huge responsibility. Today, no matter what, I must see Mu Bai. Sorry for the offense. Ning Chen clenched his right hand and the great green sparrow sword flew out. With one sword, he broke through all illusions. Of the 3 disciples of Sword City, other than Jian Luiying who was ranked 3rd, Sword 1 and Sword 2 had long since stepped into the Xiantian realm. Their strength was unfathomable. This was something that the Xiantian experts at the 4 Extremities realm knew best. The 2 swords clashed. Sword 2's snake sharp turned and wrapped around the green sparrow sword, continuing to extend upwards. Soft sword? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and he retreated half a step. Qi exploded from his sword, shaking off the snake sharp. Then he changed the direction of his sword, using his strength to suppress the flexibility of the soft sword. The 2 swords clashed a few times. Ning Chen saw an opening and his figure turned into a flowing water light. He broke through the soft sword's obstruction and rushed forward. In the depths of Desolation City, the Chaos Sword essence floated in a huge circular pool. In front of the pool, Mu Bai stood quietly. Behind him were Sword 1 and Jian Luiying. Sword 3 block his sword. Prove that you still have the qualifications to stay in Desolation City. Mu Bai said indifferently. Yes, master. Jian Luiying's face revealed a trace of fear as he respectfully replied. In the next moment, Jian Luiying turned into a ray of light and left, directly rushing towards the figure that was rushing over. Master, disciple will block him. Sword 1 bowed and left. Mu Bai did not stop them. He looked at the Chaos Sword essence floating in the pool and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Now that the sword was complete, the next thing to do was to find someone to prove it. The Eternal Knight Martial Lord was the best choice. Unfortunately, he was heavily injured by that brat and ended up dying together with Dean Tiansong. The number of top experts in the Divine Continent could be counted with one's fingers. It was not easy to prove one's sword. Under the bright moon in Desolation City, a white-clothed figure rushed past. Behind him, Snake Sharp was less than 3 inches away. He could not pull away, nor could he get close. Just at this moment, Jian Luiying raised his sword and blocked in front of him. He wanted to block that person's attack. Behind him was Snake Sharp. Ning Chen was anxious to see Mu Bai, so he did not hold back. His sword condensed into a blue sparrow frost. Jian Luiying only saw a snowy light flash in front of him. Before he could raise his sword, he was already sent flying. The person who had almost lost his life to him in the past had actually grown so much that he could not even see his back. The two of them passing by each other was the last time they met in this life. From now on, the heavens and the earth would separate. Jian Luiying silently picked up his sword and walked out of Desolation City. He did not have the qualifications to stay behind. It was not that Mu Bai was merciless, but the sword was merciless. Today, he was defeated, but his sword fell and he did not die. It was Ning Chen who had shown mercy. In the future, if it was someone else, he would not show mercy. The chasing figures in Desolation City became faster and faster. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of him. An ancient broken sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a long sword sound. Seeing the person blocking his way, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Frost surged, and a sword split the sky. Jian Yi did not dodge. He held the broken sword and blocked the attack. With a clang, the two swords met. Sword and tent roared, turning into sharp blades that destroyed the surrounding walls. After one attack was blocked, Snake Sharp followed. It was merciless, cold, and bone-piercing. Ning Chen clenched his left hand and the Yama Divine Weapon flew out. The Absolute Break sword blocked Snake Sharp's attack. 2 swords against 2 swords. In order to see Mu Bai, the martial Marquis of Xia displayed everything he had learned. 2 against 1, Desolation City's 2 swords against the martial Marquis of Xia. The 2 swords each had their own pride. Although they wanted to stop the martial Marquis, they did not want to bully him with numbers. The light on the swords intersected under the night sky. The 4 swords continuously clashed. The sound of the swords reverberated. It was pleasing to the ear and chilling. In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai raised his head and looked at the flashing sword intent in the distance. He nodded without leaving a trace. Not bad. Although his personality and martial skills were a mess, the cultivation on the sword could not be faked. His aptitude was average, but he was so capable. It could be seen how much pain he had suffered. There were geniuses in the world. Mu Qingxue and the little girl called Aman were undoubtedly geniuses. However, there were not only geniuses in the world. Mu Bai waited quietly in front of the sword pool. He did not make a move, nor did he stop them. He was waiting. If Ning Chen could rely on his own strength to see him, he would give him a chance. If not, life and death would be up to fate. Chapter 329. In Desolate City's battle of wind and cloud, the 2 swords blocked a martial Marquis. The sharpness of the swords drew a dazzling light in the night sky. Each move was filled with proud sword intent. Ning Chen brandished the Azure Sparrow Imperial Sword, the Yama Divine Weapon. He did not dare to be careless when facing Desolate City's 2 swords. The sharpness of the battle grew increasingly intense. Desolate City's 2 swords each had their own merit. They were both rare experts of the sword. The broken sword did not have a sharp edge, nor did it take an unconventional path. Its sword intent was clear and righteous. It gave off a feeling of strength, the most direct kind of strength. Snake Sharp was the opposite. It was nimble and hard to distinguish, like the most terrifying venomous snake. It was hard to judge and even harder to block. One was righteous and one was strange. They had a tacit understanding. When they worked together, even though they suppressed half of their cultivation bodies, they still put a lot of pressure on Ning Chen. In a battle of the sword, life and death, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. Each sword was faster than the last, showing the cruelty of the sword. When the battle reached its climax, the broken sword continued its sharpness. Its sword intent was clear and righteous, and its might was stronger by 30%. The Yama divine weapon blocked the broken sword. It was a head-on clash, strong against strong. There was no unconventional path, only a head-on clash of sword intent. Snake Sharp swung and the sword twisted. However, the Azure Sparrow Imperial Sword went from fast to heavy. It pressed down heavily and knocked away the strange and nimble sword. Strange against strange, fast against heavy. The changing moves were hard to distinguish with the naked eye. Only when the swords clashed could one sense the rapid changes of the swords. There was no mercy, no concession. This fair and merciless battle of the swords was sublimated between the three, and the light became increasingly dazzling. Desolate City's swords were cold, just like this desolate and cold city. They would not hesitate for any reason. In Desolate City, only the sword was the supreme truth. The swords in the three's hands were too fast for the eyes to take in. Their bodies dodged the sharpness, and their hair fluttered silently. The cold light brushed past their shoulders. If they were not careful, they would end up with a sword slicing their throat. Ning Chen brandished his two swords and shifted his feet. He did not hesitate at all. He knew that if he could not break through this battle, he would not have another chance. If he wanted to meet Mu Bai, he would have to break through their swords. The moment the three swords clashed, Ning Chen's body leaned to the side, avoiding the fatal sharp light. His sword aura changed, and both of his swords pressed towards Snake Rue. Sword 2's eyes narrowed, as the serpent edge in his hands coiled around the Azure Sparrow sword. However, at the same time, the Yama's divine weapon arrived, unable to block the Azure Sparrow sword. Rip! With two ear-piercing sounds, blood flew into the air. Sword 2 and Ning Chen's shoulders were dyed red. One sword for the other, forcefully breaking through the tacit understanding between the two swords. The broken swords were dyed red. Yama summoned his orders. Before the blood could drip from the two swords, Su Yi's body erupted with strength, forcing the two of them back half a step. Then, she quickly flew away. In front of the sword pool, Mu Bai looked at the rapidly approaching figure in the distance. A strange expression flashed through his calm eyes. Not bad. A distance of 30 miles was nothing to Xiantian realm expert. Not long after, three figures, one in front and two behind, arrived at the same time. However, this momentary difference had led to a completely different result. Ning Chen stopped, and the two swords behind him withdrew. He didn't continue attacking. Before Mu Bai, there were very few people who could or dared to use a sword. Although the three of them stood at the peak of the younger generation, in front of Desolate City's undefeatable sword, they were still juniors. You only have 3 sentences. Mu Bai gave the youngster a glance and calmly said, Senior Mu Bai. Ning Chen bowed respectfully. 1, said Mu Bai indifferently. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, The Master of the 4 Extreme Realms is even more durable than the martial monarch from back then. I'm done. A ray of sword light suddenly flashed through Mu Bai's eyes. The sharpness in that instant made people feel a bone-chilling fear. You should know the price of lying, said Mu Bai coldly. Junior has exchanged blows with the martial monarch and the master of the 4 extreme realms. I know their strength better than anyone. If I lie in the slightest, Junior is willing to bear all the consequences, said Ning Chen seriously. Mu Bai calmly looked at him. After several breaths, he indifferently said, In 10 days, Wushuang City will witness the sword. You are permitted to come and watch. Many thanks, Senior. Junior will take his leave first. Ning Chen respectfully bowed and left. Master. Jian Er walked up and was about to speak when Jian Yi stopped him. Jian calmly shook his head, indicating that there was no need to say anything. They couldn't change their master's decision. No one could stop this sword verification battle. In the Grand Xia's imperial city, Ning Chen returned. He didn't even rest for a moment before leaving once more. There were only 10 days left. He had to hurry. This was a rare and precious opportunity. He couldn't miss it. In Wushuang City, a sword scroll fell from the sky like a shooting star. The person who sent it had a broken sword on his back. He was Desolate City's chief disciple, Jian Yi. Within the city, Xianzhi received the sword scroll. After reading it, his eyes began to flicker. In the depths of Wushuang City, Xianzhi brought the sword scroll to a forbidden land covered in runes. When he arrived outside the formation, he loosened his hand and the sword scroll automatically flew into it. In the next few days, the news of Desolate City's legend challenging the Master of the Four Extremes spread like a flood across the entire Divine Prefecture. It was a big event that shook the entire Divine Prefecture. The sword of Desolate City had disappeared for many years after his battle with the Martial Lord. Now that he had reappeared, he challenged the Master of the Four Extremes, who was now considered one of the strongest cultivators in the world. This battle attracted the attention of countless people. In Wushuang City, the Master of the Four Extremes walked out of the Forbidden Land. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but frown. How did this news spread so quickly? Or did someone deliberately spread the news to force him to accept the challenge? In the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the 3 Temple Lords received the news at the same time, but their reactions were different. The first Divine Palace was as calm as before. The figure on the throne was indifferent and silent. He had no interest in the news. In the second Divine Palace, Zhong Qianxia waved his hand to disperse the chessboard in the void. The smile on his face was difficult to understand. In the third Divine Palace, the valiant figure standing before the throne looked to the distant east. His battle intent rose. Compared to the Master of the Four Extremes, he was more interested in the legend of the sword in Desolate City. A cultivator at the peak of martial arts was always respected. "Father," Luofei walked into the Temple Lord and said respectfully, "Go and invite the Demon King to go to Wushuang City to watch the battle," the Eternal Night Divine Sect leader said. "Yes," Luofei bowed and left. In the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty, Prince Yen walked out. He waved his hand and 2 swords flew out. They turned into meteors and fell into the palace. Then, he walked away. The day had come. The atmosphere of the battle was getting more and more tense. In Wushuang City, Xian Tian and the others were waiting. Several of the Khanate cultivators who had gone out had also returned. They were fully prepared for the upcoming battle. The Master of the Four Extremes stood on the city wall, waiting coldly. His powerful aura surged. It was impossible to tell that he had been seriously injured not long ago. Right at this moment, the void in the distance suddenly trembled as sword chi that filled the sky soared up, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble along with it. A white-clothed figure walked over unhurriedly. He seemed to be ordinary, but he brought extremely heavy pressure to the numerous Khanate realm experts in the city. An expert. The Master of the Four Extremes narrowed his eyes. The rumors were true. The swords of Wushuang City were indeed extraordinary. Mu Bai's body was like a sword. The moment he arrived, all the swords in Wushuang City trembled. They were about to unsheathe. Xian Tian glanced at the trembling sword beside him and narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and pressed it down, stopping Vast Sword's restlessness. "Master of the Four Extremes, please," said Mu Bai calmly. Seeing that his opponent was different from before, the Master of the Four Extremes clenched his right hand. Flame Calamity fell from the sky and landed in his hand. In the next moment, a 5-colored light flashed and instantly arrived in front of Mu Bai. With a slash of his saber, the surrounding space turned into a sea of flames. The Master of the Four Extremes was filled with killing intent. He wanted to use this opportunity to establish his might in the Divine Prefecture. He wanted to kill a legend of the sword. Mu Bai's brows furrowed. The sword fingers of his right hand came together, sweeping aside the flame calamity that was descending in front of him. His martial soul was clumsy and disappointing. He could only hope that his strength was as that brat had said. In the distance, 3 powerful auras appeared in the sky. They were the Eternal Night sect girl, as well as the first and third palace masters. On the ground, an azure-robed figure walked over. His black hair fluttered in the wind. That familiar handsome face made everyone wait with rapt attention. The Grand Xia's legend had also come. The sect master had arrived, and a legend had appeared. The strongest people of this generation were all present. They watched the battle in the sky without saying a word, but they gave everyone a powerful pressure. In the sky, Luofei looked around but didn't see Ning Chen's figure. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes. Although they hadn't known each other for long, this Grand Xia's Zhanming Marquis was something she cared about. In terms of shamelessness, it was hard to find someone who could surpass him. This wasn't a derogatory remark. On the contrary, he gave her a good impression. Those who wanted to accomplish great things didn't care about trifles. Their hearts had to be black, and their swords had to be ruthless. Flame Calamity Hell. In the middle of the battle, Flame Calamity slashed open a path to hell. Its ferocious power broke through the sword Qi and reached Bai Yi. Devil Monarch looked clearly at Mu Bai's sword, reminded the Eternal Night Hierarch. The white-haired Devil Monarch shifted his gaze. In that instant, he saw an incomparably resplendent sword light rise. It was so dazzling that it could split the heavens. With a bang, the world lost its color and the universe trembled. The flame calamity in the hands of the master of the 4 extreme realms broke. Blood splashed across the sky. This sudden change caused the expressions of the Xiantian experts in Wushuang City to change. How could this be? Luofei also frowned. Because her cultivation base wasn't high enough, she couldn't see what was going on. Even if there was a difference in strength between the two, it shouldn't be so great. Can you see why? Asked the Eternal Night Hierarch as he glanced at Xia Zi. Sword domain, said the Devil Cultivator calmly with a deep gaze. The Eternal Night Hierarch nodded. A sword is 3 feet long. 3 feet in front of a sword is a forbidden area for swordsmen. When Mu Bai doesn't have a sword, the further away he is, the stronger his sword intent is. But when he has a sword, even gods and ghosts can't get within 3 feet. In the middle of the battle, the broken flame calamity fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. You deserve 10,000 deaths for your crimes. The humiliation of losing an army caused the fury in the Lord of the 4 Extremities to rise to the limit. He took a step forward and his body changed once again. White light rose to the extreme, and the image of a giant white moth appeared behind him. A terrifying pressure suddenly swept out. Chapter 330. A powerful and terrifying pressure spread out above Peerless City. Dense true yuan caused the wind and clouds to churn. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the sky darkened. The white moth appeared behind the master of the 4 extremities, and then entered his body. A pair of huge wings spread, and evil qi surged, shocking the world. Mu Bai frowned. What was that? In the distance, the Eternal Night Hierarch's eyes flashed. What kind of monster had merged with the master of the 4 extremities? Could he still be called a human? The white moth spread its wings, and the master of the 4 extremities disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mu Bai and punched. The layers of collapsing sword intent were unable to stop the terrifying evil essence. Mu Bai raised his left hand and condensed his sword intent to block the evil essence. However, with a loud bang, Bai Yi was pushed back half a step in the collapsing space. He was actually slightly behind. Since the start of the battle, Desolate City's undefeatable sword had been pushed back for the first time. On the ground, Imperial Prince Yen looked at the monster in the sky and frowned. It was truly a loathsome power. The white moth's aura didn't seem like a living creature of the mortal world. It was more like a monster formed from flesh and blood and true yuan. The battle resumed, and the evil qi rippling out was exceptionally terrifying. It was mottled and chaotic, as if an evil god had descended. It made people feel a bone-chilling fear. "Today, I'll let you experience the terror of hell," shouted the master of the four extremities furiously. The fortune jade rose up, and the four essences of water, fire, wind, and lightning surged out. Ice condensed into the shape of a saber, wind helped the fire quenched the saber, and lightning bolts bolstered it. A peerless divine weapon slowly descended. The fortune jade was embedded between the saber's hilt and body. With the divine weapon and the evil qi, the master of the four extremities reached his strongest state. White armor covered his body, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a fiend god. In the distance, a red-robed, red-haired figure appeared. Looking at his master in the sky, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. "He's already gone crazy in pursuit of power. You can't hesitate anymore," said Mengji. Meng Xuanji said in a low voice. The war was still in the divine Great Land, and the soldiers sent by the four extremes had already suffered heavy casualties. If the war reached the four extremes in the future, it would be a nightmare for them. Luan Fengchen's heart was pained. Not long ago, his teacher had taught him to live with a clear conscience. Why had he become like this? Above Wushuang City, the terrifying figure in the sky had an increasingly powerful aura. As it flapped its wings, it was as fast as a flash of white light. It was so fast that no one could even catch its afterimage. The four extremes were the most powerful creatures in the last 10 million years. They were neither human nor demon. They were only strong to the point of making others feel fear. Mu Bai's left arm was scraped by the divine weapon's blade. Fresh blood dyed his white robes red. However, the swordsman's expression was still as calm as before. There was no trace of fear on his face. With a sword in hand, there was no fear of gods or demons. The heart of a swordsman was firm, born for the sword, never wavering. The violent figure floated in the sky. Above the divine weapon of creation, the four great origins continued to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and its power became stronger and stronger. The wind blew, the saber moved, and the lightning roared furiously. With the support of the evil energy, the saber fell and the sky collapsed, and it completely obliterated the heavens and the earth in an area of 300 m around the two of them. Sword form, one sword of 10,000 calamities. Horrifying evil might descended, but Mu Bai remained unmoved like a mountain. He raised his right hand and waved the chaos sword essence. A crescent-shaped sword qi spread out. It seemed ordinary, but at this moment it was like the most terrifying heavenly tribulation in the world. Seeing the sword form, the Eternal Night Hierarch and Prince Yan's eyes became serious. It was coming, the 9 forms of heaven proving, Mu Bai's true sword form. When the sword struck out, heaven and earth turned solemn. A huge spatial crack appeared on the sword. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 zhang of space collapsed, devouring heaven and earth. Arg! A waterfall of blood splashed out. The violent evil energy was immediately swallowed by the collapsing space. The wind and clouds on the sword shook the world. A deep sword wound appeared on the Lord of the Four Extremes' right chest. Blood flowed out, dyeing his white battle robe red. The power of that one sword was shocking. Desolate City's undefeatable sword had finally reappeared. An extraordinary sword intent reverberated through the world. Prince Yan's 3 swords trembled. At that moment they actually wanted to compete. Prince Yan glanced at the trembling swords and pressed them down. He said indifferently, "Now is not the time." The swords had spirit. Hearing their master's words, they gradually calmed down. The shocking change in the sky shocked the Xiantian experts in Wushuang City. No one had thought that Desolate City's sword would be so terrifying. Not bad, but it's useless. The Lord of the Four Extremes snorted. White light surrounded his body, and the sword wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He really is a monster. In Wushuang City, a handsome young man wearing a black and white cloak appeared. He looked at the sky and squinted his eyes. On the battlefield, white moths spread their wings and white fog swarmed out. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Wushuang City was filled with insects. The figure in the white fog took a step forward and disappeared again. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to predict when his next attack would come. The sword and saber collided. With a piercing sound, Mu Bai's left shoulder was dyed red. The fortune divine weapon had pierced 2 inches into his body. Is this the strength you're pursuing? Mu Bai remained unmoved, and he personally sensed the evil and chaotic aura in the surroundings as he spoke. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This has never changed. You'll regret your stupid choice in hell. The Lord of the Four Extremes added more strength to his weapon. Blood splashed everywhere. You're not worthy of my sword. Mu Bai couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He raised his left hand and pointed at the sky. The sword of no desires, no thoughts caused the wind and clouds around him to change. The blood splashing everywhere turned into blood sword. The Lord of the Four Extremes quickly retreated. However, he had never thought that the sword intent would become so terrifying. The further he retreated, the stronger it became. After blocking one sword, he was hit several times. The sword intent pierced through his body and brought forth a dazzling waterfall of blood. Mu Bai turned around and left. He didn't want to fight anymore. Such a battle was meaningless. Such a filthy martial spirit wasn't worthy of being called an expert. You want to leave? It's too late, said the Lord of the Four Extremes coldly. White light flashed and the white fog insects around him flew back. The wounds on his body were immediately healed by the insect's flesh. In the next instant, a white blur flashed and a saber slashed down. Reckless. Mu Bai's expression turned cold. Sword intent soared around him. He no longer had a sword heart. Instead, he was filled with boundless killing intent. The ice-cold saber slashed down from behind him. However, the white clothes scattered. It was just an afterimage left behind by the swordsman. The Lord of the Four Extremes felt a chill in his heart. He immediately turned around and raised his saber to block, but it was already too late. Blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. The sword slashed down from his left shoulder to his right rib. The sword intent pierced through his body and destroyed his bones. Ugh! The Lord of the Four Extremes was covered in blood. His white battle robes were dyed red in the blink of an eye. It was a miserable sight. Impossible! How can you be so fast? The Lord of the Four Extremes was filled with disbelief. Blood poured out of his mouth, and he could no longer recover. In the distance, the Eternal Night Hierarch sighed. The Lord of the Four Extremes had lost miserably. He had pursued power excessively, but he had lost the reverence that a martial artist should have. In this world, no one could be faster than Mu Bai. Wherever his will went, his sword would go. His will had no distance, and his sword also had no distance. In a battle between martial artists, one had to first understand reverence before knowing one's tolerance. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one exploit one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. The Lord of the Four Extremes was too stupid. He was so stupid that he wanted to compete with Mu Bai in terms of speed. The battle was over after losing in one move. Mu Bai didn't have the habit of adding another blow to a dying person. He glanced coldly at the person in front of him before leaving on his sword. Right now, he wanted to know where that brat was. No matter how strong he was, such a person wasn't worthy of being called an opponent. On Matchless City, the Lord of the Four Extremes was coughing up blood. He staggered, but it was too late for him to chase. The white fog insect swarm retreated, healing the terrifying sword wound from his left shoulder to his right rib. However, this time, even the moth body under his heart was heavily injured. His injury couldn't recover as quickly as before. Xian Tian, Xian Ji. The Lord of the Four Extremes was wary of the several divine prefecture cultivators standing in the distance. Lord! Xian Tian and Xian Ji obeyed. They brought all the Xian Tian cultivators in Matchless City and appeared together. They focused their minds and protected the heavily injured lord. What a disappointing battle! In the distance, Prince Yen shook his head regretfully. He immediately turned and left. Demon Lord Luofei, let's go! The Eternal Night Hierarch took a light step forward, and the three of them lit up with radiance. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the strongest people had left, the Lord of the Four Extremes and the other Xiantian cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a loud Buddhist chant resounded through the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. Amit Ba! The Buddha who appeared in Matchless City was covered in golden light. With each step, the ground collapsed and the city collapsed. How can this be? The Lord of the Four Extremes narrowed his eyes. When did the abbot of Dui Temple hide here? Why didn't he notice? Are you surprised? Ningchen walked out. The aura of the Chaos Scroll dissipated. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the Lord of the Four Extremes. You again. The Lord of the Four Extremes' expression was extremely gloomy. He didn't need to think to know that he had been tricked by the person in front of him again. Jiming Marquis, even if I am heavily injured, killing you will be as easy as whisking, the Lord of the Four Extremes said angrily. Then let's try. Ningchen clenched his left hand and the remembrance blade flew out. It flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant. Xian Tian wanted to stop him, but the surrounding world changed. Sword will opened an ink painting. Between the mountains and rivers, a snow-colored sword appeared and blocked the clear sword. A swordsman in a black and white cloak walked over. His face was devilishly handsome. Although he was young, he had the aura of an extraordinary master. Your opponent is me. Mu Qianshang held his sword and said indifferently. Xian Tian's expression immediately sank. He looked at the swordsman in front of him and then at the worldly Buddha and Jiming Marquis in front of the Lord of the Four Extremes. His clear sword was cold and he released all his cultivation. Chapter 331. The mountains and rivers were painted with ink and the sword will poured out. The moment the sword was drawn, the mountains and rivers in all directions changed. On the snow sword, ink-white marks appeared, and the sword will was shocking, rarely seen in the world. Deep in the ink painting, Xian Tian blocked the attack with his clear sword. With a clang, he retreated half a step. The two most outstanding swordsmen of the Compassion Sword Heavenly Pavilion and the Four Extremities Holy Grounds fought in the mountains and rivers. This battle was a battle between two swordsmen of two realms. Mu Qianshang, as the most outstanding disciple of the Compassionate Sword Heavenly Pavilion in the past 1,000 years, his strength had long surpassed many experts of the older generation. In the divine Great Land, other than the two strongest swordsmen, Mu Bai and Prince Yen, he was one of the few prodigies of the sword that could be counted on one's fingers. The brilliance of the battle was merciless. Every move was deadly. Xian Tian's cultivation had already reached the fifth tribulation of the Khanate realm. However, he was bound by gratitude and could not take the final step. He could not improve in the realm of the sword for many years. Because of this battle that was originally not supposed to be on equal footing became white-hot right from the start. The clear sword, the snow sword, the sharpness constantly clashed. The killing light scattered in all directions, drawing a beautiful elegant demeanor between the mountains and rivers. Outside of this great battle, the Buddhas of the mortal world and the Marquis of Great Xia trapped the masters of the four extreme realms. The curtains of the battle had also been raised. The divine weapon of creation battled against the swords and sabers. The sentiments that were supported by the power of Buddhist faith shone with a golden light and revealed their killing intent. Facing the severely injured master of the four extremities, Ningchen did not show any mercy. The narrow and sharp remembrance sword was fast and ruthless. The abbot of the Du-E temple scattered the Buddha beads in his hand. The Buddha light rose and suppressed the evil power around the master of the four extremities with his supreme Buddha energy. There was no turning back in the intense battle. Victory and defeat were the only result. The master of the four extremities endured the extreme pressure of facing the Buddhas and the Marquis with his destiny weapon. He knew that if he could not kill his way out today, he would not have another chance. Protect the master of the four extremities. Behind Xianji, 7 Khanate experts rushed forward. They wanted to buy some time for the master of the holy grounds. However, at this moment, the world suddenly froze and turned into a cage, trapping everyone. In the battle of the Tao body, the master of the four extremities saw a woman appear not far away. In that moment of distraction, the green sparrow drew light and blood. Damn it! The four extremities realm masters were unable to restrain their anger. The blade of nature slashed out, shattering the watery light. The figure had already retreated. Powerful. He was so powerful that he could not afford to be distracted. The Lord of the Four Extremes was shocked and furious. In the past, he had stood at the peak of power and could suppress everything with his powerful cultivation. He had never thought that after his absolute power had declined, he would discover that the young man in front of him was actually so powerful. Ning Chen was very clear that this was a rare opportunity, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. He exerted his combat power to the extreme, and his sword and saber alternated. His figure was like an illusion, and he displayed a powerful strength that even the 3 disaster powerhouses were shocked by. The abbot of Du-E temple also understood the importance of this battle. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his Buddhist power suppressed the evil aura. He gave up all his strength for this crucial battle. The light from the sword and saber became more and more intense. The Lord of the Four Extremities was already heavily injured and could not use his true essence. Now that he was suppressed by the Buddhist power, the situation became even worse. His staggering figure brushed past the saber and sword several times, and he was in danger. Go! The master of the Four Extremities realm secretly gathered his genuine qi. The moment he spread his wings, his evil origin qi suddenly erupted, shaking away the deadly saber and sword in front of him. Then, he stomped his feet and rushed out of the killing trap surrounded by the rising Buddhist light. You want to leave? Ning Chen snorted coldly, and the green sparrow sword will in his hand swept out. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly chased after the master of the Four Extremities realm. The sword will broke through the air and instantly pierced through the master of the Four Extremities realm's wings. The master of the Four Extremities realm let out a muffled groan, and his speed did not decrease at all. Seeing that the master of the Four Extremities realm had left, Xianji used his blood origin guide to display a special technique and forcibly broke free from the shackles of the heaven and earth cage. He also followed. Master Abbot, I'll leave this place to you. Wang Yu knew from Ning Chen that the Buddhas in the mortal world were not good at speed. He instructed him, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. The pursuit of life and death was carried out in the divine continent. Light flashed rapidly, one after another. It was the final race between life and death. At the front, the master of the Four Extremities realm's mouth was constantly bleeding. New injuries and old wounds had caused this ambitious and ruthless person to reach the end of his road. He was caught in a hopeless situation, and he was in a sorry and miserable state. Behind him, Ning Chen, Xianji, and Wang Yu's figures flashed rapidly. One was faster than the other, and it was difficult to separate them. Close. The sound was getting closer. It was the hope of survival. The master of the Four Extremities realm looked at Ascension Valley, which was not far away. He knew that as long as he entered it, he would have a chance to survive. The ambitious and ruthless person was at the end of his road. He had spent his entire life invading the divine continent, but he had never thought that his final hope of survival was still in the Four Extremities realm. As long as he returned, he would have a chance to rise again. However, just as Ascension Valley was in front of him, the most unexpected figure blocked his way. Red hair, red clothes, and a handsome face. Pain could be seen on his face. Although he was unwilling, he still came. It was the Holy Son of the Four Extremities realm, Luan Fengchen. Beside Luan Fengchen, Meng Xuanji held the golden feather legatee and coldly looked at the incoming figure. Her eyes were cold, and her heart was even colder. You! The master of the Four Extremities realm was stunned. He had never thought that the two in front of him would appear here. He wanted to change direction, but it was already too late. Master, pay with your life for the thousands of innocent soldiers who died tragically. The golden feather legatee in Meng Xuanji's hand shone with killing light. The sharpest weapon in the world once again shone with its sharpness. Luan Fengchen sighed inside. The fan in his hand turned into a saber, and the rainbow saber also charged forward. With a clang, the saber was a divine weapon. The master of the Four Extremities blocked with his saber, but he was forced back half a step. Blood once more poured out of his mouth. At this moment, Ning Chen also caught up. His sword pierced through the air, stabbing 3 inches below the master's heart. Damn it! The master of the Four Extremities realm sensed the danger behind him. He turned and slashed out with his saber, but the azure sparrow sword's tip pierced through his body. His right shoulder immediately turned red. Powerful, powerful, powerful! Without the suppression of cultivation base, the sword in front of him was unbelievably powerful. It was the first time the master of the Four Extremities realm had felt death so close to him. The main body of the white moth in his heart trembled again and again with the beating of his heart. Under Mu Bai's sword, its foundation was injured. Even though it managed to survive with its incomparable life force, its strength had already declined to the lowest point. The master of the Four Extremities realm was furious and unwilling. He needed time. Even if it was a day, 2 hours, or even 15 minutes, as long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to kill all these people. Unfortunately, Ning Chen wouldn't have that chance. The cold saber light signaled that death was rapidly approaching. In this battle, he would definitely kill the main culprit who had started the war between the two realms. He was able to block the first saber, but he couldn't block the second or third saber. The rainbow saber pierced through his body, causing blood to spurt out. The master of the Four Extremities realm sent the person in front of him flying. Luan Fengchen, have you forgotten who gave you everything you have? His only disciple had actually helped his greatest enemy to deal with him. The master of the Four Extremities realm was disappointed, but at the same time, he was also angry. A dog should know how to repay its master's kindness, but he had taught a vicious wolf that only knew how to repay kindness with enmity. Luan Fengchen's heart ached. However, the rainbow saber in his hand didn't stop. He knew that if he showed mercy at this moment, even more people would die. It was time for this war to end. After being continuously injured, the master of the Four Extremities realm's injuries became more and more serious. The three people's attacks were more and more ruthless, completely sealing off any chance of escape. Realm Master! Xianji rushed over. Just as he was about to help, the world around him suddenly froze and the spiritual qi around him disappeared. Wang Yu had arrived in time and sealed off the former's movements, preventing any more variables from appearing in this war. In Ascension Valley, the spatial tunnel was not far away. However, it was now as far away as the horizon. The master of the Four Extremities realm's body was covered in blood as he miserably dodged the saber and sword lights. No one knew whether the Yellow Springs Road would open in the next moment. Seeing the master of the Four Extremities realm in danger, a light flashed through Xianji's eyes. Black qi surged out of his body, and he instantly broke free from his bindings. He entered the battlefield and forcefully resisted the saber and sword, bringing the master of the four extremities realm away. Ning Chen was the first to react. Glancing at the black chi on his sword, he suppressed his trembling and immediately chased after them. Luan Fengchen, Meng Xuanji, and Wang Yu followed behind. They were also shocked by what had just happened. Spatial turbulence. The master of the four extremities realm coughed out blood as he said weakly. As long as they could step into the turbulence, they would be able to shake off the pursuit behind them. Xianji nodded solemnly and rushed towards the spatial tunnel of Ascension Valley. However, just as the two were about to step into the spatial tunnel, a heaven-shaking force smashed down. The terrifying divine power shook the world. Xianji and the master of the four extremities realm couldn't react in time and were sent flying with a bang. In front of the spatial tunnel, a majestic and domineering figure stood. He was tall and mighty and his face was majestic without being angry. It was the current barbarian dynasty master, the barbarian king. The path ahead was blocked and there was a pursuit behind. Xianji helped the master of the four extremities realm up and immediately changed direction, escaping towards the southeast. Behind them, the other four caught up. Ning Chen nodded his thanks to the barbarian king and immediately left. The race between life and death was too fast for the eyes to follow. 5 rays of light sped past, leaving behind afterimages that were difficult to recognize. The master of the four extremities realm felt desolate. He hadn't thought that at this time, only Xianji would risk his life to save him. If a Xiantian wanted to escape, chasing was always difficult. Ning Chen and the others chased them to an abandoned village, but Xianji and the master of the four extremities realm had already disappeared. They should be nearby. Let's split up and look for them, said Ning Chen to the 3 beside him. Then, he walked towards the village. Luan Fengchen, Meng Xuanji, and Wang Yu nodded and split up. They spread out their spiritual senses and carefully searched every corner of the village. Within a broken house in the village, Xianji used a special technique to temporarily conceal their auras. He helped the master of the four extremities realm to a broken chair for a short rest. Realm master, please rest for a while, said Xianji. Xianji, I will remember today's kindness. Once I've suppressed my injuries, I'll bring you out of here. When I conquer the divine prefecture, you will be a holy venerate, second only to me, promised the Lord of the Four Extremes. Thank you for your kindness, Realm Master, said Xianji respectfully. The Master of the Four Extremities realm didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and white light rose around him. He focused all his energy to suppress his injuries. Ugh! No one had expected that at this moment, a merciless hand would suddenly pierce through the Master of the Four Extremities realm's chest. Blood spurted out, dying the last of his trust. Chapter 332. The hand that pierced through Xianji's chest was dripping with blood. The white cocoon was shaken out, and the blood that flowed out dyed Xianji's arm red. You! The Lord of the Four Extreme Regions suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he looked at the last person he trusted in his life. Surprised, Xianji coldly sneered. He pulled back his hand and pulled out the white cocoon. Along with the collapsed heart veins, a waterfall of blood gushed out and dyed the two of them red. The Lord of the Four Extreme Region breathed heavily. He grabbed the person in front of him. He couldn't accept this. How could this be? Why? Why did you betray me? The Lord of the Four Extreme Region's eyes lost their color. He couldn't understand why this was happening. It didn't make sense. The white cocoon was gone and his heart was broken. The Lord of the Four Extreme Region's life force was rapidly dissipating. However, he couldn't close his eyes. Why was this happening? My lord, you're too careless. Have you never doubted that the people around you are no longer your loyal subordinates? Xianji smiled coldly. The original military advisor of the Holy Land had died under the Marquis Ming's scheme. The current Xianji was the Eternal Night Sect's Xianji. The black chi around him kept devouring the white cocoon in his hand. In a flash, the white cocoon entered his body and took root in his heart. You are. The eyes of the Lord of the Four Extremities widened as he stared at the surging black chi in front of him. He finally seemed to remember something, but it was too late. He did not have time to say anything. His arm fell limply to his side. An ambitious and ruthless person had passed away. How ironic and sad. He used to be a hero of a region but ended up in such a miserable state. It made people sigh. How many great ambitions, how many brave words, now they were like the blood spilled on the ground. They would never come back. Xianzhi glanced at the fallen lord of the Four Extreme region. He waved his hand and put away the worldly fortune jade. Then, he put away the moth wings on his back. In the village, the four of them suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising. Without any hesitation, they quickly approached it. In front of the broken house, Luan Fengchen, who was the closest to the house, arrived first. He waved his rainbow blade and cut open the whole house. A blue shadow dashed out, surrounded by black chi, and quickly left. Just as chaotic wind dust was about to stop him, he saw a bloodied realm master of the Four Extreme realms sitting on a chair with his eyes wide open. The hole in his chest was extremely glaring. Master. Although Luan Fengchen was prepared, seeing her master die with her own eyes, Luan Fengchen's heart violently shrank, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. At this time, Ning Chen, Meng Xuanji, and Daylily also rushed over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. Xianzhi. Ning Chen reacted immediately. His figure flashed and chased after the aura. Without a doubt, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms was killed by Xianzhi's sneak attack. Even the white cocoon under his heart was taken away. This white cocoon was a huge disaster and had to be destroyed. Furthermore, there was something wrong with Xianzhi. There was something wrong with the black gas. In front of the broken house, Daylily looked at the miserable state of the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms. She lightly shook her head and chased after him. No matter how many grudges she had when she was alive, they had all disappeared after death. Meng Xuanji looked at Luan Fengchen and sighed. She didn't say anything and also chased after her. Master, let's go home. Luan Fengchen went up and picked up the body of the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms, silently heading north. Within the Grand Xia, Ning Chen chased after Xianzhi for thousands of miles. The two of them, one in front and one behind, couldn't pull away from each other. Jiming Marquis, the Lord of the Four Extreme Realms, is already dead. Are you still not willing to give up? Shouted Xianzhi. He's dead, but you're not. I can't eat or sleep well, said Ning Chen indifferently as he chased. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Asked Xianzhi. Let's stop and talk about the matter of the Four Extreme Realms retreating. I can give up your life, said Ning Chen calmly. Xianzhi sneered. Jiming Marquis, do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Once I stop, do you think I'll still be alive? Do I really have no credibility? Or do you have no confidence in yourself? Said Ning Chen indifferently. Xianzhi can't deny Marquis credibility. However, when it comes to life, I have to be careful, said Xianzhi. The two of them were moving faster and faster. After chasing for nearly 2 hours, Ning Chen looked at the figure in front of him. There was only one place he could go in this direction. The Eternal Night God sect. However, before that, he had to pass through the Grand Xia's western line of defense. With a flip of his hand, snowflakes drifted down. Under the gradually darkening sky, a bright silver light soared into the sky. Within the Blackwater Army's camp, Marquis' triumphant return narrowed his eyes at the rising aura in the southeast. It was Jiming Marquis. At the same time, Marquis Taiping, Marquis Jiyu, and Marquis Clearriver also saw the silver light soar into the sky. The Eternal Night sect was not far away. Just as Xianzhi let out a sigh of relief, a majestic figure blocked his path. It was the Grand Xia's war god, Marquis Triumphant Return. Xianzhi's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly changed directions, but it was already too late. Dazzling World was unsheathed, and a vast military aura swept across the world. With one slash, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. With his life threatened, Xian-Ji no longer cared about hiding. Black chi surged out of his body, and he spread out his wings. True Yuan condensed, and he used all his strength to block the war god's attack. With a bang, blood splattered, dyeing his blue robes red. Xian-Ji retreated dozens of feet, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He was unable to block Triumphant Return's divine aura. The green sparrow sword light followed, not leaving any room for escape. Xian-Ji leaned to the side, barely avoiding a vital point. However, the green sparrow brushed past his shoulder, and a waterfall of blood splattered. Seeing that his life was at stake, the fortune jade in Xian-Ji's hand shot into the sky. Rays of dazzling four-colored light rose up like dragons in the sky. Its powerful aura shook the heavens and the earth. Heaven and earth appear with the four extremes, the flames of creation rise. Water, fire, wind, and lightning, the source of the four extremes appeared. The god weapon formed, turning into a sharp sword that blocked the green sparrow's killing light. Ning Chen's pupils constricted, and the remembrance blade in his left hand slashed down. The cold light was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Xian-Ji's throat. Xian-Ji quickly retreated, and his hair fell down. He barely avoided this calamity. The two Marquises worked together to kill the remaining evildoers without any gaps. At this moment, Wang Yu and Meng Xuanji rushed over. Looking at the three of them fighting, although they did not attack, they carefully stood at the sides to cut off their paths of retreat. "Hall Master, save me!" Facing the cold light of the blade and sword, Xian-Ji was both shocked and terrified. He anxiously shouted. The moment he said that, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed, and lightning struck down from the sky, landing on the battlefield. Ning Chen and Marquis Triumphant Return's expressions sank. They raised their blades and broke through the lightning. "Martial Marquises, I trust you've been well since we last met." A light purple figure appeared in the sky, and then two powerful figures slowly walked over. One was valiant, while the other was cold. Their suppressive auras spread out, shocking everyone. The Eternal Night God Sect's three Hall Masters appeared at the same time. The pressure they brought with them was unprecedentedly terrifying. Meng Xuanji and Wang Yu's expressions changed. This was going to be troublesome. 4 against 4, the situation was instantly broken. Xian-Ji took advantage of the gap created by the lightning to retreat 30 meters, temporarily breaking free of the blade and sword blockade. Marquis Triumphant Return, Marquis Wisdom Enlightenment, and the two guests who have reached the four extremes, do you want to fight today? Asked the Eternal Night God Sect Master calmly. To fight or not to fight was the most difficult choice for Ning Chen and Marquis Triumphant Return. Logically speaking, their chances of victory were not high. However, if they retreated now, they would be letting a tiger back into the mountain. Once Xian-Ji completely merged with the White Cocoon, he would become a new enemy. The Eternal Night God Sect was already too powerful. If they added Xian-Ji, the situation would become even more difficult. Senior Marquis Triumphant Return, how long can you last? Asked Ning Chen. 15 minutes, said Marquis Triumphant Return. Then let's go all out, said Ning Chen resolutely. All right, said Marquis Triumphant Return firmly. Eternal Night God Sect Master, please advise me. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his saber, and a vast military might sword. Victorious Return stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, his saber fell with the force of 1,000 caddies. An extraordinary martial artist, worthy of respect. The Eternal Night God Sect Master clenched his right hand, and the sky desolate halberd appeared in his hand. With a boom, dust and sand shook around the two of them. Ning Chen knew that time was of the essence. He circulated his body to the limit and instantly appeared in front of Xian-Ji. His sword pressed forward, and the blade light seized the soul. Xianzhi raised his weapon to block the attack. The two swords collided, and in that moment of deadlock, the blade light once again slashed through the air of death. The white cocoon was injured and hadn't completely merged with the cocoon, so Xianzhi couldn't display its power. Just as he spread his wings, half of them were cut off by the blade light. Seeing that Xianzhi was in imminent danger, Zhong Qianqiu immediately used his special technique to help. However, the spiritual qi around him suddenly disappeared, turning into a barren cage. On the other side, Meng Xuanji looked at the silent white-haired devil cultivator. Her pupils constricted as she waited. Although this person's aura hadn't reached the three disasters, the pressure he gave off wasn't any weaker than the Calamity King's. Xia Zi stood there silently, his dark eyes watching the three battles. He only acted as a distraction, but he didn't have any intention of joining in. The three battles were all different. The Grand Xia's war god was facing the Eternal Night God sect master alone. Saber light and halberd light were flying everywhere. On the other hand, Zhong Qianqiu and Worryless battle was too quiet. If it weren't for the space constantly trembling, people might even think that the two of them hadn't fought at all. Most importantly, Ning Chen was going all out to kill Xianzhi. His blade and sword moved together, causing blood to fly everywhere. He didn't leave any leeway, causing Xianzhi to be in imminent danger. The falling snowflakes were dyed red. Finally, a sword pierced through the white cocoon in Xianzhi's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. Ugh! Xianzhi held the green sparrow sword with his left hand and slashed down. Then, Nian Qing waved her sword and sent his right arm flying. It was at this time that the heavily injured white cocoon left Xianzhi's body. It rose into the air and spread its wings, sending down a terrifying might. Chapter 333. The white moth spread its wings in the sky, sending out waves of evil and chaotic energy that made people feel a strong sense of disgust. As the white moth left the body, black energy surged around Xianzhi's body. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his heavily injured body found it difficult to hold on for a while. Ning Chen stomped his foot and drew his sword. He quickly rose into the air and unleashed a green sparrow frost sword. The white moth screeched, filled with fear and anger. The ear-piercing sound was extremely sharp, like a blade scraping against iron. With a slash, the green sparrow sword sliced open the white moth's body. White blood sprayed all over the sky as evil energy flowed out wildly. The white moth was terrified. It screeched once more, and its body rapidly disintegrated. A white mist swarmed out and scattered in all directions. Ning Chen's eyes sank as he circulated the life scroll around him. Extreme cold energy surged out, wanting to freeze the dispersing insect swarm. However, there were tens of thousands of insects in the swarm. Their numbers were shocking, and with their tenacious vitality, they broke through the ice and fled in all directions. Ning Chen turned around and shouted, "Daylily!" Daylily understood. She raised her slender hand and immediately sealed the surrounding area, using all her strength to trap the insect swarm within. On the other side, Zhong Qianqiu snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, 4 dark green talismans flew out, transforming into raging lightning bolts that descended to break the heaven and earth prison. "Zhong Qianqiu, you're still so annoying." Ning Chen waved his blade to disperse the descending lightning bolt. His figure flickered as he closed in and slashed out with his sword. "Ah, Jiming Marquis, the same goes for you." Zhong Qianqiu blocked the sword with a flip of his palm. His true essence surged, and his body swam around the tip of the sword, avoiding the killing intent. On the other side, the battle between Marquis Triumphant Return and the Eternal Night Hierarch had been going on for close to 15 minutes. Although the Grand Xia War God was extraordinary, he was gradually showing signs of weakness in the face of an absolute disadvantage in terms of cultivation. "Marquis Triumphant Return, what are you afraid of?" the Eternal Night Hierarch calmly asked as he waved his halberd. A wild wind howled and forced the person in front of him back with a clang. Marquis triumphant retreated 3 steps. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, but he refused to yield. The military saber in his hand slashed down with awe-inspiring might, courageous and unyielding. However, faced with the gap in strength, even the most unyielding fighting spirit would be dimmed. The hierarch of Eternal Night held the glorious world military saber with his left hand and said coldly, "Is it because of the great Xia behind you that you don't have the courage to take the last step? Or are you scared of death?" At this moment, it was hard to say whether it was a question or a taunt. The martial Marquis of de Xia had killed his entire life, and stepping into the Xiantian realm was already extremely difficult. Not to mention the 3 disasters realm that stood at the peak, every generation of martial Marquis did not dare to try, because the responsibility on their shoulders did not allow them to try. The great Xia dynasty had been established for 1,000 years, and the marquises had been passed down from generation to generation. Every generation of marquises could only retire after they had succeeded, and when they had put down the heavy burden of being a marquis, then they would continue to pursue their dreams of stepping into the martial way. However, after many years of fighting and killing, coupled with the decline of blood and qi in their later years, the number of people who could succeed in the end could be counted on one hand. Looking at the valiant Marquis triumphant in front of him, the hierarch of Eternal Night's eyes flashed with regret. He could have been stronger. "If you don't take the last step, then you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Back down." After saying this, the hierarch of Eternal Night's left hand spread out, and a vigorous aura surged out. The injured great Xia war god was immediately pushed back by 30 meters, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Senior Marquis triumphant. Ning Chen's heart sank and he raised his sword. Just as he was about to step forward to help, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sense, and his body suddenly staggered. "Oh!" Zhong Qianxue was surprised, but he did not let go of this rare opportunity. He struck out with his palm and imprinted it on the former's chest. With a bang, Bai Yi flew out, stained with blood, and directly fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. Ning Chen. The sudden change greatly shocked Meng Xuanji, Worryless, and Marquis triumphant, and they all looked over. In that split second of distraction, Zhong Qianxue's feet moved, and he instantly appeared behind Worryless, turning his palm over. Worryless came back to his senses and blocked the attack. However, he was unable to condense his qi in time and was forced back several steps. After being injured in one move, a flaw appeared in the heaven and earth prison that trapped the insect tide. Zhong Qianxue seized the opportunity and activated his mutant technique, instantly suppressing half of the insect tide. Retreat. The sudden change caused the battle to be completely out of balance. Marquis triumphant glanced at the unconscious figure in the dust and made a prompt decision to retreat. Meng Xuanji and Worryless nodded and quickly retreated with the unconscious Ning Chen. Marquis triumphant brought up the rear, displaying his military might. With a slash of his blade, the 300 meters of earth collapsed. Following that, his figure flickered and he also left. The hierarch of Eternal Night took a step forward, waving his halberd to block the blade light. Looking at the 4 people leaving, he frowned, but he did not chase after them. "Hierarch," Zhong Qianxue said. "Let's go back." The hierarch of Eternal Night said calmly. The 4 of them were not ordinary people. Although he did not know why Jiming Marquis had suddenly fainted, with Marquis triumphant and those 2 women present, even if he went all out, it would not be easy to keep them all here. Not far away, Xia Zi directly turned and left without saying a word. Zhong Qianxue snorted coldly, waving his hand to bring away half of the insect tide and the heavily injured Xianji. He also left. Half a day later, Ning Chen was brought back to the Jiming Marquis Manor in the Imperial City. However, ever since he had fainted, he had not woken up. His constantly trembling eyebrows showed that he was enduring unimaginable pain. Ning Shi immediately called Imperial Prince Yan over. However, this time, He was unable to find the reason for Ning Chen's fainting. "Go to the academy and find your teacher," said Imperial Prince Yen gravely. Ning Shi hastily complied. Without any delay, she brought her brother to the Heavenly Sky Academy. Not long after the two of them left, a white-robed youth with a broken sword on his back appeared in the Imperial City. He directly walked toward the Marquis Manor. When the old steward heard that someone had come to visit, he went out to check. When he saw that person's extraordinary temperament, he immediately realized that this person's identity was not simple. "I'm Jian Yi from Baron City. My master has ordered the Jiming Marquis to go to Baron City," Jian Yi said calmly. Hearing the identity of the young man in front of him, the old steward was shocked. Although he did not practice martial arts, he still knew about Baron City. However, the Marquis was seriously injured and unconscious. He had just been taken away and was not in the manor. Furthermore, Princess Shi had ordered that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. "Mr. Jian Yi, please wait a moment. I'll go in and report," the old steward said respectfully and immediately walked quickly to the backyard. In the backyard, the old steward walked over and looked at a woman in the courtyard. He said, "Miss Shi, a young man called Jian Yi has come to visit. He claims to be a disciple of Baron City. He said that his master has ordered the Marquis to go to Baron City." Hearing this, Lu Ruoshi's beautiful face flashed with surprise. The legendary figure of Baron City had actually sent a disciple. She had heard the Marquis mention some things about Mu Bai and knew that the Marquis had received Mu Bai's kindness. Now that the Marquis had sent a disciple from Baron City to visit, he must not neglect. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the room. "This Jian Yi is not simple. It's best not to provoke him." "Okay." Lu Ruoshi nodded and immediately walked out of the backyard. Jian Yi was invited into the front hall. Lu Ruoshi served him the best tea and treated him with the best gift. "Mr. Jian Yi, the Marquis has something to do and is not in the mansion. When the Marquis comes back, Ruoshi will definitely pass on your message," Lu Ruoshi said sincerely. Jian Yi frowned slightly. How could it be so unlucky? Or did the Marquis deliberately avoid meeting him? He spread out his spiritual sense and scanned the entire mansion. Sure enough, he did not find anything. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Jian Yi got up and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving the mansion, he glanced at the backyard. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong there. Lu Ruoshi watched him leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and walked to the backyard. In a guest room in the backyard, Wang Yu also looked in the direction Jian Yi left. His eyes narrowed slightly. What a terrifying sword perception. At the same time, in the Lingbo pool of Tiansong Academy, a white figure was floating in the pool. His face was full of pain. The master stood in front of the pool with a dignified face. The situation was not good. The invasion of a foreign sense could not be helped by external forces. No one knew if he could wake up or if he could maintain his original consciousness after waking up. "Master, you have to save him," Ning Shi begged with tears in her eyes. The master sighed softly and said, "After today, take him back. This time, he can only rely on himself. No one else can help." Ning Shi's eyes flashed with sadness. How could this be? If even the master could not do anything, then when would brother wake up? Not far from the Lingbo pool, Mu Qingxue, dressed in a snow-white dress, quietly looked at the unconscious figure in the pool. Her heart felt oppressed for no reason. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for her to breathe. After dawn, Ning Shi once again left with her brother. Her delicate little face was full of hesitation and sadness. She did not know what to do. In the Marquis estate, the atmosphere was the same as usual. The news of the Marquis being seriously injured and unconscious had been suppressed. Only the old steward and a few people in the back courtyard knew. In the back courtyard, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Even the usually carefree Ning Shi could no longer smile. Meng Xuanji came once and left in a hurry. Wang Yu stayed in the Marquis estate and used heaven and earth Ling Qi to heal the unconscious Ning Chen. However, it was not of much help. The latter showed no signs of waking up. Day after day, half a month had passed. Zhang Sun, who was in the Weiyang Palace, finally noticed that something was wrong. This time, Ning Chen didn't say goodbye to her that he was going there. It was impossible for him to not show up for half a month. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Just when Ning Shi did not know how to lie, the voice she was most afraid of finally arrived. Zhang Sun had personally arrived at the Marquis estate. Ning Shi and Lu Ruoxi were shocked and immediately went out to greet her. They knew that this time they really could not hide it. Where is Ning Chen? Zhang Sun's expression was not good. He walked directly to the back courtyard and asked in a deep voice. Qing Ning gave them a look, telling them to tell the truth. She indicated that they could not hide it anymore. She had tried her best to delay it, but she really could not. Chapter 334. Zhang Sun had come in person in anger. Everyone in the house of the Marquis kept quiet out of fear. In the backyard, the two girls knelt down and didn't dare to breathe loudly. In the past, when he killed Lu Lanjun, his hands were stained with blood. He had seen countless life and death situations, and his heart was incomparably firm. However, when facing the angry Zhang Sun, he was still filled with fear, not even daring to raise his head. Are you all mute? Where is Ning Chen? Zhang Sun shouted, unable to restrain his anger. In the room. Ning Shi's voice trembled. Zhang Sun snorted angrily and strode past the two. Qing Ning carefully accompanied him at the side. Looking at the two kneeling people, she sighed softly. The worst situation still happened. They couldn't hide it anymore, they couldn't hide it anymore. The two women felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't expect that in the end, the Empress would still come. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. Zhang Sun entered, and what he saw was a heart-wrenching scene. The figure on the bed had a pained expression on his face. His body trembled from time to time. Although he was unconscious, he was still experiencing the most unbearable pain. Zhang Sun staggered, but Qing Ning hurriedly supported her. Zhang Sun's heart ached so much that it was difficult for him to breathe. He strode forward and raised his hand to touch the former's pained face. His chest felt unusually heavy. Was it pain? Or was it something else? At this moment, he could no longer tell. Nyang Nyang. Seeing the tears in the corners of her eldest grandson's eyes, Qing Ning's heart ached, her heart ached, and she was even more worried. She had lost sons and daughters in succession. Her Highness could no longer endure such a blow. Ning Chen had gone through hundreds and thousands of tribulations to protect the people he treasured the most. Ning Chen had no regrets. After sensing Chang Sun's qi, the pain on his face lessened a lot. Maybe, subconsciously, he still didn't want Chang Sun to see his weak side. There was nothing difficult or easy in this world. The price to pay for killing the King of Calamity would eventually come. How difficult was it to fight against 3 disasters with 3 tribulations? No matter how many schemes there were, they would not be able to make up for this enormous difference. The disaster king died, but a portion of his consciousness remained. It merged into the 9 drops of phoenix blood, and at this moment, it erupted with destiny knowing great calamity. In the void of time and space, the 9 drops of phoenix blood formed a circle, trapping the candle of life that could be extinguished at any time in the middle. In the knowing destiny state, one did not believe in gods, Buddhas, or destiny. He only believed in himself. If he did not work hard in everything, he would only end up regretting it. His weak flame of life stubbornly held on. No matter how much pain he felt, he still didn't give up. The most crucial battle of life and death, without the sharpness of swords and sabers, was cruel and irredeemable. There was no other outcome. East of Grand Xia, in Wushuang City, a figure clad in white armor appeared. He no longer wore his blue robes. Xianzhi, who had fused with half of the power of the white cocoon, looked completely different. He wielded a destiny-ranked divine weapon and suppressed all voices of resistance. With the fall of the Lord of the Four Extremities, the forces of the Four Extremities in Wushuang City were torn apart. Xiantian had left, and 3 Xiantian lords had fallen under Xianzhi's sword. A new era had arrived, and the eastern border of Great Xia was once again under the pressure of war. After the upheaval, the Four Extremities realm army was no longer as prosperous as before. However, a new disaster appeared. Tens of thousands of white mist insects descended, turning the war into a living hell. Facing the sudden white mist of death, the Great Xia army found it hard to defend against and suffered heavy casualties. Even the experienced Zhongyong Marquis and Jingwu Duke had no choice but to retreat again and again to reduce the casualties. After devouring flesh and vital energy, the white mist insects returned to their bodies. The strength of the white moths grew stronger, and Xianzhi, as the host, became more and more powerful. He became a new great threat to the divine continent. The consequences of the unfinished business of eliminating evil were finally revealed. The eastern border of Great Xia was shrouded in a terrifying white mist. Even Xiantian lords couldn't resist it and died with hatred. Great Xia needed time to find the weakness of the white mist insect. However, Xianzhi wouldn't give Great Xia this opportunity. He led his troops to attack and was determined to destroy all the defenses of Great Xia in the shortest time possible. In the western border of Great Xia, the Eternal Night cult exerted pressure at the same time. The Lord of the First Sacred Hall came out, accompanied by the sect's daughter. The Great Xia god of war couldn't be distracted. The emperor who had lost his heart had changed his mind and appearance. He was full of demonic nature. Marquis' triumphant return endured the pain in his heart and didn't show any mercy with his Yaoshi army saber. The heartless demon held the reincarnation demonic sword and fought the Great Xia god of war without showing any signs of weakness. They were both at the peak of the fifth tribulation, and their battle strength didn't lose to the 3 disasters. The army saber and demonic sword intertwined and killed each other. Luo Fei stood in the distance and watched this battle quietly. She didn't intervene in this battle between the Emperor of Great Xia and the Marquis. At the same time, in the imperial city of Great Xia, an extraordinary figure walked over. His red and black battle clothes fluttered in the wind. It was the Eternal Night Cult Master. He didn't bring a single soldier or general. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere of the imperial city of Great Xia became heavy. Powerful, so powerful that it was clear. He was even more terrifying than the master of the 4 extreme realms who had descended with his complete body. All the warriors in the imperial city felt it at the same time and couldn't help but tremble. In front of Marquis Jiming, the Eternal Night Cult Master stopped and looked at the guard in front of him. He said calmly, "Please inform your Marquis that an old friend has come to visit." The guard in front of the manor didn't have enough cultivation and couldn't feel the aura of the visitor. However, an inexplicable fear still rose in his heart and his body trembled non-stop. In a guest room in the backyard, Worryless sighed softly and walked out of the room. She knew that the Eternal Night Cult Master was here to capture her. She didn't expect that after avoiding the demonic monarch's pursuit, she still couldn't avoid this disaster. Lady Worryless. Seeing the former walk out, Ningxi suppressed the fear in her heart and hurriedly stopped her. Worryless smiled gently and raised her hand to stop Ningxi. She said softly, "Thank you for taking care of me these days. If he wakes up, please thank him for me." Ningxi wanted to stop her, but she couldn't even say a word. She could only watch as Worryless left and disappeared before her eyes. In front of the Marquis Manor, Worryless walked out and looked at the figure in front of her. She said calmly, "Eternal Night Cult Master, I will leave with you. Please don't implicate others." Seeing that the person who walked out was Worryless and not Marquis Jiming, the Eternal Night Cult Master's eyes flashed. He asked, Marquis Jiming hasn't woken up yet? Worryless knew that hiding anything from him was useless. She shook her head and said, "No." "What a pity. Let's go." The Eternal Night Cult Master sighed regretfully. Worryless turned around and looked at the Marquis Manor one last time. Just as she was about to leave, a green-robed figure slowly walked over. Looking at the two of them, he said, "Eternal Night Cult Master, you've overstepped your boundaries." "Prince Yen." The Eternal Night Cult Master frowned slightly and stopped. He replied, "This woman isn't from Grand Xia. Is she worth you stopping? If the people in the manor were taken away by you while he was unconscious, Xia Yen wouldn't be worthy of being called senior," Prince Yen said calmly. The Eternal Night Cult Master glanced at the woman beside him and said, "Step back." Hearing this, Worryless silently retreated to the side. She couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. The sword rack fell to the ground and the halberd flew out and landed in Prince Yan's hand. The sword hummed and he said calmly, "Please." "Please," the Eternal Night Cult Master said seriously. With this word, the legend of Grand Xia, the Eternal Night Cult Master, finally faced the enemy head-on. His sword moved and the wind moved. With a clang, the sword and the palm collided. Although the aura was restrained, it was still powerful and shocking. The halberd was as heavy as a mountain and could break mountains. The Eternal Night Cult Master wasn't afraid at all. He faced the palm head-on and wasn't at a disadvantage. The battle between the strongest was unusually fierce. The aftershocks were restrained by their aura within 10 feet. Outside 10 feet, no one was hurt at all. But within 10 feet it was like hell. The strong were always proud. The Eternal Night Cult Master was a true martial artist. He didn't want to hurt the common people. He and Prince Yen restrained all the aftershocks of the battle. In the distance, Jian Yi, who had chosen to enter the world, appeared. Seeing this unparalleled battle between the strong, his eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed that Marquis Jiming really wasn't in the Marquis Manor. Or something had happened to him. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have not appeared at this time. Within 10 feet of the forbidden area, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. The two people who stood at the top of the divine land met with martial arts. Sword and palm, they didn't show any mercy. Killing light flashed and the earth kept collapsing. The sword was heavy, and the palm was strong. The space couldn't bear the power of the sky. It distorted and collapsed. While the two were fighting, a figure in a purple coat walked out from the distant sky. He was surrounded by black mist and all of his aura was concealed. He activated his special technique. The sky above the imperial city of Grand Xia suddenly filled with black mist. Huge formation runes appeared one after another. The next moment, a black radiance fell from the center of the formation and enveloped Worryless without warning. No one had expected this sudden change. Worryless' delicate body trembled violently as she let out a painful groan. The descending black radiance carried an irresistible suction force. Worryless tried her best to resist, but she was restrained first. She couldn't use her cultivation, and the origin of her Tao physique was continuously stripped away, turning into stars that sank into the formation. "Zong Qianqiu, do you not trust me by interfering?" The Eternal Night Cult Master glanced at the figure in the sky. Displeasure flashed across his handsome face as he said coldly. In the sky, Zong Qianqiu's lips curved into a cold smile. "Please forgive me, Cult Master. The Tao physique is too important. I've overstepped my boundaries. There won't be a next time." The Eternal Night Cult Master snorted coldly. He flipped his palm and trapped Prince Yen, who wanted to help, to buy time for Zong Qianqiu. Seeing Worryless' aura weakening, Prince Yen was finally enraged. He waved the sword in his left hand, and 3 swords flew out from the sword rack. They turned into a radiance that went against the current. The shocking sword intent shook the world. 3 swords in the sky, a pact of life and death. The strongest sword stirred up the wind and clouds as it soared into the sky. The terrifying sword aura caused all the swords in the city to tremble and prostrate themselves before it. Seeing the strongest sword in the world personally, the Eternal Night Cult Master's expression became serious. He leaped up and condensed True Yuan in his palms. Lightning descended from his hands, roaring and surging. The terrifying might caused the world to wail. The two ultimate moves collided with a loud bang. The shocking shockwave violently spread across the sky. In an instant, the world darkened and lost all color. In the Marquis manor, the unconscious figure on the bed was affected by the two supreme battle souls. His fingers moved so slightly that it was difficult to detect. Chapter 335. The Hierarch stopped the legend of legend, and the black light locked the Taoist body. Specks of light drifted away from the worryless and disappeared into the big array in the sky. The Daylily's body began to stagger. In the end, it could no longer resist the evil formation's suction and began to rise into the sky. Was it despair or regret? It was hard to tell. Perhaps there would never be a chance to see the light again. Within the black light, the figure that was rising into the sky carried a final reluctance. The blurry scenery in front of her would be the last thing she would see in her life. Why was she so reluctant? The Daylily didn't know. Perhaps the life of a Tao body was supposed to be so short. Daylily, where are you going? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. White robes fluttered in the air as a hand grabbed the Daylily and brought it out of the black light. The azure sparrow let out a cry and flew out of the Marquis manor, entering the hand of the white-robed figure. In an instant, the cry of the azure sparrow shook the heavens and illuminated the world. Ningxi, take good care of the Daylily. Ning Chen sent the Daylily out with a wave of his hand. His figure flashed into the sky and slashed out with his sword. The dazzling sword light carved out a 300-meter gorge in the 9 heavens. The great formation covering the imperial city collapsed and vanished. Zhong Qianqiu, you bullied my people while I was unconscious. Are you prepared to pay the price? Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and his sword disappeared. Zhong Qianqiu was startled. Before he could see the sword clearly, it had already pierced through his body and blood sprayed out. The Eternal Night Hierarch's pupils constricted. He flipped his palm to block Zhong Qianqiu's power and used the momentum to leap into the sky. He brought Zhong Qianqiu's body with him and retreated 30 meters. Blood sprayed out like rain. The backlash from the formation breaking made it difficult for Zhong Qianqiu to react for a moment. That life-reaping sword had injured his vitals. The Eternal Night Hierarch flipped his palm and sealed the former's last bit of life. At this moment, the sword light arrived once more, vowing to take Zhong Qianqiu's life. The enlightened Marquis has already received his punishment. Let's stop here today, said the Eternal Night Hierarch as he pushed aside the azure sparrow sword. Since Sect Master has spoken, I will naturally obey. I just don't know if the people of my Marquis estate would have their vitality completely stripped away by this grand formation if I didn't wake up today. Although his words were obedient, the sword in his hand was fierce. Ning Chen could not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He had been so close. There were too many things he regretted in his life. He would not allow such a regret to happen again. The Eternal Night Hierarch frowned slightly as his figure drifted among the blades. He was quite apprehensive for the time being, because he was worried about Zhong Qianqiu's life. A watery afterimage flickered as the green sparrow sword's radiance followed closely behind Zhong Qianqiu's body. The Eternal Night Hierarch blocked the attack, but the momentum of the sword immediately changed and locked onto Zhong Qianqiu's vitals. The swift and fierce moves were merciless and ruthless. Coupled with the aqua shadow body, it was impossible to guard against. The Eternal Night Hierophant's frown deepened. Among the martial marquises of the Grand Xia, the victorious return was the most powerful, but the most difficult to deal with was undoubtedly the Jiming Marquis. He used every trick in the book, including his schemes, his martial prowess, and his schemes. Your martial spirit is extraordinary, Marquis Jiming, you shouldn't have fallen so low. The Eternal Knight Hierarch supported Zhong Qianqiu with one hand while condensing his yuan energy with the other to block the flashing killing light. If there were no wars in the world, Ning Chen would naturally want to be a gentleman. However, there are no ifs in this world. Hierarch, don't you think so? The words in the sword light carried a questioning tone. In this chaotic world, there was no room for righteousness and benevolence. The flames of war were merciless, and the Jiming Marquis Jiming was even more merciless. What a pity! The Eternal Knight Hierarch sighed softly. He raised his finger to summon the wind and clouds. Raging waves roared and rolled, breaking the sky with one finger. The profound finger locked onto the body, making it difficult for Ning Chen to dodge. Ning Chen focused and clenched his left hand. The remembrance came into his hand, and the sword and blade were parallel. The 3 scrolls were opened together, and the 3 scrolls were combined once again. The sky rose and the earth fell, and a world of ice and snow filled the eyes. The scene of the beginning of the world appeared on the horizon. When the two collided, a berserk shockwave spread outwards. Bai skidded back 10 steps before stopping herself. She took a step forward and charged forward once more. That's all for today. Jiming Marquis, we'll meet again if fate wills it. The valiant figure in the aftermath of the shock wave gradually dispersed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, only an afterimage was left. Ning Chen looked at the person who left with a cold gaze. The Eternal Knight Hierarch was indeed extraordinary. He was as strong as a monster. In the distance, Jian Yi sheathed the broken sword that was about to be unsheathed and turned to leave. Prince Yen waved his hand, and the 4 swords fell and returned to the sword rack. He looked at the young junior in front of him and said calmly, "It's good that you're awake." "Thank you, Senior." Ning Chen bowed respectfully. Fortunately, Senior made a move. Otherwise, there would be no chance to redeem today. Prince Yen nodded and did not say anything else as he walked away. In front of the Marquis residence, Ning Chen watched as Senior left. In the past, he thought that Senior was omnipotent and relied on him a lot. However, after today's battle, he realized that there was a limit to a person's strength. Once Senior was delayed, the people around him would also be in danger. He did not want something that he would regret for the rest of his life to happen again. He had to be more ruthless than before. In this chaotic world, there was no room for naivety. In the Weiyang Palace, Ning Chen came to see Zhang Sun. After this battle, Zhang Sun's body was even worse. She was bedridden in the palace and could not withstand any more storms. Zhang Sun, who had once sheltered the younger generation from the wind and rain, was gradually growing old. Her beautiful face was covered with traces of wind and frost, making people feel sad. "Empress, the battle will end soon. Once Grand Xiao wins, I will bring Zi and Sinew back to serve you." Ning Chen held Zhang Sun's hand and said softly with tears in his eyes. A pure child's heart was revealed silently in his tears. If one said that Zhang Ming was heartless, it was because he was forced by the world. Only by being heartless could he better protect the people around him. "Sister Qing Ning, take good care of Empress," Ning Chen said softly and left. His aura was as cold as ice, without a trace of gentleness. In the barbarian palace of the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king was sitting on the throne. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at the cyan armor that appeared in front of him. Zhangming Marquis. Ning Chen had changed into the cyan armor that represented the Grand Xia's martial marquis status. The barbarian king was extremely clear on what this meant. At this moment, the person in front of him was just the Grand Xia's Zhangming Marquis. "Zhangming Marquis, if we fight in the barbarian palace, what do you think are your chances of winning? Words are useless, please." Sword and saber appeared in the barbarian palace. They had come to seize karmic luck. This battle had already been decided and there was no turning back. The barbarian palace suppressed the karmic luck of a dynasty. As the ruler of a dynasty, the barbarian king possessed endless karmic luck. As long as he didn't leave the barbarian palace, he would be in an undefeatable position. This unavoidable battle unfolded in the barbarian palace. The barbarian king stamped his foot and punched out. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. With a loud bang, blood spilled out of the barbarian king's mouth. The cyan figure that hadn't moved in the slightest took this punch and took half a step back. Barbarian king, the Zhongming Marquis has returned the favor to you. A punch for a punch. This was the punch he had used to stop the master of the four extreme realms from escaping. After this punch, the Zhongming Marquis' body erupted with power. Light flashed in the barbarian king's eyes. His fist collided with the saber light. The majestic power of the collision surged in the barbarian palace. Lines of formation appeared indistinctly, protecting the main hall from being destroyed by the powerful aftershock. Putting aside his personal feelings and steeling his heart, Ning Chen's sword and saber constantly flashed with cold light. Each move was faster and heavier than the last. The barbarian king's eyes were grave. He used his divine power to block the saber light. The rumbling of battle constantly resounded in the hall, causing the wind and clouds to rapidly change. In the princess's courtyard, Hong Zhu anxiously walked in. She pushed open the door and said, "Princess, it's not good. The king and the Zhongming Marquis are fighting." A man was stunned. She didn't say a single word before she picked up the Sword of Origin on the table and immediately walked towards the main hall. Within the main hall, the sounds of battle became increasingly intense. Layers of runes rose up, suppressing the fluctuations. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would know that an earth-shaking battle was taking place here. The clash between the divine power of the corporeal body and the sharpness of the sword and saber caused the sky to darken. The figures that kept crossing each other left streaks of light in the barbarian palace, shocking the generals outside the palace. So it turned out that their king was actually so powerful. So it turned out that the Marquis of Grandxia was actually so extraordinary. The outstanding war spirits in the hall were so dazzling. The battle between the king and the Marquis shook the world. There was no conspiracy or calculation, only a battle of strength. This was the highest respect that the Marquis could give to his opponent. The saber was strong, the fist was stronger, the fist was faster, the fist was faster, the sword was faster. Both of them had their own persistence, and neither of them was willing to give in. When there was nothing to talk about, they could only settle it with force. Only the winner had the right to speak. "Zhongming Marquis, have you realized?" Seeing that the young man in front of him was no longer the same as before, the barbarian king stepped on the ground and the airwaves around him soared into the sky. In the depths of the barbarian palace, the blood-red halberd that suppressed fate flew out with a violent red light and fell into the barbarian king's hands. The halberd struck down with a loud explosion. Ning Chen blocked it with his saber and his legs sank into the stone floor. His chi and blood surged violently. At this moment, a phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Drops of phoenix blood rushed out of the body of the Zhongming Marquis and condensed into an illusory figure of the phoenix. A terrifying pressure swept out. The Hall of Eternal Life had researched the cultivation method of the phoenix body for more than 10,000 years. Now that it had appeared, it instantly displayed an unparalleled sense of oppression. Other than the real phoenix, Ning Chen became the person with the most phoenix blood in the world. He also became the first person in 10,000 years to condense the shape of the phoenix. The illusory figure of the phoenix was red with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, the figure of the phoenix disappeared into the body of the Zhongming Marquis. In the bloody mist, a powerful pressure that was not inferior to that of the barbarian king surged. The tilted balance was instantly leveled again. The saber and the halberd collided. The formation guarding the barbarian palace finally could not withstand the terrifying aftershock and quickly collapsed. "Don't fight!" At this moment, a slightly angry voice sounded outside the hall. Man rushed over and saw the two people fighting fiercely in the hall. For the first time, anger appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 336. When Wild appeared, the two of them didn't stop fighting. They simultaneously used a move to seal the palace's entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Within the palace, the battle continued. The result of this battle was related to the future of the two dynasties. Neither of them dared to be careless. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. The phoenix was of the fire attribute, while his body was of the ice attribute. They were incompatible. Forcibly fusing the power of the phoenix form naturally caused him to suffer unbearable pain. No one could take all the benefits in the world. If you wanted to reap the benefits, you had to bear the weight. The Long Life Hall's phoenix body cultivation technique allowed one to fuse their phoenix blood back together, gradually reverting to their ancestral phoenix form. But behind this powerful strength came an even more powerful repulsive force. It was impossible for the ice attribute to fuse with the fire attribute. Normally, one could rely on the life scroll to suppress the repulsive force of the phoenix blood. But now that the phoenix form had been condensed, suppressing it was harder than ascending to the heavens. The barbarian king also saw that Ning Chen wouldn't be able to maintain his strength for long. Scarlet karmic luck revolved around his halberd. Ning Chen swung his sword to break the halberd. Their weapons clashed, causing shockwaves to spread. Scarlet blood dyed the palace red, making it seem as if a blood calamity had descended. Ha! Their auras filled the palace, suppressing the shockwaves. This was a fair battle. It wasn't to start a feud, but to protect their own perseverance. Heaven's scroll, pardon the heavens! Blue light sword, and the heaven-pardoning saber slashed down with a loud bang. A huge ravine was instantly cut open in space. Dragon subduing heaven-shaking tower. The barbarian king's left arm swung, his divine force increasing. Scarlet karmic luck shook. The two attacks collided, and the shockwaves caused both of them to retreat. At this moment, the blue sparrow entered the ground, and the earth scroll appeared once more. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. The endless swords that soared into the sky were like a reverse rain of swords, sealing off all paths of retreat. There was no way to dodge. The barbarian king's eyes narrowed. His halberd soared into the sky, and after 10 meters, it fell from the sky. The sword images scattered, and a strand of black hair fell to the ground. A sword light slashed across the barbarian king's face, and blood flowed out. The barbarian king coldly snorted. He spun his halberd in a circle, and a violent force pierced through the sword's shadows, directly penetrating through them. Ning Chen used both his sword and saber to block the attack. With a loud bang, he was pushed back half a step. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The brilliant battle was difficult to determine a victor. A martial Marquis of a dynasty, a mighty ruler of a dynasty. At this moment, no one held back, using all of their strength to display all of their abilities. The faint sound of the phoenix echoed in the hall. The repulsive force was getting more and more difficult to suppress. Ning Chen knew that a prolonged battle would be disadvantageous for him. He circulated the two scrolls of heaven and earth at the same time. His Zhen Yuan was pushed to the peak. His saber and sword struck out. Both the saber and the sword struck out at the same time, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The boundless saber intent turned into a disk of clouds that descended, and the earth's sword tide surged. The strange change in the sky had a world-shaking might that made people feel that the end of the world had arrived, and fear rose in their hearts. Seeing this, the barbarian king held his halberd in front of him. A violent red aura spiraled around his body. His entire body erupted. The collapsing aura turned into smoke and scattered. The cloud of swords also disappeared. The saber and sword fell, stabbing into the ground. At this moment, a stone-colored figure appeared in front of the barbarian king. He held the blood-red halberd in one hand and formed a sword with the other. The sword pointed at the barbarian king's heart. "Barbarian king, you've lost." The sword stopped an inch in front of the barbarian king's heart. Ning Chen let go of the blood-red halberd and took a step back. The phoenix image left his body and collapsed. Drops of phoenix blood turned into streams of light that flowed into Ning Chen's body. The powerful pressure immediately disappeared. The barbarian king's eyes were filled with shock. However, a king had a king's bearing. He restrained his shock and waved his hand, returning the blood-red halberd. He said, "The winner takes all. Come with me." Dense mist floated in the depths of the barbarian palace. A berserk pressure revolved around the halberd, making it difficult for people to approach. Ning Chen looked at the surging aura of the barbarian dynasty. His expression became serious. The Nianqing flew out and floated in the air. A moment later, a powerful suction force appeared. The red aura around him immediately poured into the halberd like a tide. At the same time, the pure white blade began to change color, gradually turning into a bright red color. It was abnormally dazzling. There were countless inheritances in the world. Sects, aristocratic families, large sects, they all came in different forms. However, the most difficult to establish was a dynasty. Controlling a dynasty's territory and controlling the well-being of its people meant that the amount of karmic luck it possessed was far from what an ordinary sect could compare to. The barbarian king had established his dynasty for over 600 years. His karmic luck was boundless. Although it couldn't compare to the Grand Xia, it still couldn't be underestimated. The blood-red blade's aura was berserk and sharp. It contained the barbarian dynasty's 100 years of karmic luck. Ning Chen waved his hand and an extremely cold qi sealed the blade, stopping the flow of karmic luck. "Many thanks. I'm sure the Grand Xia's gift will satisfy you," said Ning Chen calmly. "I'm looking forward to it," replied the barbarian king. Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He said his goodbyes and left. In front of the barbarian palace's main hall, the door opened. Wild was standing at the front, her face filled with anger. Ning Chen walked out and looked at her. An apologetic expression flashed across his face. "Sorry." Wild walked up and lightly hit him on the head. She said unhappily, "You can't fight." Wild had carefully memorized the things Qing Ning had taught her. However, the little girl was kind and couldn't bear to use force. Compared to the violent Qing Ning, she was much lighter. Ning Chen nodded and solemnly promised, "Just this once. There won't be a next time." Only then did a man give him a smile and forgave him. Within the main hall, the barbarian king helplessly shook his head when he saw this. This girl really didn't know how much her father had sacrificed this time. Now, he could only hope that this kid's promised gift would be able to make up for some of the barbarian dynasty's losses. Although he was dissatisfied, that was only because of personal matters. Disregarding that, the barbarian king felt more admiration for this young man. His tenacity and hard work far surpassed the reliability of someone his age. The Grand Xia was fortunate to have this person. The Grand Xia's Empress Changsun was truly the most admirable woman in the world. Back then, she had ignored her reputation and the Grand Xia's fury to protect this youth. Now, he had grown to such a shocking level. Only this kind of kindness could make the current Jiming Marquis protect him at all costs. Shi Qing, who was wearing a green battle robe, didn't stop and headed towards the east of the Grand Xia. The disaster of the insect swarm was still spreading everywhere. 2 of the Xiantian experts of the Great Xia dynasty had already fallen. In the face of the endless white fog insect swarm, the Hotian experts were not of much use. Only the Xiantian experts could barely resist it. The pressure on the Xiantian experts of the Grand Xia was unprecedentedly heavy. In order to protect as many people as possible, they had no choice but to face the terrifying white fog insect swarm. Ning Chen arrived at the eastern border but didn't immediately take action. This time, he had to deal with all the 4 extremities in one go and completely end this war. The scattered insect swarm was difficult to completely eliminate. Ning Chen was waiting, and so were the others. The insect swarm was deadly. The heavily injured white moth was recovering day by day. Xianzhi's strength was also increasing day by day. At this moment, time became so important that it made it hard for people to breathe. Four Extremities Sacred Ground. After Luan Fengchen returned with the Four Extremities Realm Masters, he never left. Meng Xuanji appeared in the sacred ground. Looking at the red-robed figure in front of the tomb, she said in a low voice, "Saint, are you really going to hide here forever?" The once bustling sacred ground was now silent. The figure in front of the tomb didn't move at all. There was no response. "Coward!" Meng Xuanji snorted coldly and turned to leave. Ning Chen had already told her how to deal with the white fog insect swarm and how to seal the passage between the two dynasties. Unfortunately, he was still unconscious when she left. She had to find another blade expert. Since she couldn't count on Luan Fengchen, there was only one person left. Tianqian General Families, Jiang Hua. Tianqian City General Family. Meng Xuanji came. When Jiang Hua heard that the Realm Master had died in battle and Ning Chen was unconscious, he was shocked and at the same time, he nodded solemnly and agreed. The two of them left on the same day, flying into the sky and disappearing into the spatial turbulence. Half a month later, Meng Xuanji and Jiang Hua came to the manor of the Marquis of Jiming. They came to see the forgotten sorrow and to borrow the sentimental blade. After the previous disaster, the forgotten sorrow had only been awake for a few days. Her body was abnormally weak and she couldn't fight anymore. The forgotten sorrow was the most important person to seal the passage between the two territories. Seeing her in such a state, Meng Xuanji's heart sank. Fortunately, Ning Chen woke up, so it wasn't all bad news. "Miss Meng," the Marquis said, "if you come, you can go directly to the brave and loyal Marquis camp." "Ruo," she whispered. "Many thanks." Meng Xuanji responded and left with Jiang Hua. Inside the brave and loyal Marquis camp, Ning Chen sat quietly waiting. "Jiming Marquis, you've waited for so many days. Are you confident?" the brave and loyal Marquis asked. 100%. Ning Chen calmly replied. Before his voice fell, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked outside the tent. "They're here." In the distance, two figures walked over. The guards stepped forward to stop them, but before they could touch them, they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already outside the commander's tent. Luan Fengchen didn't come? Seeing the person who came was Jiang Hua, Ning Chen looked at Meng Xuanji and asked. "He won't come." Meng Xuanji shook her head. "What a pity, let's go." Ning Chen sighed softly and immediately walked out of the tent. Originally, he had other things to do, but now he could only take one step at a time. Just as the three were about to leave the camp, a red-haired figure slowly walked over. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his extraordinary appearance attracted people's attention. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the person who finally arrived. The corner of his mouth slightly curved. This time there were enough people. With a wave of his hand, Nian Qing flew out and landed in front of Luan Fengchen. The blood-red blade was awe-inspiring and dazzling. "I'll leave Xianzhi to you. If you fail, next time when the barbarian king comes, you'll have to face him yourself. I'm not thick-skinned enough to go again," Ning Chen said with a smile. "Definitely." Luan Fengchen nodded seriously. Looking at the two, he said, "Let's go." Meng Xuanji and Jiang Hua looked at each other and immediately followed. In the end, the disaster brought by the four extremes must be solved by themselves. They hoped that after this battle, there would never be another war between the four extremes and the Divine Land.